Once upon a time, in a distant era shrouded in the mists of history, there resided a legendary blacksmith in a quaint village. This remarkable artisan was the proud proprietor of a modest store where he displayed and sold his exquisite hand-forged ironware. One fateful day, destiny conspired to smile upon him as he clinched a momentous contract, a contract that would change the course of his life. In the midst of an unrelenting war that cast its shadow over the land, the blacksmith was presented with an extraordinary opportunity. He was bestowed the honor of crafting weapons for the kingdom of Cairo, a task that would not only bolster his reputation but also elevate his social standing. The intricately wrought blades and armor he meticulously created found their way to the hands of warriors, further fueling the flames of the relentless conflict. Following the cessation of hostilities, the blacksmith's dedication and contributions to the war effort did not go unnoticed. In recognition of his invaluable service to the kingdom, he was graced with a peerage, ascending to the position of a baron. This newfound nobility also came with the bestowing of land, a sprawling estate that would become a legacy for generations to come. Among those who would inherit his name was his son, a young man named Roman. The scene transitions to a more recent period in time, where we find Roman engaged in an unexpected pursuit, listening intently to the tales of an elderly. This deviation from Roman's usual comportment astonishes his loyal butler, a man who has long been acquainted with the young nobleman's disinterest in the world's affairs. Yet the narrative shifts once more to a crucial moment in Roman's life. Roman, in a moment of epiphany, discovers his true identity as the eldest son of the illustrious Dimitry family. Furthermore, he comes to terms with the fact that he resides in the kingdom of Cairo, located within the enigmatic Salamander continent. This revelation is accompanied by the unsettling realization that a realm known as Murin, a world Roman was familiar with, no longer exists. To his butler's amazement, Roman acknowledges these newfound truths, eliciting a suspicion that perhaps the young nobleman has turned to illicit substances, a popular vice among the privileged youth. As the revelation unfolds, the butler informs Roman about a significant event scheduled for the day, the arrival of his betrothed, a lady from the esteemed Lawrence family. In contrast to Roman's more accomplished siblings, he has spent the last quarter-century sequestered within the confines of his room, earning him the unenviable moniker of the moron of Dimitry. However, Roman's priorities seem to diverge from the social expectations associated with his noble lineage. To Roman, understanding the intricacies of navigating the current world takes precedence over formalities. This declaration leaves his butler bewildered, prompting him to question why Roman, who has lived within these environs for the entirety of his life, would entertain such notions. Undeterred by the enigma surrounding Roman's sudden change of heart, the butler remains steadfast in his duty to serve the young nobleman. Then we come to the present, where Roman is talking with the old man, and the old man have told Roman everything he knows. Roman thanks the old man and tells him that it was huge help, and he will reward him later for this. Old man tells Roman it's nothing, as it was an honor for him to even talk to Roman. Roman's introspective journey began as he grappled with his identity, questioning the very essence of his existence. Originally known as Baek Joong-Hyuk, a resident of Murin, he had led a tumultuous life filled with challenges. After fulfilling every life's mandate, he had embraced his inevitable demise. However, his existence took a sudden and bewildering twist, thrusting him into the unfamiliar persona of Roman Dimitry. Roman, now lost in a labyrinth of his thoughts, pondered whether this transformation was orchestrated by the divine, or if it was a form of divine punishment for rejecting ascension. Amid this existential contemplation, the tranquility of the moment was shattered by distant shouts that emanated from outside the walls of Roman's residence. Rushing to investigate, he discovered a scene that sent a chill down his spine. A red-haired man, a humble fruit vendor, was being mercilessly assaulted by 3 aggressors as a horrified crowd watched helplessly. The savagery of the attack was appalling, with the perpetrators showing no mercy. As panic rippled through the bystanders, in this dire moment, Roman's loyal butler, ever vigilant, stepped forward to assess the situation. His eyes widened in disbelief as he noticed a distinctive fang-shaped tattoo on the assailant's arm. Roman couldn't stand by idly. He stepped forward and inquired about the unfolding chaos. The butler informed Roman that these attackers were known as the Bloodfangs, a notorious usury group whose nefarious operations extended beyond the confines of the Dimitry territory. It appeared that the red-haired vendor had fallen victim to their ruthless extortion practices. As Roman's curiosity grew, he suddenly vanished from the butler's side, heading towards the assailants with an air of determination. He implored them to cease their brutality. The Bloodfangs, however, dismissed Roman's plea with contempt, asserting that nobility held no sway over their actions. The butler, concerned for his master's safety, admonished Roman not to meddle with these dangerous individuals. Roman, unwilling to let injustice prevail, turned to his butler, Hans, seeking a comprehensive explanation of the land's legal system and the consequences for those who transgressed it. Hans was taken aback by the request, as it was unconventional for someone of Roman status to engage in such matters. The revelation that the red-haired vendor had incurred a debt and was subjected to the Bloodfang's illicit enforcement left Roman with a sense of urgency. Moreover, Roman's status as the eldest son of the Dimitry family added a layer of complexity to the situation. Disrespect towards him constituted a grave offense, one that could potentially warrant capital punishment in accordance with the region's legal framework. The Bloodfangs, upon hearing this, exchanged uneasy glances as Roman declared their violation of the law. Roman's eyes flashed with determination as he grabbed a wooden stick, vowing to administer justice. The Bloodfangs, unimpressed and unyielding, prepared to confront Roman. They scoffed at his threats and reminded him of the tattoos that adorned their arms. Roman, unruffled, clarified that their inked symbols only served to brand them as lowlifes. The altercation escalated as Roman charged at the assailants, ready to take them to task. Roman's swift movements caught the Bloodfangs off guard. He deftly evaded their blows and with astonishing precision incapacitated the attackers with his makeshift weapon. Other Bloodfangs members attack Roman together, and one of them uses a dagger and tries to cut Roman, but Roman easily dodges one attack and takes the guy down easily. Hans, witnessing this unexpected display of prowess, was left astounded that Roman was indeed his master. In the midst of this chaos, Roman's thoughts drifted back to the moment he awoke in this unfamiliar body. Among the artifacts, a will penned by the old Roman and a scattered array of drugs on the floor formed the mosaic of his recent history. The document speaks of the kingdom of Kiro, frequently embroiled in war, and the practice of selecting representatives from each household to serve the kingdom. Roman Dimitry had been chosen as his family's representative to join the army, a responsibility he found too daunting to bear. In fear, he took his own life. The new Roman regards this previous life as a lamentable existence. Nevertheless, he has inherited the legacy of Baek Joong-Hyuk, the leader of the Heavenly Demon sect, and vows to live according to this new persona's principles. The narrative concludes with a scene of Roman, having dispensed justice to the assailants, standing alone amid the aftermath, his garments stained with their blood. As one of the Bloodfangs attempts to flee, Roman swiftly apprehends and dispatches him, casting a challenge to any who might oppose his judgment. The onlookers are left in stunned silence, their perceptions of the young nobleman forever altered by his unexpected display of valor. Baek Joong-Hyuk, once a name that reverberated throughout the world of Murim, had ascended to the pinnacle of power with unmatched martial prowess. Countless martial artists had dared to challenge him, only to meet a grim fate, massacred and obliterated without mercy. It was a time when the entire world acknowledged the dominance of the Heavenly Demon sect, a martial organization under Baek Joong-Hyuk's control, which held sway over the entire Murim realm. However, circumstances had taken an unexpected turn. Baek Joong-Hyuk, who had once wielded overwhelming power, now found himself confined within a fragile and feeble physical vessel. In his current state, he struggled even to subdue a mere group of street-level ruffians. This stark contrast between his former might and present frailty weighed heavily on his shoulders. Frustration etched on his face, Roman, the name by which he now went, summoned his loyal butler and instructed him to alert the guards. Roman demanded an investigation into the recent skirmish, emphasizing the urgency of the matter. The butler, visibly shaken, nodded in compliance and hastened to carry out his master's orders. While the wheels of justice were set in motion, Roman pondered the limitations of his current body. He lamented its lack of vitality and the erratic flow of ki, a vital energy in the world of Murim. With determination etched in his gaze, he resolved to expedite his quest for knowledge and, more crucially, the elusive process of skeletal modification, a pathway to greater power. As Roman contemplated his future, a red-haired man approached him, gratitude shining in his eyes. He expressed his heartfelt thanks to Roman for saving his life, to which Roman responded with uncharacteristic candor. He clarified that his intervention was not driven by benevolence, but rather a strict adherence to the rule of law. The Bloodfangs, the group Roman had confronted, had transgressed the boundaries of legality, and he had meted out punishment accordingly. Roman further informed the red-haired man that he was not exempt from scrutiny, urging him to provide a truthful account of the events that had transpired. The red-haired man, whose name was Kevin, agreed to share his story. He revealed that his parents had borrowed money from the Bloodfangs to acquire land for farming, with the intention of repaying the debt through the sale of their crops. However, the Bloodfangs had resorted to a malicious act of destroying their entire harvest, rendering it impossible for the family to meet their financial obligations. Kevin had since learned that this vile act was motivated by the syndicate's sinister intent to prey upon his younger sister. He emphasized the injustice of their situation, as his family had always lived modestly and refrained from causing harm to others. Kevin implored Roman to help rescue his sister from the clutches of the Bloodfangs. In that moment, as Roman gazed into Kevin's eyes, he sensed the presence of a latent demon, a memory from his past. The recollection stirred within him, and he asked for Kevin's name, curious to know more about the man before him. Kevin, his voice tinged with gratitude and vulnerability, introduced himself, initiating a connection that would likely have far-reaching consequences. Roman assured Kevin that he would verify the veracity of his account and ensure that justice prevailed. Grateful for Roman's intervention, Kevin expressed his heartfelt thanks. As Roman left the scene, he couldn't help but feel that this chance encounter with Kevin might lead to a long and meaningful relationship. The narrative transitions to a different setting, where a luxurious carriage advances along a well-trodden path. Inside the carriage, Lady Flora, the passenger, contemplates her recent turn of fate. Just a month ago, she had received the shocking news of an arranged marriage with the Dimitry family. Her father, bearing a grave countenance, had delivered the decree, explaining that their family's land faced imminent disaster, and this union was the sole avenue to navigate the impending crisis. Flora, initially taken aback by the suddenness of the arrangement, voiced her concerns about becoming a member of the Dimitry family. She expressed her dismay, citing the Dimitrys' mining background as a stark contrast to her own upbringing. Her father, weighed down by the circumstances, offered his apologies, acknowledging the arduous decision he had been compelled to make. Now, in the present moment, Lady Flora has arrived at the Dimitry territory, expecting to wed the second son of the family, who had shown promise and a bright future. However, her expectations crumble as she learns of an unforeseen twist. The eldest son of the Dimitry family, Roman Dimitry, asserts his claim to her hand in marriage. Roman, commonly known as the moron of the Dimitry family, is notorious for living a life of indulgence and luxury. As Flora walks alongside him, she resolves to confront him about the situation, determined to voice her refusal. Turning to face him, she implores Roman to reconsider the marriage. In response, Roman surprises her by stating that he has no qualms about canceling the engagement, an unexpected acquiescence. Stunned by this turn of events, Flora inquires about Roman's reasons. In a nonchalant manner, Roman confirms his readiness to annul the engagement. He clarifies that, as the purported moron of the Dimitry family, he possesses neither the ambition nor the desire to enter into a marriage with her. His disinterest leaves Flora bewildered, unable to comprehend the true motives behind Roman's actions. Prompted by Flora's persistence, Roman decides to inform his father of their mutual decision. Flora is shocked, and she tells him to stop. Roman asks her, "Is there any problem?" Flora tells Roman that she heard that this marriage happened because he really wanted to marry her. And now he is willing to cancel their marriage without any conditions, so she is a bit confused. Roman asks her does she wants to marry him then. She tells him no, not really. Roman tells her then let's not cause each other any more problem. So now we both agreed to cancel the marriage and that's all there is to it. And Roman tells her that he will take full responsibility for breaking the engagement. Flora is surprised hearing this. Roman tells her that he has already called the moron of the Dimitrys, so it's not a big problem to also be called a divorced man. Flora is shocked to hear this and doesn't get what Roman's deal is, and she wonders if he is really that rumored moron Dimitri's elder son. As he enters his father's office and delivers the news of the broken engagement, his father's reaction is far from what Roman had anticipated. Faced with a surge of anger, Roman's father chastises him for jeopardizing an arrangement that held the potential to elevate the Dimitry family's standing as nobility. His father underscores the importance of the marriage and expresses his disappointment in Roman's inability to fulfill even this simple duty as the eldest son. Roman, unflinchingly resolute, tenders his apologies, but his father's fury shows no signs of abating. In a fit of rage, he hurls a cup in Roman's direction, the vessel narrowly missing its target, but drawing blood on his forehead. His father's reprimands continue, stressing that this marriage was intended to secure a better future for their family. In an act of genuine contrition, Roman beseeches his father for forgiveness, acknowledging the gravity of his actions. However, his father's response is unwavering. He reminds Roman that the engagement had offered an opportunity for Roman to marry a noblewoman of his choosing and thus fulfill his familial obligations. Instead, Roman's defiance has jeopardized his own future. Moreover, his father reveals knowledge of Roman's recent altercation with the Bloodfangs, an encounter that had reportedly ended in Roman's favor. Yet Roman's father dismisses the veracity of these claims, suspecting that someone else had intervened on his behalf. He underscores the magnitude of the problem, emphasizing that the Bloodfangs are a formidable group that even he, as the patriarch of the Dimitry family, cannot easily contend with. In a final admonition, Roman's father informs him that he will be conscripted for military service in 6 months. He turns to Roman, inquiring whether he has any response to these circumstances. Roman, unwavering and resolute, quietly conveys his acceptance of the impending conscription, offering no objections. With Roman's departure from his father's office, Flora rushes to confront him, anxious about the consequences of his actions. She admonishes him for provoking the Bloodfangs, a group notorious for their audacity in terrorizing even nobles. She urges Roman to confess the truth to his father and seek clemency from the Baron, fearing the retaliatory wrath of the syndicate. Roman, however, counters her pleas with a question. Why should he heed her advice? This unexpected response leaves Flora stunned and bewildered, as she grapples with the enigmatic character of the man before her. In the hours preceding the critical encounter between Roman and Lady Flora, the Dimitry estate buzzed with preparations. Roman found himself in the midst of a wardrobe adjustment, as his devoted butler, Hans, applied an excessive amount of perfume. Roman's discomfort was palpable as he lamented the tightness of his attire. However, Hans's insistence on perfection remained unwavering, as he emphasized the significance of this meeting with his fiancée, Lady Flora Lawrence. Roman's mind raced with thoughts of the ever-increasing complexity of his life in this world. This arranged marriage, an unexpected intrusion, appeared to be nothing more than an additional burden. Nevertheless, he recognized the imprudence of showing disrespect to a woman who had yet to bring any trouble into his life. Hans's gentle but unwavering insistence eventually led Roman to comply. Roman conceded that there was no reason to be disrespectful toward a woman who had not caused him any harm. After all, his primary goal was to terminate this engagement while causing minimal offense. This had been his initial plan. As the narrative transitions to the present, Roman finds himself engaged in confrontation with Lady Flora, a confrontation that reveals her perceived arrogance. Shocked by Roman's directness, Lady Flora listens as he explains his perspective. He conveys his understanding of her position, acknowledging that she might not have considered the full extent of his circumstances when he initially suggested breaking off the engagement. However, he highlights that she has no right to interfere with the decision he has now taken. Both of them are to part ways, tending to their own affairs. Flora is left speechless by the abruptness of this separation. Roman, on the other hand, reflects on his earlier declaration to take full responsibility for ending the engagement. He intended this assurance to preempt any subsequent discussions or complications related to the dissolution of their arrangement. Yet he also held a desire to distance himself from her. Roman believed that this would mark their final encounter, as he departed, leaving her to contemplate the turn of events. In a different setting, the narrative shifts to the palace. Roman Dimitry, the lord of the household, indulges in excess alcohol, an attempt to drown his worries. His wife observes his inebriation with concern and implores him to halt. In his inebriated state, Romero confides in his wife, recounting the physical discipline he had inflicted upon Roman during their earlier years as commoners. Romero divulges that, after becoming nobles, he had vowed to shield his children from the hardships they had endured. His wife acknowledges that this promise had successfully shaped their children's lives, including Roman. Yet he remains uncertain about how to treat Roman, the only child who had experienced those early struggles with him. His wife reassures him not to bear the weight of self-blame too heavily. While recognizing his imperfections as a parent, she emphasizes that they alone have the power to guide their children away from any misguided paths. She reminds him of the Roman Dimitry she knows, a father who would not allow his own son to stray into undesirable territory. The conversation then turns to the issue of the Bloodfangs, an organization Roman had recently confronted. Given Roman's prideful nature and his impulsive declaration that he would handle the Bloodfangs single-handedly, his mother voices concern about the consequences of leaving him without support. She suggests that they involve Captain Jonathan, a skilled figure who might be able to aid Roman in addressing the issue. Convinced by his wife's wisdom, Romero promptly instructs a servant to summon Captain Jonathan. Considering Roman's well-being as a priority and the uncertainty surrounding his recent actions against the Bloodfangs, The narrative then returns to the present, with Roman strolling through the town. Hans, his loyal butler, expresses concern for Roman's safety, advising him against venturing outside. The looming threat of a potential blood-fang retaliation prompts Hans to urge Roman's return to the safety of the palace. Roman questions Hans about when the bloodfangs had accumulated their newfound strength, to which Hans can only offer uncertainty. Roman contemplates the peculiar dynamics of the bloodfangs, an organization that gained notoriety by brutally eliminating their adversaries, particularly those engaged in reprehensible deeds. Their reputation had bred fear, which in turn enhanced their operational efficiency. Roman acknowledges the enduring danger posed by the bloodfangs, but emphasizes that as long as they inspire fear, they remain manageable. Undeterred, Roman and Hans enter a restaurant, where they place an order for a substantial meal. Hans is visibly delighted at the prospect of indulging in the delectable spread. After making himself comfortable, Roman informs Hans that he can remain and enjoy the meal, as he intends to continue his investigation alone. This revelation momentarily surprises Hans, who had expected to accompany Roman. In a twist of events, Hans stops Roman, expressing his unwillingness to let his young master go into potential danger unaccompanied. This unexpected display of loyalty and resolve takes Roman by surprise, and he commends Hans for his unwavering dedication. Roman offers his parting words, and as he leaves the restaurant, Hans remains behind, having already made the decision to contact the soldiers and inform them of the situation. Roman, meanwhile, strolls through the streets with a deliberate intent to draw the bloodfangs toward him. Roman's calculated strategy aims to lead the bloodfangs to him. He knows that they have likely discerned his presence and location. Additionally, the day corresponds with the regular training of the Dimitry Knights, resulting in decreased street security. This presents an opportune moment for the bloodfangs to exact their revenge. As Roman ventures through the town, deliberately leaving a trail to be followed, he finds himself suddenly ambushed by an assailant armed with a dagger. The attacker charges at him with full force, attempting to catch Roman off guard. Then the scene shifts to soldiers where their captain Jonathan meet with Roman's butler, and he told him that they have to go and find Roman immediately, as he has gone alone to fight with the bloodfang. Then the scene shifts back to Roman, where his reflexes and combat skills come to the fore, allowing him to effortlessly block the assault and disarm his opponent. He quickly incapacitates the would-be assailant. The attacker's companions, shocked by Roman's prowess and their shattered preconceptions of him, stand in bewildered disbelief. Roman, exuding an air of confidence and authority, encourages them to engage further. The stage is set for a confrontation that will reveal Roman's true capabilities to his adversaries. In the dimly lit grounds of the grand estate, Hans, the butler, approached Captain Jonathan with an urgency that mirrored the gravity of the news he bore. Young Master Roman, the seemingly frail scion of the house, had ventured into the city alone, forsaking any protective entourage, on a daring mission to confront the notorious Bloodfang group. Captain Jonathan, a seasoned leader with a penchant for strategic wit, and his loyal soldier regarded this revelation with a mixture of amusement and incredulity. Young Roman, known as the weakest of the house, willingly embroiling himself with the notorious Bloodfang. Laughter erupted from both captain and soldier, echoing within the hallowed halls as they questioned the butler's credibility. Undeterred by the skepticism, Hans stood his ground, insisting vehemently that Roman spoke the truth. Why would the young master lie about such a perilous endeavor? This assertion hung in the air like an unanswered riddle, prompting the captain to delve deeper into the enigma that now unfolded before him. Captain Jonathan's contemplative gaze drifted into the shadows of suspicion. He speculated that Roman's father, the patriarch of the house, might have delivered a forewarning about his son's perilous confrontation with the Bloodfang. A silent plea for assistance, a clandestine call to arms. Imagining the paternal concern that might have spurred this decision, Jonathan resolved to aid Roman and solve the enigma that now enveloped the young master. Despite his musings, the captain couldn't fathom why Roman, lacking the skills of a seasoned warrior, would willingly thrust himself into such a dangerous mission. A sense of urgency gripped Jonathan, prompting him to issue swift commands to his soldiers. The clatter of weapons being readied filled the air as he instructed Hans to guide them to the location of young Master Roman. Assurances flowed from Jonathan's lips like a shield, promising Hans that as long as they were present, the Bloodfang wouldn't dare lay a finger on Roman. Yet beneath the veneer of confidence, Jonathan harbored a nagging thought. If Hans's information held any truth, the need to locate Roman quickly became paramount. The narrative pendulum swung back to Roman, now immersed in a face-off with two vengeful bandits seeking retribution for their fallen comrade. Swift as a shadow, Roman dodged the attacks of the first assailant, bringing him down with a calculated grace. The second bandit, fueled by rage, lunged forward only to meet the force of Roman's counterattack, a powerful kick to the stomach that left him crumpled on the floor. Amidst the chaos, Michael, Roman's steadfast companion, emerged on the scene. The defeated bandit pleaded for mercy, urging Roman not to deliver the final blow. Unyielding, Roman reminded the bandit of the lives he had already extinguished and brandished a knife, threatening to inflict further pain unless the bandit divulged information. In a voice laced with determination, Roman sought the identity of the Bloodfang's leader. The narrative threads then wove into the fabric of a bustling restaurant, where Roman, as enigmatic as ever, approached the counter. The man behind the counter recognized him, curiosity etched across his features. Roman, in his cryptic manner, uttered the words "Tear of the Dawn" from the 20s. The bald guy, a patron in the establishment, interjected, revealing the absence of such a drink in their repertoire. Unfazed, Roman accepted an alternative, requesting a strong drink with the explanation that he had early morning plans, a statement that stirred interest among the bar's patrons. A seamless transition transported the narrative to the bandit who had directed Roman to this particular bar. He unraveled the intricacies of the establishment, detailing the missions assigned through a special code. Intrigued, Roman sought to decode this clandestine language, learning that the code involved mentioning "Tear of the Dawn," something strong, and work in the morning, all in a specific sequence. The tapestry of events returned to the pub, where Roman, seated calmly, faced the sudden aggression of the bald guy, who unsheathed his sword, signaling an imminent attack. With the grace of a seasoned warrior, Roman swiftly neutralized the bald guy, then turned his attention to the charging members of the bar. In a display of unparalleled skill, he dispatched them with ease, leaving the remaining patrons in awe. The realization dawned upon them that Roman was not the feeble figure they had anticipated. The narrative momentarily diverged to delve into the concept of murim, a martial arts technique that harnessed strength through controlled breathing. Roman, referred to as the Heavenly Demon, had undergone rigorous martial arts training, though he acknowledged that he had not yet reached his zenith. The onlookers, witnessing his extraordinary prowess, were left stunned by the revelation of his hidden abilities. As additional assailants approached Roman, he dismissed them as mere nuisances, effortlessly thwarting their attempts. The bald guy, regaining consciousness, questioned Roman's motives. Uninterested in providing explanations, Roman pointed out that they had initiated the attack, and now only he and the bald guy stood amidst the aftermath. Roman expressed his intent to pose some questions to the bald guy and led him away for a private conversation. In this moment of tension and revelation, soldiers under the command of Captain Jonathan stormed into the bar, met with a scene of chaos orchestrated by Roman. The tumultuous atmosphere left them shocked and bewildered. Another soldier relayed information from a survivor on the second floor, unveiling the destination of young Master Roman, Lawrence. Jonathan's surprise mingled with confusion as he pondered the reason behind Roman's choice of location. The soldier added that the survivor mentioned Lawrence as the primary stronghold of the Bloodfang. In the ebbing shadows of a clandestine encounter, the narrative unfolds with a clandestine air, transporting us to a pivotal moment that transpired just an hour ago. Roman, a figure cloaked in mystery, finds himself in the company of a bald man, his fingers lost to some ominous past. The air is thick with tension as the bald man, tethered to the dark underbelly of the Bloodfang, remains resolute in his silence. A palpable sense of despair permeates the scene as the bald man implores Roman to end his life, a desperate plea born out of the looming threat of the Bloodfang's vengeance. Yet Roman, with a cryptic smile playing on his lips, admires the bald man's stoicism. There's an unexpected affinity that sparks within Roman, an appreciation for those who endure unspeakable torment without succumbing to the temptation of divulging secrets, those unafraid to stare death in the face. There's a peculiar fondness in Roman's voice, an acknowledgement of the strength he perceives in those who remain tight-lipped amidst torture. It is a testament to Roman's understanding that beneath the veneer of suffering lies the potential for harboring the most valuable of secrets. In an intriguing shift, Roman's attention is drawn to something unseen by the naked eye. A flicker in his gaze betrays the emergence of a plan, a method to test the bald man's resolve further. Roman, with a calculated ease, picks up a photograph. With a deliberate tone, he informs the bald man of his intent to locate and kill the young figure captured within the frame, purportedly the bald man's son. A seismic shock ripples through the bald man, his features contorting with disbelief and dread. Yet in a striking display of defiance, he vehemently denies any familial ties to the innocent face frozen in the photograph. Roman, undeterred, accuses the bald man of falsehoods, insisting that the boy's likeness to the captive is too uncanny to dismiss. Tempers flare as the bald man, angered by Roman's audacity, questions the nobility of one resorting to threats against a family. Roman, however, unfurls a chilling revelation, an insight into the Blood Fang's sinister workings. He peels back the layers of the criminal organization, exposing a modus operandi that turns seemingly ordinary individuals into devilish pawns. Roman delves into the organization's tactics, illustrating how Blood Fang coerces individuals into servitude, pushing them to the precipice of morality. The bald man, however, remains unyielding, steadfast in his belief that the truth won't alter the course of the Blood Fang's retribution. Undeterred, Roman advises the bald man to choose carefully where he places his allegiances, hinting at the high stakes of their ominous game. In a haunting oath, Roman solemnly swears to carry out his earlier threat, a pledge to seek out and end the life of the bald man's son. Yet before the final curtain falls, Roman extends an unexpected olive branch. He gives the bald man a chance, a fleeting opportunity to save his kin. The choice is left dangling in the air, a macabre dance between silence and salvation. As the narrative pivots, we are transported to a different setting, a house where a subordinate relays a tale of Roman's unprecedented feat. An entire division vanquished by the hand of one who was once rejected from the prestigious Royal Swordsman Academy. The shockwaves reverberate through the boss, who, incredulous, seeks Roman's current whereabouts. The revelation that Roman has departed the Dimitry region, armed with information extracted from the morning dew. The bald man enrages the boss. Roman's audacious assault on their headquarters, seemingly a solo endeavor, ignites a fury within the boss. Determined to eradicate this perceived threat, the boss commands a gathering of forces, vowing to eliminate Roman before the formidable Dimitry knights intervene. Simultaneously, the stage transitions to the Lawrence family's palace, a bastion of power and intrigue. The family, displeased with the decisions of the Barco family, engages in a tense discussion about the brewing storm of war. Whispers of substantial loans from the Gold Bank and the ominous preparation for an impending conflict cast a shadow over the once stable Lawrence territory. Flora's father, a patriarch burdened by the weight of impending doom, contemplates the unforeseen turn of events. The central government's unexpected alignment with the Barcos jeopardizes Lawrence's hold on their fertile soil. Amidst fervent debates, an elder statesman urges the family to cling to their territory at all costs, knowing that the survival of Lawrence hinges on the richness of their soil. In a strategic move, Flora's father reveals a glimmer of hope, a marriage alliance with the Dimitry family. The prospect of the Dimitrys' support, their wealth and influence, sparks a flicker of optimism among the Lawrence family members. Their joy is palpable, a momentary respite from the encroaching darkness. Yet, as joy blooms, a cloud of uncertainty descends upon Flora. Outside the door, she grapples with a secret that threatens to unravel the delicate tapestry of alliances, the broken engagement with the Dimitrys. Filled with trepidation, she contemplates the impending revelation to her father, a confession that might fracture the familial unity. In a moment of vulnerability, a soldier emerges, disrupting Flora's internal turmoil. An emergency, a word that shatters the fragile peace within the Lawrence palace, propels the narrative forward. The scene transitions to the border, where Captain Jonathan and his soldiers plead with the Lawrence guards to open the door, citing Roman's imminent danger. A standoff ensues, the Lawrence soldiers unwavering in their demand for protocol. Yet, a revelation of chaos in the Lawrence Plaza prompts Captain Jonathan to escalate his plea. The tension crescendos, setting the stage for a potential breach, all while the fate of Roman Dimitry hangs in the balance. In a riveting twist, the narrative shifts to the Lawrence Central Plaza, a theater of shock and disbelief. Roman emerges, dragging the leader of the Blood Fang, a visual testament to the sinister connection between the criminal organization and the impending war. In the muted hues of dusk, the narrative unfolds, traversing back in time to the clandestine heart of the Blood Fang's lair. The shadows dance with anticipation as the malevolent assembly of the Blood Fang readies itself for the impending confrontation with Roman. Weapons glint ominously, a symphony of danger echoing in the air. The leader, shrouded in overconfidence, believes that the sheer numbers of his faction guarantee victory. Yet, in a sudden twist of fate, fear grips the leader's core, a visceral terror that eclipses his bravado. The scene unravels, revealing Roman's handiwork, every member of the Blood Fang incapacitated, a testament to the enigma that is Roman. His figure emerges, a silhouette against the chaos he has sown, and he strides purposefully towards the quivering leader. Panic engulfs the Blood Fang's commander, who, confronted with the stark reality of his imminent demise, recoils in terror. The narrative seamlessly transitions to the present, the streets serving as the stage for Roman's relentless pursuit of justice. The Blood Fang leader, now at the mercy of Roman's iron will, pleads for his life in a desperate crescendo. Roman, an embodiment of stoicism, remains impervious to the pleas, dragging the blood-soaked figure into the public eye. As the leader begs for mercy, promising servitude in exchange for his life, Roman's refusal reverberates through the onlookers. The streets bear witness to the clash of morality, the executioner and the condemned entangled in a macabre dance. Roman's foot descends with a resounding stomp, a grim finality that echoes through the horrified crowd. The public spectacle unfolds, and Roman seizes the opportunity to lay bare the sins of the Blood Fang. His voice, a clarion call, exposes the organization's malevolence, its tendrils reaching even into the sanctum of the Dimitry family. Roman, unmasking the Blood Fang's treachery against his kin, paints a vivid picture of their nefarious methods, the twisted path that turns ordinary souls into pawns of darkness. The crowd, captive to the unfolding drama, grapples with the shock of revelations. Roman's declaration echoes, condemning the Blood Fang's atrocities and laying bare the gravity of their crimes. A chilling resolve lingers in the air as Roman pronounces his intent, to extract the evil from the Blood Fang's leader in the most visceral manner. The execution plays out, a grim tableau that etches itself into the collective memory of the witnesses. Roman's blade becomes an instrument of retribution, severing the ties that bind the Blood Fang to its insidious leader. Captain Jonathan, arriving on the scene, is caught in the undertow of shock, his gaze transfixed upon the brutal spectacle unfolding before him. The narrative pivots to the hallowed halls of Lawrence's seat of power, a meeting room steeped in tension and disquiet. The Lawrence family, blindsided by the revelation of Roman's unorthodox intervention, grapples with the ramifications of his audacious act. Flora's father, the Baron, stands at the epicenter of the storm, a visage of disbelief etched upon his countenance. The members of the Lawrence family, privy to the unsettling news, express concern over the gravity of Roman's actions. The specter of unauthorized murder looms, an offense that demands attention. Yet Flora's father, a complex tapestry of emotions, is torn between the need for justice and a begrudging acknowledgement of the Blood Fang's malevolence. In a decisive moment, Flora's father resolves to summon Roman, seeking clarity from the orchestrator of this unforeseen upheaval. The door creaks open, heralding Roman's entrance into the chamber. The presence of Captain Jonathan at Roman's side serves as a testament to the collaborative efforts that transpired in the pursuit of justice. Roman, stoic and resolute, greets the Baron with a nod, a subtle acknowledgement of the complex dynamics at play. Flora's father, not one to mince words, implores Roman to unravel the enigma behind his violent foray into Lawrence territory. The air thickens with tension as the fate of alliances and engagements teeters on the precipice. The narrative unfurls another layer as the scene shifts outside the room, where Flora, unaware of the storm brewing within, seeks answers from a soldier. Her inquiry, tinged with curiosity, revolves around the enigmatic figure who had just entered her father's office, Roman Dimitry. The soldier, bearing witness to the unfolding drama, cryptically hints at a revelation that awaits Flora. Back within the confines of the meeting room, Roman begins to recount the genesis of his intervention. The tale weaves through the fabric of days past, an odyssey that commenced with the Blood Fang's assault on an innocent citizen. A catalyst for Roman's decisive action, the recollection unfolds like a somber ballad, each note resonating with a sense of duty and moral imperative. Flora's father, a mixture of incredulity and concern, presses Roman on the authority that sanctioned his intervention. Roman, with a measured gaze, acknowledges the lack of explicit authority, laying bare the skepticism he harbored regarding Lawrence's proactive stance against the Blood Fang. A ripple of discontent courses through the Lawrence nobles, while Captain Jonathan, once a confidant of Roman's, grapples with the transformation of the man before him. Roman's revelation casts a shadow on the apathy of Lawrence's response to the Blood Fang's menace. The nobles, indignant at Roman's audacity, question the propriety of his unilateral action. Yet Flora's father, a shrewd tactician, contemplates the essence of Roman's gambit, a move born out of necessity, a stark reminder of Lawrence's failure to curb the Blood Fang's influence. As Roman faces the scrutiny of Lawrence's nobility, a surprising twist unfolds, the Baron's pragmatic admission that he was unaware of Ben Miles' true identity. The The revelation shifts the dynamics, forcing the nobles to confront the reality that the Blood Fang's leader had operated under the guise of criminal notoriety within Lawrence's jurisdiction. In a masterful stroke, Flora's father diffuses the tension, declaring the case closed and absolving Roman of immediate consequences. The calculated move is a testament to the Baron's political acumen, recognizing the potential benefits of aligning with a figure capable of decisive action. Roman, unyielding in his convictions, stands his ground. The meeting concludes with a promise of future rewards for Roman, a gesture that hints at a nuanced understanding of the value he brings to the Lawrence alliance. Outside the meeting room, the Baron instructs his servant to summon Flora, anticipating a pivotal moment of revelation. The wheels of fate turn, and Flora, blissfully unaware, is beckoned to meet her father, a meeting that promises to reshape the contours of her future. The narrative threads intertwine as Roman, Jonathan, and their retinue return to the Dimitry territory. Captain Jonathan, unable to reconcile the metamorphosis of the once familiar Roman, confronts him about the provocative confrontation with the Baron. Roman, enigmatic and calculated, unveils the rationale behind his actions, the perception of Lawrence's negligence, and the need for decisive intervention. Jonathan, stunned by Roman's foresight, grapples with the realization that the man before him has evolved into a strategic architect, a far cry from the Roman Dimitry of yesteryears. The chasm between expectation and reality widens, and Jonathan, like the Lawrence nobles, struggles to comprehend the layers of complexity that now shroud Roman's identity. In the tapestry of celestial lineage, Joong-Hyuk Baek emerged as an enigmatic figure, the son of the Heavenly Demon whose destiny unfolded in the crucible of a pit, a place where the cold, hard ground bore witness to his struggle for survival. His father, the celestial patriarch, cast him into this desolate abyss, an arduous proving ground meant to extract from Jong the essence of his worth. A chilling proclamation echoed through the pit as Jong's father, indifferent to the plight of his 12 children, declared that Jong's death held no significance. To the Heavenly Demon, progeny were expendable, mere numbers to be replenished without remorse. The celestial patriarch, a harbinger of divine indifference, conveyed a solemn directive to Jong, a mandate to ascend to power, to reign over the pit's inhabitants, and thereby to prove himself worthy in the eyes of his father. Yet destiny took an unexpected turn in the form of a punch. A fellow child, misguided by the allure of Jong's celestial lineage, unleashed a physical blow that shattered the illusion of divine privilege. In the eyes of this child, Jong was not a figure of reverence but an arrogant brat. A violent confrontation ensued, unraveling a childhood marked by brutality in a world where only the strongest held sway. The assailant, unimpressed by Jong's celestial pedigree, delivered a swift blow to his chin, sending him sprawling to the unforgiving ground. Jong, undeterred, attempted to retaliate, but his efforts were in vain as the child deftly dodged his attacks and retaliated with a forceful blow to Jong's chin. The pit became a battleground, witnesses to the primal spectacle of a celestial hare brought low by the harsh realities of survival. Childhood unfolded amidst the pit's desolation, where other children were shielded by the protective embrace of their parents. Jong, however, was an anomaly. Thrown away in a world where only the strongest reigned, his struggles, etched in the scars on his body, told a tale of resilience and primal determination. The narrative then transcended time, shifting to the opulence of Dimitry's palace in the present. Here, Jong had metamorphosed into Roman, a figure of power and complexity. In the solitude of his chamber, Roman immersed himself in a bath, feeling the weariness of his new body that tired easily. The echoes of an awakening in a world dominated by the enigmatic Blood Fang resonated within him. Roman reflected on the choices he had made, choices that led him to annihilate everything obstructing his path in the pursuit of the Blood Fang. His convictions remained unshaken. He had not wavered in becoming the person he was. In his past life, he had been a force to be reckoned with, slicing and torturing those who obstructed him, utilizing any means necessary against those with killing intent. The bath became a vessel for Roman's contemplation, a moment of introspection amid the suds and warmth. The danger of his previous encounters with the Blood Fang loomed over him, prompting caution. He acknowledged that he had not fully grasped the intricacies of this new world, and that his true strength had waned compared to his previous life as Joong-Hyuk Baek. As Roman pondered his next move, a servant interrupted his thoughts with news of a summons from his father, the lord of Dimitry's palace. Roman acknowledged the call, promising to be there shortly. The scene then shifted to the opulent confines of Roman Dimitry's office, where incredulity hung heavy in the air. Jonathan, an astute observer, noted the profound transformation in the young master. Roman's father, Baron Romero, confronted the anomaly of his son, and the current young master is not the same person they used to know before. Roman's father tells Jonathan that Roman is his sore thumb, as he is the only one of his sons who doesn't have anything impressive about him, and he is also the only child that went through the time when Roman's father was a commoner. A poignant flashback unfurled, revealing Roman's father as a commoner toiling in a mine. Young Roman's innocent visit marked by a simple offering of candy, as young Roman wanted his father to finish his work quickly so they can go home together, which is why Roman's father wished Roman to be happy, and this is also the reason he favored Roman and also gave Roman a lot of allowance so he wouldn't be made fun of for being poor. Yet the unintended consequences unfolded as Roman veered down a path of deviation. Roman's father, recognizing the divergence in his son, had already resigned a part of himself to the belief that Roman was beyond redemption. However, news of Roman single-handedly dismantling the Blood Fang rekindled a flicker of hope, prompting a resurgence of paternal optimism. Roman emerged from his chamber, greeted by his father, who beckoned him inside. The paternal proclamation echoed through the corridors, an unwavering declaration that regardless of the means Roman employed against the Blood Fang, his father stood ready to do anything for him. In the office, Roman stood before his father, who had heard of his solo triumph against the Blood Fang. As Roman pondered whether to reveal the truth, his father's eyes burned with hope. Baron Romero had high expectations for what Roman was about to say. The tension in the room, thick with anticipation, hung on Roman's next words. Roman thinks that his father will see him in a totally new light if he told him the truth, but also achievements that exceed expectations come back to bite him. And so if Roman back off right now, he could earn some time for himself to grow. Roman wonders if he should tell the truth or hide it. The narrative then unfurled a tapestry of contrasts, transitioning to the past where Jong, in his former self, endured a merciless beating by a child. The echoes of the pit resounded as Jong, battered and bruised, seized a rock. In a surge of primal determination, he retaliated, taking down his assailant with brutal force. The kid falls to the ground, covering his face in fear. Jong gets back on his feet and brutally punches the man with a rock in his hand, ending his life. Onlookers are shocked by this violent act. Jong proudly declares to everyone in the cave that he has defeated the boss, establishing himself, Joong-Hyuk, as the dominant force. The scene then shifts to the present, where Roman confesses to his father that he was the one who took down the Blood Fang, as Roman was Joong-Hyuk in his previous life who doesn't know how to hide his superiority. The Dimitry's Territory Training Center stood as a bastion of martial development, where the echoes of clashing swords and the fervent hum of disciplined training filled the air. In this crucible of aspiring knights, Baron Dimitry, accompanied by his trusted advisor Jonathan and enigmatic son Roman, made a grand entrance. The sight of the Baron, Jonathan, and Roman walking in prompted all the students and their instructors to stand in line, extending a collective welcome that resonated with awe and respect. Among the sea of aspiring knights, a brown-haired observer's attention was drawn to Roman's unexpected presence. The silent question lingered in his mind. What was Roman doing here, in the heart of the training center? The mystery deepened as the trio of Baron Dimitry, Jonathan, and Roman took their places within the vast expanse of the training facility. The anticipation peaked as Jonathan, assuming the role of a herald, addressed the gathered students. A ripple of curiosity swept through the onlookers as they learned of the day's main event. A swordsmanship duel featuring none other than the young master Roman. Jonathan, with a commanding presence, opened the floor to the students, inviting them to step forward if they wished to participate. However, to the bewilderment of the brown-haired observer and the entire assembly, a profound silence followed. No eager participant emerged to accept the challenge. Perplexed, the brown-haired individual couldn't fathom the hesitation, pondering who would willingly engage in a duel with Roman. The unspoken sentiment of the crowd seemed to echo his sentiments, doubt and reluctance. The narrative then took a temporal leap, rewinding an hour earlier to a pivotal moment when Roman revealed the startling truth to his father, Baron Romero. In a private exchange, Roman disclosed that he had taken down Blood Fang, a notorious organization, by himself. The shock on Baron Romero's face was palpable as he sought details about Roman's audacious feat. Roman, aware of the need to tread carefully in his response, explained that he had been clandestinely training his swordsmanship skills. Baron Romero, puzzled by the secrecy, questioned why Roman had concealed this endeavor. Roman's revelation unraveled a desire for independence, a longing to escape the cocoon of pampering that surrounded him. Roman expressed that he had spent too long wandering alone and sought to demonstrate that even the perceived fool of the Dimitry family could achieve greatness independently. The conversation pivoted to the core of Roman's revelation, the defeat of Blood Fang. Roman elucidated that the organization, born from illegal loans and sustained through threats and coercion, could crumble if its leader were vanquished. Baron Romero, shocked by Roman's audacity in baiting the Blood Fang leader, Ben Miles, with false information, reprimanded his son for the perceived recklessness of his actions. The discourse explored the calculated risk Roman had taken, utilizing himself as bait. Roman argued that the group, bound by threats and pressure, wouldn't risk their lives to save their leader in a situation where they could regain their freedom. Despite Baron Romero's initial anger, he found himself impressed by Roman's careful planning, decision-making, and the courage to execute the plan. This newfound respect prompted a unique favor from the Baron. He expressed a dying wish to witness Roman's transformed swordsmanship firsthand, eager to see the extent of his son's evolution. Returning to the present, a solemn atmosphere prevailed as it became evident that no one among the aspiring knights was willing to step forward and face Roman in the impending duel. The brown-haired observer contemplated the scenario, concluding that the potential participants saw little to gain in challenging Roman, and the consequences of a loss loomed large. Jonathan, faced with the challenge of an unresponsive crowd, took it upon himself to select a worthy opponent for Roman. His gaze fell upon the brown-haired observer, and with a determined resolve, he called upon Chris, the vice-captain of the Dimitry Knights, to step forward and engage in a duel with Roman. The revelation of Chris as the chosen opponent stirred shock in the atmosphere. The narrative then delved into the past a year ago when Chris first encountered Roman. Reports had surfaced of a disturbance in a restaurant, where a drunkard, causing a ruckus, turned out to be Roman Dimitry. Chris, tasked with restoring order, intervened, only to be slapped by Roman. In that moment, Chris realized the stark truth. Roman had never trained, possessing the strength of a below-average adult man. The revelation left Chris incredulous, unable to reconcile the image of the pathetic individual before him with the status of the Lord's son. Returning to the present, the shock of being chosen for a duel against someone he had once considered trash lingered in Chris' expression. Despite his reluctance, Jonathan insisted that Chris, as vice-captain and witness to Roman's confrontation with Blood Fang, was the rightful candidate for a fair match. Attempting to dissuade Jonathan, Chris conveyed his hesitations about facing Roman. However, Jonathan, armed with the knowledge of Roman's exploits against Blood Fang, asserted that Chris' participation was essential for a fair match. Chris, still grappling with preconceived notions about Roman's abilities, half-heartedly accepted the duel. As Roman and Chris faced each other in the arena, the tension reached its zenith. Jonathan, on the brink of initiating the duel, faced an unexpected request from Chris. He expressed a condition, one that reflected the intensity of his training and the gravity of the impending clash. Chris insisted that any duel involving swords should be treated as a real battle, devoid of mercy. He conveyed his unwavering commitment to this principle, regardless of who his opponent was. Jonathan, standing at the crossroads of decision, looked towards Baron Romero, who, in turn, fixed his gaze upon Roman. The air crackled with anticipation. Roman, seemingly unperturbed, responded with a smile. The unexpected display of confidence from Roman left Chris in a state of shock, challenging his assumptions about the Lord's son. The stage was set for a duel that transcended the physical realm. Within the hallowed grounds of the Dimitry's Territory Training Center, anticipation hung thick in the air. The clash between Roman and Chris, the vice-captain of the Dimitry Knights, promised to be a spectacle that would etch itself into the annals of the Dimitry family history. As Jonathan initiated the duel, the atmosphere crackled with tension. Chris, fueled by determination and perhaps a tinge of resentment, charged forward at Roman with unbridled ferocity. The clash of steel echoed through the training center as Chris unleashed a series of rapid strikes, each aimed at testing Roman's mettle. To the astonishment of onlookers, including fellow knights and instructors, Chris's speed was truly formidable. The brown-haired observer, who had initially dismissed Roman, now found himself reevaluating the situation. Perhaps this duel held more significance than he had anticipated. Jonathan, serving as the overseer of this unexpected contest, couldn't conceal his surprise as Roman skillfully blocked Chris's relentless assault. The clash of blades, the dance of precision and strength, left an indelible mark on the witnesses. Roman's defensive posture proved to be not only stable but also adept at withstanding the onslaught from Chris. As the initial shock settled, Chris, too, registered his own surprise. Backing away, he assessed the situation, recognizing the repulsive force emanating from Roman's hands. The defensive prowess displayed by Roman wasn't what Chris had expected. This realization, however, only fueled Chris's determination to beat Roman decisively. Undeterred, Chris gathered his resolve and charged at Roman with renewed vigor. Roman, seemingly possessing an uncanny ability to anticipate Chris's strikes, dodged with the grace of a seasoned swordsman. The ebb and flow of the duel painted a vivid picture of two skilled combatants locked in a dance of blades. Roman, not content with mere defense, shifted his stance and launched a counterattack. The fluidity of his movements left the onlookers in awe. Chris, determined to break through Roman's defenses, intensified his assault. Blow after blow, the clash of swords echoed through the training center. In a pivotal moment, Chris spotted what seemed like an opening, a chance to deliver a final decisive strike. Roman, however, proved to be one step ahead. Evading Chris' attack, Roman swiftly retaliated, his blade grazing Chris's head. The near miss sent shockwaves through the spectators, leaving them questioning the true extent of Roman's abilities. Baron Dimitry and Jonathan, observing the duel with keen interest, were equally taken aback. The knights, initially skeptical of Roman's prowess, couldn't deny the evidence before them. Roman's skill surpassed expectations, and Chris, the once confident vice-captain, found himself reassessing the situation. Chris, grappling with the realization that Roman possessed abilities far beyond his initial estimation, contemplated the potential consequences of defeat. However, a surge of pride and determination surged within him. There was no way he would allow himself to be bested by the so-called idiot of the Dimitry family, especially not in front of an audience. Gritting his teeth, Roman muttered to himself that it was just a warm-up. He declared that he would take the offensive, aiming to turn the tide in his favor. In the blink of an eye, Roman was about to strike, catching Chris off guard. However, Chris managed to block Roman's attack, though he couldn't shake off the feeling that Roman's speed had intensified. With an impressive display of speed and precision, Roman unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes. The other knights, witnessing this masterful demonstration, couldn't help but be impressed. In contrast, Chris found himself barely holding his ground against Roman's onslaught. The realization dawned on him, continuing at this rate would be perilous. Roman, seemingly in control of the duel, prepared for a decisive strike. In a daring move, he aimed to bring the duel to a swift conclusion. Chris, however, seized what he believed to be an opening. In a surge of determination, he lunged at Roman, intending to take him down. Yet Roman, with a smug smirk, effortlessly evaded Chris's attack. In that moment, Chris realized he had fallen into a carefully orchestrated trap. Roman, confident in his imminent victory, prepared for the final blow. In a surprising turn of events, Chris tapped into an unseen well of power, his aura. A surge of energy surrounded him as he unleashed a powerful sword aura, creating a dazzling explosion that captivated the attention of everyone present. Jonathan, realizing the potential danger, shouted for Chris to stop, but Chris was immersed in the fervor of battle and paid no heed, and fully strike Roman with his sword aura, which creates a huge explosion. To the shock of Baron Dimitry, Jonathan, and the assembled knights, Roman managed to evade the devastating strike by deftly ducking. The ensuing explosion, while impressive, left Roman unscathed. In a swift and decisive move, Roman seized the opportunity created by Chris' reckless maneuver. With a final well-timed strike, Roman brought Chris to his knees. The training center fell into stunned silence as the realization sunk in. Roman, the perceived fool of the Dimitry family, had emerged victorious over the formidable vice-captain of the Dimitry Knights. Jonathan, Baron Dimitry, and the other knights stood in awe of the unexpected outcome. The brown-haired observer, who had witnessed the entire spectacle unfold, now understood that Roman Dimitry was far more than meets the eye. The duel had not only shattered preconceptions, but also established Roman as a force to be reckoned with within the Dimitry legacy. As the echoes of the duel lingered in the air, the training center bore witness to a transformative moment. Roman, once dismissed as an idiot, had emerged triumphant, rewriting the narrative of his capabilities and leaving an indelible mark on the history of the Dimitry family. The scene shifts to the past, where Chris finds himself engaged in a spirited sparring match with Jonathan, a scene that would later be etched in the memories of their fellow knights. The collective astonishment among the onlookers is palpable as Chris, at his tender age, not only manages to hold his ground against the seasoned Jonathan, but also attains the esteemed rank of a 2-star knight. The murmurs of surprise ripple through the assembly, echoing the disbelief at Chris's meteoric rise in the knightly hierarchy. Adding to the intrigue is the revelation that Chris' journey to a one-star knight took a mere 3.5 years, a feat that defies the conventional timeline for such advancements. The whispers of the crowd betray a mix of admiration and curiosity, as they witness the unfolding spectacle of a prodigious talent making its mark on the knightly order. In the midst of the sparring match is when Chris, upon Jonathan's suggestion, takes a knee. However, what follows is a testament to Chris's unwavering determination and resilience. Rising promptly to his feet, he expresses a keen desire for yet another round. Jonathan, perceptive and impressed, recognizes in Chris not only natural aptitude, but also an unyielding work ethic, a combination that distinguishes him as more than a mere prodigy. Fast-forwarding to the present, the once revered swordsman, Chris, finds himself facing an unexpected challenge in the form of Roman. The disbelief etched on the faces of Jonathan and Roman Dimitry mirrors the shockwaves resonating through the knightly enclave. In a moment that challenges the established order, Roman, seemingly an inconspicuous troublemaker a month ago, emerges as a formidable adversary. Roman Dimitry, seeking clarification from Jonathan, inquires whether he had forewarned him about the significance of Deputy Knight Commander Chris, Jonathan's most prized 2-star aura knight. The revelation of Roman's prowess sends ripples of disbelief, challenging the preconceived notions of the onlookers. The skills displayed by Roman transcend the markers of a mere 1 or 2 years of training, hinting at a depth of experience and dedication that defies expectation. Jonathan, with a measured demeanor, dismisses the surprise of his comrades, attributing Roman's extraordinary skills to an innate genius. He points to the fusion of natural talent and relentless work ethic as the catalyst propelling Roman's rapid advancement. While Chris's skills remain commendable, Jonathan acknowledges Roman's unique prowess, labeling him a genius in his own right. Roman, in his assessment, believes that Chris possesses the capability to single-handedly dismantle the notorious Blood Fang gang. The juxtaposition of standards within the order becomes apparent as Jonathan beams with pride for Chris, considering him a skilled warrior by their measures. Yet Roman, with a discerning eye, places Chris at the bottom of his own stringent hierarchy. Despite Roman's initial disbelief at Chris's actions, Roman Dimitry breaks into applause, reveling in the realization that his eldest son is, indeed, a genius in the realm of sword skills. Turning to Jonathan for reassurance, Roman Dimitry seeks confirmation of the revelation, expressing immense joy at the recognition of the latent potential within his progeny. In this revelation, Roman Dimitry finds a profound sense of pride and contentment, grateful for the genius that Chris undeniably embodies. In a moment of triumph and pride, Roman's father beckons him forth and expresses unparalleled happiness at the accomplishment his son has achieved independently. Overflowing with admiration, he commends Roman's success and extends an invitation to applaud the young man for his remarkable feat. Roman's father, exuding a sense of paternal pride, assures his son that a fitting reward awaits him and encourages Roman to articulate any desire he may harbor. With a sly smirk, Roman, cognizant of his impending departure for the battlefield, asserts to his father that rather than seeking exemption from enlistment, he wishes for the autonomy to select his own comrades. The unexpected nature of this request leaves Roman's father visibly surprised. Seeking clarity, Roman's father questions the rationale behind this peculiar choice, given the considerable time remaining before Roman must depart for the battlefield. In response, Roman elucidates his desire for independence in choosing his own team, a sentiment rooted in his belief that such a privilege would be paramount for his success on the impending mission. Acknowledging the gravity of Roman's request, his father acquiesces, conferring upon him the authority to assemble his own team. Roman expresses his gratitude, but there remains one final matter on his mind. Seizing the opportunity, Roman addresses his father with a final request, one that carries the weight of future decisions. Roman's father, attuned to the significance of this moment, assures Roman that as long as he continues to demonstrate the caliber witnessed in his recent achievement, there shall be no grounds for refusal. The scene transitions to Chris's room, where shock washes over him upon learning that Roman wishes to be instructed in the art of aura manipulation. Stunned, Chris turns to Jonathan, expressing his disbelief at the audacity of such a request. Jonathan, unfazed, informs Chris that this directive comes directly from the Lord, emphasizing its non-negotiable nature. Struggling to reconcile the notion of imparting aura knowledge to the very individual he recently engaged in combat, Chris protests, recounting his futile attempt to counter Roman's skillful maneuvers. Chris, desiring nothing more than to retreat into obscurity, finds himself at odds with Jonathan's insistence on undertaking the responsibility of teaching Roman the intricacies of aura manipulation. In an attempt to assuage Chris's reservations, Jonathan proposes an offer that captures Chris's attention, prompting his eyes to widen in curiosity. Jonathan, with a solemn gaze, approaches Chris and expresses a unique proposition: to teach the young master Roman and discern the nuances that set him apart. This request comes with a promise that, should Chris successfully navigate this task, Jonathan pledges to unveil all his closely guarded secrets to him. The weight of this offer leaves Chris visibly stunned, prompting him to seek confirmation on the sincerity behind Jonathan's words. In response to Chris's incredulous inquiry, Jonathan affirms the seriousness of his proposal. He articulates that, in the event of Chris accomplishing the assigned task, the coveted knowledge required to ascend to the esteemed rank of a 3-star Aura Knight will be divulged. The gravity of this pledge hangs in the air as Chris, grappling with the implications, bites his lip in contemplation before ultimately accepting Jonathan's offer. The scene transitions to Roman's chamber, where his butler brings tidings of the castle abuzz with rumors of Roman's extraordinary victory over the deputy knight commander. Roman, contemplating the aftermath of his recent triumph, quizzes his butler on the concept of aura. The butler, candidly admitting his lack of knowledge, suggests that it might be akin to the ability to manipulate mana. Roman, drawing from his experiences in the realm of Murim, perceives a disparity in the terminologies. While the energy demonstrated by Chris is recognized as a surge of power in Murim, the local reference to it as aura strikes him as somewhat inefficient. Roman contemplates the divergence in the utilization of energy, concluding that the inhabitants of this realm may benefit from a deeper understanding of the powers they wield. Anticipating the upcoming training session with Chris, Roman resolves to investigate firsthand the intricacies of aura manipulation in this unfamiliar land. The stage is set for a collision of knowledge and perspectives. The narrative shifts outdoors, where Roman and Chris stand facing each other. A subtle smile graces Roman's face, eliciting a surge of irritation from Chris. Managing to quell his rising frustration, Chris decides to lay the groundwork before delving into their training session. With a composed demeanor, he begins to enlighten Roman on the intricacies of aura. Chris elucidates that aura is a specialized manifestation of mana, specifically tailored for the utilization by knights. In contrast to magicians who channel mana through circlets, knights store this potent energy throughout their bodies. The historical luminary in the realm of aura was Emperor Alexandro, credited with the groundbreaking insight that disseminating stored mana across the body could fortify one's physical prowess. Aura then becomes the act of projecting this accumulated mana outward, concentrating and releasing it for a surge in power. Acknowledging the historical context, Chris assures Roman that the arcane origins of mana are not paramount for their immediate endeavor. Instead, he steers the conversation towards the rarity of individuals who can harness mana effectively. Approximately 1 in 1,000 men choose the path of an aura knight, while a mere 1 in tens of thousands can traverse the intricate route of a magician. The pivotal initial step for an aspiring aura knight is the ability to sense mana, a hurdle most fail to surmount. Chris reflects on his own journey, recounting that it took him about half a year to develop this sensory capability, a time frame considered commendable, given that many take more than a year to achieve even basic mana perception. Here, innate talent emerges as a decisive factor. Roman, absorbing this newfound knowledge, expresses eagerness to commence training with a focus on mana sensing. Intrigued, he queries Chris about the methodology employed in honing this skill. Chris willingly agrees to share his insights, contemplating the latent pride Roman might harbor after triumphing over him in their recent match. However, Chris cautions Roman that their training won't be as straightforward as Roman perceives. Proficiency in swordsmanship, which Roman has demonstrated, differs significantly from talent in mana manipulation. The impending reality check, Chris hints, will reveal the nuanced challenges that lie ahead. Unbeknownst to Roman, the premise of their aura training might require recalibration. Considering Roman's existing awareness of mana sensing and his exposure to the teachings of the Heavenly Demon Magician, in the pursuit of mastery, Roman harbors a conviction that relying solely on his existing knowledge is a shortcut to degradation. Even in the face of tasks whose rationale eludes his comprehension, Roman acknowledges the necessity of familiarizing himself with the processes before him. Chris, a mentor of sorts, advises Roman to attune himself to the cadence of his breath and to focus intently, emphasizing the importance of sensory awareness regarding every point of contact with Roman's body. A crucial juncture arises as Roman begins to channel mana into a singular focal point within his body, the precursor to manifesting what is known as aura. It becomes apparent that Roman's initial struggles with the process yield results as his aura materializes. Yet a twist awaits, confounding expectations. In the mind of Chris, the mentor, Roman's manifestation of aura signifies the attainment of a one-star aura knight status. However, to Chris's astonishment, Roman's entire being is enveloped in a fiery aura, surpassing the anticipated outcome. Roman, in his introspective musings, deems the conventional method of harnessing ki in Murim, wherein waste is purged to facilitate the storage of ki within the body, as inadequate for this new world. Here, the gathering of mana and its natural diffusion throughout the body contrasts sharply with the Murim approach. In this realm, mana, while abundant, is lighter and more prone to escaping the corporeal form. The disparity extends to the methods employed by the denizens of this world, including Chris, whose utilization of aura mirrors Murim's external arts in training the physique, but lacks efficacy in mana retention. The inefficiency of a sword that releases stored mana further underscores the divergent principles at play. Roman, discerning the limitations of this world's techniques, foresees a protracted training regimen yielding little progress. His skepticism is met with incredulity from Chris, who questions the ease with which Roman achieved what took him over a decade to accomplish. In the face of Chris's inquiry, Roman bursts into laughter. The mentor, puzzled, confronts Roman about the apparent mockery of his earnest efforts. In a pivotal exchange between Roman and Chris, Roman raises a thought-provoking question. Amidst Chris's relentless pursuit of his goals, has he ever critically assessed the efficacy of his chosen training methods? The query leaves Chris visibly shocked, prompting him to seek clarification from Roman. Roman, in response, delves into the common tendency of individuals to unquestioningly embrace traditional, inherited training methods as the optimal approach. As Roman learns aura manipulation from Chris, a contemplative air surrounds him. He wonders aloud why people remain fixated on these established methods despite their evident flaws. Is it rooted in ignorance, or is it a testament to Chris's unwavering faith in Captain Jonathan? These reflections underscore Roman's discerning nature and his inclination to question the status quo. Roman succinctly articulates that the simplicity of teaching these established methods contributes to their perpetuation. The reluctance to expose individuals to potential failure or criticism becomes a driving force behind the continuation of such practices. While acknowledging the importance of Chris's decade-long training, Roman points out the irony that Chris never once questioned the methods employed during this extensive period. This realization becomes the source of Roman's amusement, visible in his subtle laughter at Chris's expense. Undeterred by Chris's astonishment, Roman continues his discourse, passing by him with a conviction that there is no perfect answer in the world. He emphasizes that even the methods he, himself, has chosen to follow were born out of a single individual's concerns for their successors. This revelation highlights the intrinsic link between tradition and the well-intentioned worries of those who paved the way. In a philosophical turn, Roman explores the notion that these worries are the root cause of pain in life. Confronting challenges and criticisms during moments of failure becomes the crucible for personal growth. Yet Roman argues change is essential, drawing parallels to his own life, where he rejected his father's teachings to forge an individual path. As the conversation unfolds, Roman proposes they conclude their training, prompting Chris to seek guidance on his future endeavors. Then Chris asks Roman to tell him what he should do from now on here. The narrative then takes a poignant detour into Roman's past life. A vivid memory emerges where Roman triumphs over a formidable warrior. In the aftermath of the intense encounter, Baek Joong-Hyuk, also known as Roman, sought out the warrior who had faced him in battle. With a blend of curiosity and inquiry, Roman questioned the warrior's intent to persist in retaliation. The warrior, however, humbly acknowledged his defeat and revealed that the Blood Demon sect, under his command, would now align itself with Jong of the Heavenly Demon sect. In a moment of candid reflection, the warrior admitted to Roman, or Baek Joong-Hyuk, that this was the first occasion he had encountered someone as formidable as Jong. Sensing an opportunity for guidance, the warrior posed a question similar to the one previously asked by Chris of Roman. "What steps must I take to attain the strength you embody, Joong-Hyuk?" In a profound declaration, the warrior expressed his commitment to Joong-Hyuk, proclaiming a decision to dedicate his life to the formidable warrior. The warrior emphasized the mutual benefits that could be derived from his own journey towards greater strength. In a fervent plea, he implored Joong-Hyuk to share the wisdom and counsel needed for his progression. The scene seamlessly shifts back to the present, where Roman discerns a similar warrior spirit in Chris. Recognizing that Chris has willingly set aside his pride to pursue strength, Roman finds the unfolding dynamics in this world intriguing. His subtle smirk reveals a growing fascination with Chris's journey and the evolving complexities of their shared narrative. In a moment of earnest conversation, Roman countered Chris's revelation by expressing his reluctance to divulge such information. Chris, undeterred, inquired about what Roman desired him to do instead. Roman clarified that he simply advised Chris to break away from the ingrained methods he had adhered to throughout his life. He emphasized that offering a direct answer would only replicate the life choices Chris had made thus far. However, Roman proposed an alternative approach. He suggested that if Chris wished to seek answers firsthand, he should shadow Roman and glean insights from observing his actions. This unexpected proposition left Chris visibly surprised. Roman further disclosed his imminent departure for war in 6 months, urging Chris to closely observe how he confronted various adversaries and triumphed over challenges. Roman encouraged Chris to scrutinize the diverse strategies employed in overcoming foes. In a final compelling statement, Roman outlined a long-term commitment. He challenged Chris to follow him for a decade and witness the evolution of his strength. Roman asserted that by the end of this period, Chris would likely discover the answers he sought if he remained steadfast in his journey alongside Roman. Chris sat in his room, overwhelmed with a sense of melancholy. Memories flooded his mind, particularly those of his days as a trainee knight alongside Jonathan. Back then, he had worked hard to earn the title of a 2-star knight. However, after a conversation with Roman, uncertainty clouded Chris's thoughts, leaving him grappling with the question of what to do next. In a later meeting with Jonathan at the office, Chris decided to open up about his dilemma. He expressed his intention to resign from the knighthood and join Roman on the battlefield, driven by a desire to grow stronger. Jonathan was taken aback by this revelation, sensing that there was more to Chris's decision than met the eye. Chris confirmed that something had indeed happened, prompting Jonathan to carefully consider the gravity of Chris's choice. Acknowledging the weight behind Chris's decision, Jonathan conveyed his understanding. He informed Chris that henceforth he would no longer be affiliated with the Knights of Dimitry. Despite the separation, Jonathan expressed his hope that Chris would protect young Master Roman in his pursuit of strength. Grateful for everything, Chris thanked Jonathan, who reflected on the transformation of the once grieving child he had found on the battlefield. Jonathan, recognizing the evolution in Chris, stood up and shared his conviction that even Chris choosing to follow young Master Roman signified Roman's growth. He assured Chris that Roman was no longer the foolhardy noble Jonathan had once known. Urging Chris into another room, Jonathan emphasized the necessity for Chris to prepare himself for the challenges ahead. To survive on the battlefield, Jonathan believed Chris needed a unique skill, a secret weapon he could call his own. Chris gets happy hearing this. The news of Roman's prowess spread beyond the confines of their meeting. People in the market discussed how Roman, once considered a mediocre noble, had single-handedly defeated the formidable Blood Fang. Kevin, overhearing this, couldn't believe that Roman had accomplished such a feat. He wondered if Roman had done it to fulfill his promise to Kevin, though skepticism lingered. Despite the revelation, Kevin's boss snapped him back to reality, reminding him to focus on his work. In the face of uncertainty and change, Kevin clutched the box tightly, the weight of it mirroring the burning determination in his eyes. In that quiet moment, he found himself contemplating a profound desire. The aspiration to embody the strength and resilience he saw in young Master Roman, to become a force formidable enough to shield those around him, to be a protector in a world still haunted by threats like the ominous Blood Fang. For Kevin, the path forward demanded strength, a strength he believed he lacked but desperately needed to acquire to safeguard his family from the unpredictable dangers of their existence. As he ambled along, absorbed in his thoughts, Kevin's eyes widened with shock. There, standing before him, was young Master Roman. The unexpected encounter left Kevin bewildered, his mind struggling to comprehend why Roman would be in this place at this time. A sense of awe washed over Kevin, and without a second thought, he found himself instinctively bowing before the young master. Gratitude poured from Kevin's words as he thanked Roman for the intervention that had allowed his family to persevere through challenging times. Roman, always composed, responded with a calm reassurance. He encouraged Kevin not to dwell on the past and inquired about Kevin's well-being. Kevin, in turn, shared the positive changes that had unfolded in his life after the confrontation with the Blood Fang. The threats had ceased, and he had found gainful employment through the assistance of Mar Hance. Kevin was grateful for the turn of events but struggled to find words adequate enough to express his profound gratitude to young Master Roman. In response, Roman, with a calm and collected demeanor, extended an unexpected offer. If Kevin were to accept, Roman pledged not only to alleviate the financial burdens that weighed heavily on Kevin's family, but also to elevate their standard of living to one of comfort and abundance. He promised Kevin a life far removed from the toil of his current employment, where leisure time would be marked by luxury rather than the grind of daily work. Roman assured Kevin that he was fully committed to making this transformation a reality, provided Kevin reciprocated with a pledge of unwavering loyalty. Kevin found himself grappling with the enormity of Roman's proposition. A life beyond his wildest dreams hung tantalizingly before him, contingent upon his allegiance to young Master Roman. Roman painted a vivid picture of a future where Kevin's family need not worry about financial struggles, where their days would be marked by security and opulence. The allure of such a life was undeniable, and yet the commitment required gave Kevin pause. In a moment of solemn determination, Kevin lowered his head to the floor, a symbolic act of acceptance that signaled his commitment to Roman's terms. He pledged not only his service but his very life to young Master Roman. In his earnest devotion, Kevin swore to follow any command issued by Roman, even if it meant facing death. The only condition, Roman's solemn promise to safeguard Kevin's family, an assurance that Kevin's fate was now irrevocably intertwined with Roman's will. Observing this display of unwavering loyalty, Roman couldn't help but smile. Kevin's commitment, sealed with his own blood, evoked memories of a wild stallion from Roman's past, a creature untamed, relentless, and fiercely loyal. The image also conjured thoughts of the blood demon, a formidable warrior whose fervor mirrored Kevin's own. Roman sensed that in Kevin he had found a kindred spirit, someone who, like the crazed stallion and the blood demon, would prove to be an invaluable asset in the times to come. With a satisfied smile, Roman formally declared that, from that moment onward, Kevin's life belonged to him. The pact was sealed, and Roman anticipated that Kevin's loyalty would be an investment well worth the effort. The narrative pivots to the resplendent palace where Roman, the master of this regal domain, confides in Hans, his venerable butler. Roman divulges the story of Kevin, the novice in their midst, entrusting Hans with the pivotal role of aiding Kevin in navigating the opulent yet unfamiliar intricacies of life within the palace walls. In a gesture of benevolence, Roman assures Kevin of his imminent return, leaving the newcomer to express profound gratitude for the unforeseen turn of events. Before Roman departs, he imparts a directive to Kevin, guiding him to the library should he require any assistance. Kevin, grappling with the magnitude of the moment, sincerely thanks Roman for his unparalleled generosity. Roman proceeds to the sanctuary of knowledge that is the library, leading Kevin under the watchful guidance of Hans, the stalwart custodian of the estate. Within the hallowed halls of the library, Roman delves into the profound teachings of a tome delineating the path of an aura knight. The text unfurls the intricate stages of ascending within the ranks of this prestigious order, with the embodiment of aura serving as the hallmark of progression. The mere glimmer of aura designates one as a modest 1-star aura knight. Advancement to the esteemed 2-star rank requires the demonstration of the ability to cut through steel using the ethereal force of aura. The intensity and strength of this manifested aura become the benchmarks that determine an individual's rank. Ascending to the revered status of a 3-star aura knight places one beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals, warranting exclusive treatment within the kingdom's hierarchy. As Roman immerses himself in the illuminating pages of the book, the narrative unfolds the elusive lore of the 6-star knights. Whispers of their existence, said to dwell within the mythical Salamander continent, echo through the ages. Astonishingly, tales of individuals attaining the fabled 7th-star rank remain shrouded in mystery. Even among the illustrious top 10 ranked knights, few have managed to ascend to the exalted 6th star. In Roman's discerning eyes, the prowess displayed by a 2-star knight, exemplified by the formidable Chris, and even the esteemed Jonathan, a 3-star knight, appears diminutive compared to the awe-inspiring might of those at the 6th star. Roman contemplates the ethereal flames these elite knights conjure from their blades, spanning tens of meters with impacts that transcend the realm of mortal understanding. The narrative introduces the enigmatic 12 Blades of the Continent, a pantheon of individuals who have achieved the mythical 6-star rank. Irrespective of race or nationality, these 12 knights are revered as if they were royalty. Armed with the information gleaned, Roman acknowledges the formidable nature of these knights, astutely recognizing that their ascent to such extraordinary heights with what he deems as inefficient usage of ki signifies an innate and unparalleled talent. Roman's ruminations gracefully say into contemplation of magicians, particularly those who ascend to the seventh circle rank and are honored with the prestigious title of archmage. These enigmatic beings, perceived as a fusion of mortal and divine, embody a walking cataclysm, their power waiting to be unleashed upon the world. These archmages are more dangerous than the six-star aura knights. Roman thinks that magic abilities don't exist within Murim, and now Roman thinks he has a pretty good idea of what to do. Roman thinks he won't know when he will be facing these beings, and while it will be rare that old man Dimitry will do something risky, the fact that he can't predict what might happen is what makes this dangerous for Roman. As someone inherently restless, never destined to remain confined like others, Roman contemplates the need to amass experiences, to carve out a life that satisfies his intrinsic desires, even if it involves navigating the treacherous waters of magic. Excitement courses through Roman as he envisions the adventures that await him in this uncharted territory. The scene shifts to a room, a hallowed space where Roman and Hans make their entrance. Hans, the ever-efficient butler, unveils the room's history as a workshop once utilized by the old baron. Hans, meticulous as always, took measures to ensure strict prohibition against outsiders, going to the extent of preventing the passage of air. Roman, discerning the potential of this secluded space, deems it the ideal locale for honing his newfound magical prowess. Expressing his intent to dedicate the upcoming week to rigorous magical training, Roman assures Hans that he won't require sustenance during this period. A steely gaze accompanies Roman's request for absolute privacy. He instructs Hans to permit no one to enter, emphasizing that interruptions are only permissible if Roman's people face imminent danger. Hans, understanding the gravity of the directive, nods affirmatively, leaves the room, and firmly seals the door behind him, leaving Roman in his mystical sanctuary. Within the confines of this room, Roman surveys the straw scattered on the floor, a well-intentioned but disruptive addition by Hans. Appreciating the gesture, Roman recognizes that it disrupts the flow of ki, the life force energy. Setting the straw aside, Roman settles onto the floor, assuming a meditative posture. The intention is to commence the journey towards mastering the techniques of the Heavenly Demon Magician, a path fraught with challenges and revelations. Roman initiates the creation of an aura around him, a critical step to expel impurities from his body and attune himself to the magical energies that lie dormant within. However, the process takes an unexpected turn, marked by the emergence of blood from Roman's face. The mana, the essence of magical power coursing through his body, encounters impediments, revealing an unusual concentration of impurities. Roman, anticipating this challenge, remains unfazed, understanding that it's a necessary phase to gather the minimum mana required to progress to the next stage. The room becomes a crucible of determination as Roman grapples with the consequences of his magical pursuit. The act of bleeding becomes symbolic, a testament to the purification process underway. Roman's resilience shines through as he navigates the turbulent currents of mana, resolving to reclaim his original strength by gathering the essential energies required to traverse the mystical path before him. The stage is set for Roman's odyssey into the mystical unknown as he seeks to harness the powers that lie dormant within him. The current stage of his journey, a relentless pursuit to reclaim the strength of the heavenly demon, marks only the inception of what lies ahead. Fast forward a week, and the scene unfolds in Dimitry's palace. Viscount Lawrence, accompanied by his daughter Flora, has arrived to meet Roman. Seeking information on Roman's whereabouts, the servant informs them that he is currently occupied with pressing matters. Despite the potential discomfort stemming from their unannounced visit, they are directed to the living room to await Roman. As they settle in, Viscount Lawrence, perceptive of the underlying tensions, reflects on the palpable reluctance emanating from the Dimitry household. Anticipating a meeting laden with tension, Viscount Lawrence takes a moment to caution Flora. He emphasizes the need for circumspection and restraint in her words and actions, especially in light of her recent decision to disengage from Roman. Flora, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, affirms her understanding of her father's counsel. The narrative then shifts to the Lawrence Palace, where Flora had earlier divulged her decision to sever ties with Roman. Viscount Lawrence, upon hearing this revelation, is taken back. He expresses disbelief in his daughter's seemingly impulsive action, questioning her about her understanding of the intricate dynamics within their territory. Flora, initially resolute, asserts the Lawrence family's strength and resilience, implying that they can weather any storm without the Dimitry alliance. However, Viscount Lawrence provides a stark reality check. He lays bare the complex web of political intrigue surrounding their territory. The Barco family, having borrowed extensively from the gold bank, now stands as a formidable adversary. In response, Viscount Lawrence strategically aligned with the Dimitry family, recognizing them as the only ones capable of fending off the impending threat from Barco. Flora's abrupt disengagement jeopardizes this crucial alliance. The conflict, Viscount Lawrence elucidates, has transcended familial disputes. Political machinations involving dubious documents and orders, coupled with support for the Barco family, paint a grim picture. The central government's involvement signals a conspiracy that extends far beyond the scale of a mere familial feud. Viscount Lawrence impresses upon Flora the gravity of their situation, extending to the potential loss of land, honor, and even Flora herself, the cherished flower of Lawrence. Flora, confronted with the harsh realities, is left in a state of shock. Returning to the present, Flora reflects on her willful ignorance and acknowledges that her selfish motivations led her to ignore the dire circumstances facing their territory. She recognizes the urgency to cast aside the pride associated with being the flower of Lawrence and confront the reality that persists outside the bubble of her own desires. The narrative then shifts back to the Baron's location, where Roman, the central figure in this intricate drama, is engrossed in rigorous training. The butler, a figure of concern and responsibility, grapples with the dilemma of whether to approach Roman. Viscount Lawrence and Lady Flora have been waiting since morning, and the day has now transitioned into evening. The butler contemplates breaking Roman's solitude, but a recollection of Roman's explicit instruction not to disturb him restrains any impulsive action. As Hans the butler navigates this internal struggle, the door unexpectedly swings open, revealing the figure of the young master Roman. Hans, startled yet relieved, stands witness to Roman's emergence from his seclusion. Returning to the living room, Baron Lawrence and his daughter Flora find themselves in a state of heightened anticipation as they await Roman's arrival. The room, thick with tension, bears witness to the unfolding drama that has roots in Flora's earlier misstep. Baron Lawrence, contemplating the chain of events set into motion by his daughter's mistake, recognizes the imperative of ensuring the survival of the Lawrence family. In his eyes, the marriage between Roman and Flora stands as a strategic move to secure their position. However, a disquieting feeling gnaws at him, and unable to contain his frustration, he abruptly rises from his seat. Voicing his dissatisfaction, he asserts that he will personally seek out Baron Dimitry, determined to address the perceived injustice. Stepping into Baron Dimitry's office with an air of palpable anger, Baron Lawrence doesn't mince words. He questions the prolonged delay and expresses disbelief at what he perceives as Dimitry's cruelty. Baron Dimitry, maintaining a composed demeanor, acknowledges the sentiments but probes whether an appointment had been scheduled for the meeting. Flora's father conveys that although their visit was unannounced, they had communicated their intention to meet Dimitry a week ago. He further explains that the impetus behind this unexpected visit is Roman's refusal to respond to their requests and the ensuing lack of communication. In response, Baron Dimitry, his expression serious and composed, queries whether Lawrence's grievance is solely about the wait and if he has come solely to express discontent over the delay. However, before Baron Lawrence can respond, Dimitry discloses a crucial piece of information that casts a new light on the situation. On the day Flora Lawrence visited the Dimitry family, Roman had already informed his father about his intention to break off the arranged marriage. While Baron Dimitry scolded Roman for his decision, he recognized the underlying dynamics. He reveals that it was apparent, even to a 3-year-old, that Flora was the reason behind Roman's desire to terminate the arranged marriage. This revelation adds a layer of complexity to the situation. Acknowledging the sensitive nature of the circumstance, Baron Dimitry chose not to question Roman further. Having experienced the unwanted imposition of an arranged marriage himself, Dimitry understood the complexities involved. To him, it seemed ironic that the Lawrences, who had initiated the arranged marriage, were now oblivious to their own role in the unfolding drama. Despite Dimitry's reluctance to meet in the first place, the Lawrences, seemingly unaware of their own missteps, came to him with complaints. Faced with this unexpected disclosure, Baron Lawrence finds himself without a retort. Baron Dimitry underscores the Lawrence family's oversight in their own actions, emphasizing that his anger over a short wait pales in comparison to the Lawrences' ignorance of their own mistakes. Then Baron Dimitry tells them that about a month ago they received contact from the Barco family, and if they decided to move forward with an arranged marriage with the Barco family instead of the Lawrence family, and even the Barco family would give Dimitry a chance to make connections with the central government and give them part of the Lawrence territory. Even then, Baron Dimitry still decided to decline the Barco family offer and then asked the Viscount Dimitrans, does he know the reason why he decided to do that? Viscount Lawrence asked Baron Dimitry why he declined the offer, as it would have been more advantageous for them to take Barco's offer from their perspective. In response, Baron Dimitry, maintaining a straightforward demeanor, explained that the reason was simple. Despite the potential benefits of aligning with the Barco family, Dimitry, with an already established source of power, opted for the option that aligned with his personal preferences. Dimitry disclosed a crucial factor that influenced his decision: the admiration of the eldest son of the Dimitry family for the flower of Lawrence. It was this sentiment that propelled Dimitry into a conflict with the Barco family, a decision he now viewed as a mistake. Viscount Lawrence, reflecting on the situation, realized the gravity of his own actions driven by anger. Recognizing the magnitude of his mistake, he grappled with the consequences and contemplated the next steps. Baron Dimitry, unapologetically, pointed out the apparent mismatch between the flower of Lawrence and the fool of the Dimitry. Despite this, he emphasized that the Lawrence family should have remembered the essence of the Dimitry name. According to Dimitry, once the Dimitry family's name was associated with Roman, his value underwent a significant transformation. Furthermore, Dimitry questioned the desperation behind the push for this marriage, subtly shifting the perspective to highlight the Lawrence family's eagerness. In response to Dimitry's pointed queries, Flora Lawrence found her thoughts drifting back to her days at the academy. In that environment where children from royal families congregated to build knowledge and relationships, she recalled a peculiar figure, a child from the Joel family. The Joel family, a small and seemingly inconspicuous entity, existed more in name than in substance. Flora vividly remembered an incident when Joel, making a minor mistake, became the subject of an orchestrated punishment committee. While other children faced negligible consequences for their errors, Joel's situation escalated. Flora witnessed teachers scolding Joel, and a man, presumably his father, appeared to apologize on his behalf. The father pleaded for forgiveness and vowed to personally instruct his son. Flora, observing from the sidelines, couldn't shake the feeling of sadness at the unfolding scene. Returning to the present, Flora found a wry sense of amusement in her reflection on those bygone days. The contrast between the gravity of the present situation and the seemingly trivial incidents from her past struck her as ironic. Observing the head of the Lawrence family apologizing to the Dimitrys on her behalf, Flora reflects on a past memory involving Joel, a member of a seemingly weak family who faced apologies and repercussions. This memory prompts Flora to draw parallels between Joel's perceived weakness then and the Lawrence family's current situation. In her perspective, this world adheres to a principle where the weak bow down to the strong. As the Lawrences offer apologies, Flora contemplates the dynamics at play, recognizing the inevitability of submission in a world driven by strength. The door opens, revealing Roman, who has undergone a striking transformation with newly dyed purple hair, exuding a cool aura. The surprise is palpable among those present in the room. Roman approaches his father, and an inquiry follows about his completion of training. Roman confirms the completion but defers the discussion to a later time. However, his father redirects attention to the Lawrence family's visit regarding the arranged marriage matter, prompting raised eyebrows from Roman. Roman's father conveys a decision to follow Roman's lead as the head of Dimitry and his father. Roman acknowledges the weight of this decision, understanding the potential consequences of uniting the two families. The conversation turns to Roman's initial decision to proceed with the marriage, prompting an inquiry about his motivations. Roman explains that initially he believed there was value in that decision. However, his perspective shifted upon meeting Flora on the first day. Learning about her reservations regarding the arranged marriage altered Roman's thoughts. He surmises that Flora likely heard rumors about the perceived foolishness associated with the Dimitry family. Recognizing that public opinion might not reflect his true character, Roman expresses his desire to share his life with someone who judges him based on personal interactions. Therefore, Roman asserts his decision to break off the marriage, advocating for no changes to occur. In this moment, Roman's stance crystallizes, grounded in a newfound understanding shaped by personal connections and genuine sentiment. In the aftermath of the revelation that Roman wishes to call off the engagement, a palpable tension grips the room. Flora's father, processing this unexpected turn of events, begins to believe that this arranged marriage, which once seemed like a strategic move for the Lawrence family, is now a thing of the past. The Lawrences, already burdened with a somewhat tarnished reputation, realized that no reputable family would be willing to proceed with an arranged marriage under such circumstances. Flora's father, contemplating the weight of the situation, determines that the family must confront and resolve their internal issues without relying on external alliances. Baron Lawrence, patriarch of the family, furrows his brow as he contemplates the potential consequences. Concerned that a collaboration between Dimitry and Barco might leave the Lawrence family vulnerable and unable to mount an effective defense, he takes a moment to reflect on a strategy to avert this crisis. Baron Lawrence, recognizing the gravity of the situation, decides to humble himself before Baron Dimitry. Bowing slightly, Baron Lawrence apologizes to Baron Dimitry, emphasizing that the entire debacle is a consequence of actions taken by the Lawrence family. He expresses regret and remorse, acknowledging that mistakes were made within their own household. Baron Lawrence, in an attempt to salvage the situation, assures Baron Dimitry that the Lawrence family will forego collecting taxes from those belonging to their lineage. However, Baron Lawrence is acutely aware that this monetary gesture, though intended as a meaningful apology, might hold little significance to the affluent owner of Oran Miners. Nevertheless, he hopes that it serves as a symbolic act of contrition, an olive branch extended to quell the burgeoning feud between the two families. Baron Dimitry, a figure of poise and grace, listens attentively to Baron Lawrence's apology. However, he dismisses the need for such gestures, revealing a mindset that doesn't dwell on potential future conflicts. In his eyes, the Dimitrys are not ones to meticulously weigh their options when confronted with the prospect of future disputes. He advises Baron Lawrence to make a public announcement attributing the end of the engagement to Flora's personal reasons. This, he suggests, would nullify any reason for Dimitry to align with the Barco family, effectively diffusing the potential collaboration that worried Baron Lawrence. Flora's father, relieved at Baron Dimitry's understanding, expresses gratitude for his wisdom and guidance. As they prepare to leave the room, a lingering gaze from Lawrence Dimitry towards Roman hints at a realization. Had he been fully aware of Roman's true worth, he might have been more cautious in advising Flora against impulsive decisions. In this moment of reflection, he acknowledges his own oversight. As the Lawrences exit the room, Roman's father seizes the opportunity to inquire about Roman's experiences over the past week. Roman, recounting the events, explains that the past 7 days were dedicated to intensive training within the confines of a shed. During this period, his focus was on purifying his body, eliminating all impurities, in a quest to attain the coveted human stage of development. As Roman traverses the intricate stages of the human journey, each step unfolds as a crucial building block toward his ultimate transformation into a heavenly demon magician. The Murim standards may not readily applaud these achievements, but within the context of a world saturated with abundant mana and the imperative need to purify Roman's body of lingering impurities, every foundational stride takes on profound significance. The tangible, observable changes in Roman's physical appearance stand as irrefutable proof that he has undergone a metamorphosis, emerging as an entirely distinct entity from his former self. Articulating the depth of this profound transformation to his father poses a formidable challenge. Roman, however, decides to open a window into his solitary training, revealing that amidst the rigorous regimen, he managed to unlock his mind. Though the specifics elude his recollection, Roman holds steadfast to the belief that mana has commenced its circulation throughout his body. The revelation leaves Baron Dimitry, the venerable patriarch of the Dimitry family, visibly taken aback. Learning that Roman has achieved mana circulation, a rare phenomenon enhancing physical capabilities by harnessing natural mana within the body, leaves Baron Dimitry astonished. Such feats are typically reserved for a select few. Witnessing Roman, often dismissed as the fool of Dimitry, accomplish extraordinary tasks, such as confronting the formidable Bloodfang, compels Baron Dimitry to acknowledge that Roman is charting a transformative path beyond the understanding of ordinary mortals. Yet in the face of these awe-inspiring developments, Baron Dimitry maintains the unwavering stance of a father. He underscores to Roman that, irrespective of the extraordinary journey he embarks upon, Roman remains his son. Baron Dimitry issues a poignant reminder, urging Roman to be mindful that his father is ready to extend a helping hand whenever it is needed. Emphasizing the importance of Roman's lineage as the son of Romero Dimitry, Baron Dimitry assures Roman of steadfast support from the shadows. This revelation instigates a profound shift in Roman's perception. Reflecting on his time in Murim, where his father's demeanor was marked by coldness and distance, Roman is moved by the stark contrast presented by his father on earth, a figure not characterized by coldness or ruthlessness, but one offering genuine and unwavering support. This newfound connection with his father fills Roman with gratitude, manifesting in a heartfelt smile and a sincere expression of thanks. Exiting his father's office, Roman's path intertwines with that of Flora, adding yet another layer to the intricate tapestry of his experiences. In a moment of vulnerability and sincerity, Flora extends a heartfelt apology to Roman. She acknowledges the hastiness of her judgments and the resultant complications that reverberated through both of their families. Roman, now radiating confidence and a newfound understanding, responds with grace, assuring Flora that there is no need for an apology. He articulates that, irrespective of their shared past, he had no intentions of continuing with the marriage. As Roman gracefully walks away, leaving Flora to contemplate the shifting dynamics of their relationship, Flora approached Roman quietly from behind, acknowledging the justified anger that simmered within him. Despite their arranged marriage, she understood that neither of them had willingly agreed to it. Moreover, Flora acknowledged her lapse in breaking the promise without prior discussion. However, seizing the moment, she felt compelled to share a crucial revelation with Roman. There was a special reason behind the abrupt cancellation of their impending marriage. Roman, taken aback by this unexpected disclosure, turned to gaze at Flora, a mix of surprise and curiosity etched on his features. Flora began to unravel the intricacies of the situation. During a social gathering hosted by the royal families of the Northeast, a damaging rumor had circulated. It suggested that Flora would be engaged to a member of the Dimitry family. The rumor, however, took a darker turn, insinuating that Roman Dimitry himself indulged in the consumption of drugs, substances that corrode one's sanity and erode knowledge. This revelation struck Roman with a certain gravity. Flora believed it was essential for him to know, despite the falsity of the rumors. At that time, she found herself unable to ignore the malicious gossip that had taken hold of their social circles. Roman, processing this information, assured Flora that regardless of the rumors, their relationship remained unchanged. He comforted her, expressing that there was no need for her to harbor worries any longer. With those words, Roman departed, leaving Flora to contemplate the significance of their conversation. Later that evening, Roman found solace in the library, accompanied by his loyal butler, Hans. The weight of Flora's words lingered in his thoughts. As Roman reflected, he realized that during his intensive training, he had been unable to sense any traces of drugs circulating within his body. This fact stood in stark contrast to the rumors that had suggested otherwise. While signs of medicinal use were apparent in the process of ending the previous Roman's life, it became evident that any remnants of such substances had been completely purged from his system during the rigorous training. Intrigued by these revelations, Roman turned to Hans for insight. He questioned whether Hans had ever witnessed him partaking in drugs or if there had been instances where Hans suspected him of such behavior. Hans, visibly taken aback by the inquiry, was shocked to hear Roman pose such questions. Clarifying that he wasn't jesting, Roman explained that he sought to use this moment to reevaluate his life choices. Instead of relying solely on his own memories, he aimed to gain an external perspective, an unbiased lens through which to scrutinize his past actions and decisions. Hans, unsure of how to broach the topic with Roman, eventually musters the courage to share his observations. Although he hasn't directly witnessed anything, there were instances when Hans found Roman's actions a bit peculiar. In response to Roman's inquiry about when this occurred, Hans recalls an incident from a month ago. During this time, Roman had just returned from a social gathering. While the event itself didn't seem noteworthy, Hans noticed that Roman appeared to be in an unusual state upon his return. Subsequently, it seemed to Hans that Roman had lost the will to live, confining himself to his room. Night after night, Roman would request excessive amounts of alcohol. This led Hans to speculate that Roman might have accessed drugs during that particular party. Clarifying his thoughts, Hans conveys to Roman that, though he initially found the idea far-fetched, it was a concern that lingered. Roman, absorbing this information, reflects on the social gathering hosted by the royal families. Seeking more clarity, he asks Hans if he knows who hosted that party. Hans identifies the host as Anthony Barco, the eldest son of the Barco family. This revelation triggers a cascade of thoughts for Roman. Recalling the events from the perspective of the previous Roman, who had an arranged marriage planned with the Lawrence family, attending a social party hosted by the Barco family had led to abrupt changes in his mental state. Eventually, he decided to take his own life. Connecting the dots, Roman begins to piece together the puzzle of what transpired during that social gathering. Roman found himself grappling with a cascade of perplexing thoughts concerning the demise of the old Roman, a deep dive into the will revealed an unsettling focus. The old Roman's decision to partake in battle instead of allowing his two younger siblings to face the perils. What struck Roman as odd was the sole mention of fear of the unknown on the battlefield. But here's the twist. Roman, the current one, was already betrothed to Flora, and in the intricate tapestry of royalty, wedded members had ample avenues to sidestep the grim call to war. The perplexity deepened as Roman pondered why the old Roman, seemingly on the brink of marital bliss, chose to end his own life out of fear. Something didn't quite add up in Roman's discerning mind. The scrutiny of his own circumstances intensified Roman's internal investigation. He had been promised to Flora, and marriage, a sanctuary from the battlefield, awaited him. A confounding reality lay before Roman. While there were numerous ways for him to avoid the tumult of war, the old Roman had chosen the path of no return. This disconcerting revelation fueled Roman's conviction that there was more to the story than met the eye. Roman, perched on a sofa in contemplation, turned to Hans for solace and answers. He inquired about the nature of the relationship between Hans and Anthony Barco. Hans's response was an unsettling revelation. No one had spent time with Roman lately, and an air of animosity seemed to have enveloped him. Particularly around the time discussions about his union with Lawrence began, Roman's astute mind connected the dots. The arranged marriage between Dimitry and Lawrence emerged as a formidable obstacle for the Barcos, who harbored ambitions of seizing control over the vast lands owned by Lawrence. In Roman's eyes, thwarting this marriage would be the simplest solution to the Barcos' predicament. The hypothesis unfolded further in Roman's thoughts. Barco, driven by a ruthless desire for power, might have employed every means at their disposal to influence the old Roman. Was this Machiavellian maneuvering the catalyst that led the old Roman to his tragic end? The pieces of the puzzle began to align in Roman's mind, painting a picture of manipulation and coercion that culminated in the ultimate tragedy. As the weight of these revelations settled, Hans dropped another bombshell. They had received an invitation from the Barco family a few days ago. Roman's surprise at the Barcos extending an olive branch was palpable. Yet the timing was unfortunate. It coincided with Roman's foray into intensive training. The invitation loomed before them, a decision awaiting resolution. Hans, uncertain about the course of action, sought Roman's guidance. Roman, his face adorned with a sly smirk, felt a surge of confidence. The Barcos, it seemed, were underestimating him. Whatever machinations they were plotting, it bothered Roman. His decision was unequivocal. He would attend the party. The scene transitioned to the next day, unfolding within the grandeur of Dimitry Palace. Hans sought out Kevin to deliver the news that Roman awaited him. Hans, the trusted aide, cautioned Kevin not to be overly surprised by the apparent changes in young Master Roman. Taking in this advice, Kevin, visibly surprised, assured Hans that he understood. With that, Kevin ventured into the room, prompted by the earlier summons. As he questioned Roman about the call, Roman, looking back, gestured for Kevin to enter. The room held an air of unfamiliarity, and Kevin couldn't help but notice a subtle shift in Roman's demeanor. He pondered if this was what Hans had alluded to, the intangible alteration in the atmosphere surrounding young Master Roman. Seated in the room, Roman, seemingly different, prompted Kevin to join him. In response to Roman's question about his recent well-being, Kevin, with a genuine smile, shared that he was doing great. Hans's assistance had played a significant role in helping him acclimate to the palace environment. However, with a hint of uncertainty in his voice, Kevin broached the subject that had been lingering in his thoughts. He confessed to Roman that, despite the positive adjustment, he found himself questioning his role within the palace. Kevin candidly expressed doubt about how someone as ordinary as him could truly make a meaningful contribution to young Master Roman's life. Despite Roman's directive to live for him, Kevin sought clarity on what practical actions he, an ordinary individual, could take. Roman, displaying a level of insight and self-awareness that caught Kevin off guard, revealed his intention to utilize Kevin as his metaphorical sword. This unexpected revelation left Kevin surprised and curious about the implications of such a role. Roman, ever the strategist, then unveiled a unique approach. Instead of dictating Kevin's role, he presented 3 distinct paths, allowing Kevin agency in choosing his destiny. The first option was for Kevin to relinquish the role of being Roman's sword if the idea of wielding such power was daunting. In this scenario, Kevin could still contribute as Roman's hands and feet, absorbing knowledge and guidance from Hans. The second choice was more intriguing but came with its own set of challenges. Roman proposed that Kevin could become his sword, standing as a protector by his side. However, there was a catch. Given Kevin's lack of experience with a sword, Roman outlined a test of will that involved enduring excruciating pain. Roman explained that this pain would manifest through a method known as limb crushing, a visceral experience simulating the sensation of bones and muscles being crushed. Roman looked intently at Kevin, his words laden with a promise that went beyond mere rhetoric. He assured Kevin that these were not empty words but a commitment backed by a sincere willingness to prove Kevin's true worth. The atmosphere hung heavy with tension as Roman laid out an unconventional option before Kevin. A sword, a drastic measure. Kevin was to sever his own hand. Roman believed in the transformative power of self-inflicted pain, convinced that enduring such a sacrifice could propel Kevin to heights of strength unimaginable to others. As Roman spoke, his mind wandered to the tale of a once mad demon, astray on the unforgiving streets who, through sheer willpower, had risen to become one of the enigmatic four heavenly kings. The power of one's will, Roman mused, could transcend the boundaries of the ordinary, turning the seemingly impossible into reality. The question lingered in the air. What would Kevin choose? The room bore witness to the weight of Kevin's decision. Roman, ever calculating, made it clear that regardless of Kevin's choice, he intended to extract value from the outcome. In the recesses of Kevin's mind, memories of his humble origins outside Dimitry Castle resurfaced. The crumbling walls of the old house were a stark reminder of the harsh reality that shaped his early years. Born into adversity, Kevin learned the ropes of survival early on. Following in the footsteps of his parents, he toiled tirelessly, learning every conceivable skill that life demanded. Yet despite his efforts, Kevin's life remained a cycle of stagnation. No matter how hard he worked, someone always appeared to snatch away the fruits of his labor. The narrative of the week, Kevin thought, a life constantly at the mercy of external forces. It was this very narrative that had etched itself into Kevin's consciousness, making it impossible for him to forget the overwhelming strength Roman displayed against the formidable Blood Fang. As Kevin grappled with the decision before him, he contemplated the significance of cutting off his own hand. The act seemed incomprehensible, its implications shrouded in mystery. Yet a burning desire for change, a yearning for strength beyond the ordinary, fueled Kevin's resolve. If cutting off his hand was the path to strength, a strength capable of rivaling the young master Roman's, then perhaps it was a sacrifice worth making. In a moment of clarity, Kevin voiced his decision to Roman. The room fell silent and Roman regarded him with a serious expression, assessing the gravity of Kevin's choice. Without hesitation, Kevin, fueled by a demonic determination, took up the sword and proceeded to cut off his own hand. The air thickened with tension, and even Roman, known for his calculated demeanor, couldn't conceal his surprise at the sheer intensity of Kevin's resolve. The setting transforms beyond the confines of the room, where Chris strides purposefully toward Roman's quarters. In his mind, Chris is convinced that he has made the choice to forsake his knighthood and align himself with young Master Roman. However, just as he nears the threshold, Roman surprises everyone by declaring a week-long commitment to intensive training. Disheartened by this unexpected turn of events, Chris spots Hans and seeks information about Roman's whereabouts. Word has it that Roman has concluded his training, so Chris inquires of Hans about Roman's location. Hans reveals that the young master is engaged in a private conversation with Kevin, instructing him not to allow anyone entry during their discussion. Chris is left dispirited by this revelation. Inside the room, a chilling scene unfolds. Kevin, in a shocking act, severs his own hand, collapsing unconscious onto the floor. Roman, wearing a stern expression, observes Kevin with a grave demeanor. Meanwhile, outside the room, Hans discovers a sword stained with blood. Concerned, he questions Roman about the gruesome discovery. With a smirk, Roman reassures Hans that the blood isn't his own and divulges that he had cast an illusion spell called the Charm of the Illusion Demon on Kevin. Roman explains that the illusion made it appear to Kevin as though he had amputated his hand, a calculated test to assess Kevin's resilience. Roman reflects on the precarious nature of the situation, acknowledging that had the illusion been even slightly weaker, Kevin might have actually severed his entire hand. With only 2 weeks until the party and 6 months until the impending war, Roman is invigorated by the prospect of imparting crucial lessons. A sly smile creeps across his face as he contemplates the busy days ahead, eager to share his knowledge and prepare for the challenges looming on the horizon. The following day dawned, with Roman approaching Kevin with an air of anticipation. He disclosed a secret to Kevin, a technique of mana enhancement that carried with it an aura of danger. Kevin, taken aback by this revelation, couldn't fathom why Roman would teach him such a perilous skill. The notion of Roman instructing him in the ways of mana enhancement was a surprise in itself. In Roman's mind, this technique was no ordinary skill. It was a page from the ancient martial arts manual, the soul spirit god technique, once wielded by the mad demon and securely stored in the main house's treasury. Roman believed this technique was far from ordinary. It was a perilous method that consumed the user's spirit. It granted power in the face of extreme pain, even when the user had lost all limbs. The mad demon had mastered it under intense agony, becoming a valuable asset to Roman. Convinced of Kevin's potential, Roman felt that if Kevin had the resolve to sever his own hand willingly, he possessed the capability to grasp this technique. It was not just any technique, it was a potent force that demanded unwavering spirit. Roman stressed the dangers, cautioning Kevin about the toll it would take on his spirit. The technique required a resilience that surpassed the trials of yesterday. Roman saw this mana technique as a catalyst for Kevin's growth, a means to make him progressively stronger. Despite the perils, Roman believed it was the fastest way to impart mana knowledge to a teenager lacking the basics. If Kevin could master this technique, he would possess the strength to safeguard everything dear to him. Listening to Roman's words, Kevin felt a surge of happiness. Not only had Roman saved him from the clutches of Bloodfang, but now he was also bestowing a powerful technique upon him. Gratitude welled up within Kevin, and he couldn't help but express his feelings. There was, however, a burning question in Kevin's mind, one he hesitated to ask. Kevin, overwhelmed with emotion, finally questioned Roman about the depth of trust he had placed in him. He admitted that despite swearing loyalty to Roman and pledging his life, he hadn't demonstrated his worth. In a moment of vulnerability, Kevin even confessed his fear of potentially running away after acquiring the technique. He sought an understanding from Roman, wanting to know why the young master had such unwavering trust in him. Roman, with a subtle smile, responded with a simple yet profound answer: just because. Surprise rippled across Kevin's face as Roman disclosed the perilous nature of the mana enhancement technique he was about to teach. Nevertheless, Roman reassured Kevin that their training would commence the following day, urging him to rest for the remainder of the day. As Roman exited, he found himself ruminating on Kevin's inquiry about trust, a question that resonated with a similar one posed by the mad demon in Roman's past life. In Roman's reflections, he concluded that unconditional trust could only be attained when someone truly believed in another. Despite initial doubts, Roman harbored a deep conviction that Kevin would never betray him. The rationale lay in the understanding that, as Kevin grew stronger, he would realize the inherent danger in betraying the heavenly demon. The scene transitioned to the training grounds of Dimitry on the next day, where Roman initiated Kevin into the basics of the technique. Stressing the foundational importance of correct movements, Roman underlined that every action hinged on mastering these fundamentals. Kevin absorbed the teachings, understanding the significance of focus in executing each movement accurately. On the periphery, Chris watched with a sense of boredom and confusion. He couldn't comprehend why Roman was dedicating time to teach swordsmanship to Kevin, a seemingly peculiar choice. Adding to his frustration was the fact that Roman seemed to be neglecting Chris himself. Initially, Chris had believed that aligning himself with Roman would be a shortcut to rapid strength gains. Now, however, he felt like a mere bystander, contemplating a return to Jonathan for guidance. Days rolled by, and Chris's impatience grew. Approaching Roman, he candidly expressed his frustration, acknowledging that the initial week had been spent on Roman's personal training. The subsequent week had him relegated to the sidelines while Kevin basked in Roman's attention. Feeling overlooked and neglected, Chris questioned whether Roman's behavior was a consequence of his initial rudeness. Chris extended a sincere apology if that were the case, expressing a genuine desire for guidance. He pleaded with Roman to extend the same level of teaching to him, asserting confidence in his ability to grasp any skill Roman had to offer. After the revelation, Roman leaned in, reminding Chris of his previous counsel to learn through observation. Chris, taken aback, sought clarification, questioning whether Roman intended for him to literally watch and learn. Roman, with a calm demeanor, explained the intricacies of individual learning styles. For Kevin, a novice, Roman needed to guide him from the inception of his journey until he reached a certain level of expertise. In contrast, Chris possessed a different approach. Regardless of Roman's teachings, Chris tended to force himself into learning rather than embracing a genuine understanding. Slightly perplexed, Chris probed Roman about the possibility of continuing to observe. Roman, however, dismissed the idea by tossing a wooden sword towards Chris, indicating that tangible results were necessary for Chris to accept the truth. The wooden sword symbolized a challenge, a test of Chris's abilities. Curiosity etched on his face, Chris questioned the purpose of the wooden sword. Roman, ever the strategic mentor, explained that Chris needed to demonstrate concrete results to grasp the reality of his current skill level. The ensuing challenge was a spar, but not a conventional one. Roman proposed a face-off between Chris and Kevin with a twist. Roman would offer guidance to Kevin on how to defeat Chris. Essentially, Kevin would become a reflection of Roman's prowess. This proposition left both Kevin and Chris visibly surprised. Roman emphasized that even though Kevin was Chris's immediate opponent, Roman's advice would tip the scales, making Kevin a mirror image of Roman's combat style. Roman informs Chris that if following their current sparring session, Chris remains convinced of his correctness, Roman will take on the responsibility of personally teaching Chris. Chris becomes upset at the prospect of having to spar with this beginner. Undeterred, Chris reluctantly accepted the challenge, declaring his readiness to prove that he was not a mere pushover. The stage was set for a spar between Kevin and Chris, an unexpected match that would unravel the complexities of their respective learning journeys. As the two contenders faced each other, tension hung in the air. Kevin, the novice, voiced his concerns, seeking guidance from Roman about sparring with a two-star knight like Chris. Roman acknowledged Kevin's disadvantage, but seized the opportunity to impart a crucial life lesson. He drew parallels between those stronger than Kevin in the world, including the oppressive Blood Fang and Chris, who harbored eagerness to assert dominance over Kevin. In Roman's eyes, this spar was not merely a physical contest, but a reflection of life's challenges. Kevin, despite his disadvantages, had nothing to lose from defeat. Roman's wisdom extended beyond the training grounds, encompassing the harsh realities of the world they inhabited. When Roman questioned Kevin's passive approach, Kevin decided to take it seriously. He assured Roman that he was willing to give it a shot and prepared to face Chris with newfound determination. Witnessing Kevin's transformation, Chris felt annoyed to spar with what seemed like an inexperienced novice, puzzled by Kevin's unexpected confidence. As the match began under Roman's watchful eye, Chris charged at Kevin with full force. Despite Kevin's attempts to block Chris's attacks, he struggled to maintain control of his wooden sword. Chris swiftly changed the sword's direction, causing Kevin to lose his grip. In a surprising twist, Chris delivered a powerful knee strike to Kevin's stomach, sending him tumbling to the ground. As Kevin found himself sprawled on the ground, Roman's voice echoed in his mind, urging him to rise. Responding to the telepathic command, Kevin pushed himself up. The unexpected communication came with an explanation from Roman, introducing Kevin to the concept of sound conduction, a method of delivering instructions through mana. Intrigued and slightly bewildered, Kevin listened as Roman informed him that he would receive instructions through this unique technique. Kevin's surprise lingered as he realized that even communication through mana was within the realm of possibilities. Roman wasted no time and immediately put the method into action. "Throw yourself to the right," came Roman's first command. Focused and determined, Kevin swiftly moved to the right, narrowly dodging an incoming attack from Chris. The sudden agility surprised not only Chris, but also Kevin himself. Roman's telepathic guidance had proven effective, showcasing the potential of this unconventional training method. Encouraged by the success of the first maneuver, Roman directed Kevin to turn around and aim for Chris's left chest. Kevin followed the instruction meticulously, demonstrating a level of precision that caught Chris off guard. However, Chris, relying on his seasoned skills, managed to evade Kevin's strike with a deft move, leaving Kevin momentarily vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, Chris retaliated with a swift kick aimed at Kevin's stomach. The impact sent a jolt through Kevin's body, but he managed to withstand the blow through sheer determination. Reflecting on the experience, Kevin acknowledged that while he had followed Roman's instructions accurately, the speed of his attack had left him susceptible to Chris's countermove. Undeterred, Roman guided Kevin to block an attack from above. Kevin, trusting in Roman's instructions, raised his wooden sword just in time to intercept Chris's downward swing. The successful defense showcased not only Kevin's growing skills, but also the effectiveness of Roman's telepathic training method. The next command came swiftly. Roman instructed Kevin to escape to the right. However, before Kevin could execute the maneuver, Chris seized the moment and landed a solid punch directly on Kevin's face. The force sent Kevin sprawling back to the ground, momentarily stunned by the unexpected blow. Chris, finding the situation amusing, acknowledged Kevin's resilience but maintained the belief that Kevin was no match for Roman. As the match continued, Kevin grappled with the realization that his body struggled to keep up with Roman's commands. Despite the setback, he marveled at the precision with which Chris moved in response to Roman's guidance. In Kevin's perspective, Chris seemed like a puppet being manipulated by Roman, each move a calculated step in a larger strategy. Roman, undeterred by the temporary setback, instructed Kevin to turn his body towards the right and charge forward to counterattack. Eager to prove himself, Kevin followed the command, aiming to catch Chris off guard. However, Chris, displaying his prowess, skillfully dodged Kevin's counterattack and swiftly responded with a powerful punch to Kevin's face. Chris, confident in his prowess, believed he was on the offensive, attempting to strike Kevin down. However, Kevin, seemingly one step ahead, continuously eluded critical moments and retaliated with counterattacks that took Chris by surprise. Chris began to question whether Kevin's strategic maneuvers were mere coincidences or a display of calculated skill. Observing Chris's struggle, Kevin, despite being considered Dimitry's greatest genius, saw a stark contrast between his abilities and the true skills possessed by young Master Roman. In Kevin's eyes, Roman's mastery surpassed that of any individual, making him a figure worthy of unwavering loyalty. Despite the logical inconsistency of pledging allegiance to someone in such a manner, Kevin felt compelled to follow Roman's guidance, seeing it as an absolute directive. Following Roman's telepathic instruction, Kevin charged at Chris with all his might. The intensity of their exchange pushed Kevin to the edge, physically and mentally. Acknowledging Kevin's fatigue, Chris, with a hint of concern, warned him that continuing could result in the deformation of one of his body parts. Instead of showing fear, Kevin surprised both Chris and Roman by smirking. In that moment, Kevin's confidence signaled a determination to face whatever physical consequences lay ahead, showcasing an unwavering resolve that intrigued and perplexed his opponents. Undeterred by Chris's warning, Kevin proposed continuing the spar until the end with a confident smile on his face. This unexpected turn of events caught Chris off guard, who, now facing a seemingly tireless opponent, charged at Kevin with heightened killer intent. The intensity of their clash escalated, and just as Chris was about to close in on Kevin, Roman intervened with a strategic twist. Following Roman's guidance, Kevin pressed forward unexpectedly. Chris, expecting Kevin to retreat, was taken aback by this change in tactic. Seizing the opportunity, Roman directed Kevin to turn around and charge again. Chris, sensing an opening in Kevin's attack, struck with the anticipation of Kevin's next move. To everyone's surprise, Kevin deftly dodged Chris's attack and countered with a powerful swing of his wooden sword. In an unexpected turn, Chris, displaying agility and quick thinking, ducked and unleashed a forceful counterattack that sent Kevin flying to the ground. The spar concluded, leaving both combatants with a newfound respect for each other's abilities. Roman, analyzing the entire sequence, concluded that Chris had strategically swung his sword with the anticipation of Kevin's ducking and correctly expected the second attack to be a feint. Back on the ground, Chris, still processing the intensity of the spar, was genuinely surprised by the challenge Kevin had posed. Roman, ever the insightful mentor, approached and acknowledged Chris as the winner. True to his promise, Roman offered to personally teach Chris starting from the next day. However, Roman left the decision in Chris' hands, emphasizing that he had the choice in this matter. In the quiet solitude of his room, Chris found himself reflecting on the recent spar with Kevin, questioning the motives behind engaging in a battle that seemed to offer him nothing to gain from a victory. As he replayed the scenarios in his mind, Chris couldn't help but recognize the time he had seemingly wasted and the near defeat he had narrowly avoided in the final maneuvers. The echoes of that challenging encounter brought to mind a similar situation he had experienced during a spar with Roman, a day etched into his memory through countless mental replays. The profound impact of that past experience with Roman became evident to Chris as he contemplated the recent spar with Kevin. He realized that without the insights gained from his encounters with Roman, overcoming Kevin without relying on aura would have presented a significant challenge. A smile crept onto Chris's face as he acknowledged the tangible growth resulting from that singular experience. The next day, as the practice resumed, Roman, ever perceptive, approached Chris, inquiring about his preferences moving forward. In response, Chris expressed a desire to navigate his journey towards strength independently. He assured Roman that he didn't need personal instruction and was determined to seek growth by following young Master Roman's lead. It was a testament to Chris's evolving mindset, acknowledging the value of learning and self-discovery. Reflecting on the spar with Kevin, Chris marveled at the precision of Kevin's decisions in every situation. Contrary to Chris's initial belief, he realized that Roman had indeed provided instructions to Kevin during their exchange. Chris's misconception gave way to a profound understanding that in attempting to decipher Roman's decisions, his mind had become a receptacle for invaluable teachings. Chris's newfound confidence emanated from this realization. that the young master, once perceived as a defeated figure, had evolved into a source of profound wisdom and strategic insight. Observing Roman with fresh eyes, Chris speculated about the remarkable transformation that had taken place, even surpassing the esteemed Captain Jonathan in prowess and understanding. The phrase "observe and learn" took on a deeper meaning for Chris. He interpreted it not as a mere directive, but as an invitation to enlighten himself while closely observing Roman's every move. With this revelation, Chris made a resolute commitment to continue observing and learning from Roman until he surpassed the current limits of his own abilities. As Chris dedicated himself to this newfound path, Roman, pleased with the young knight's dedication, instructed Kevin to continue with his training. The narrative pivots to the bustling market, where the heir is charged with gossip about the shattered engagement between Roman Dimitry and Flora Lawrence. Rumors swirl that Flora's blunder during Viscount Lawrence's announcement played a pivotal role, as many speculate that the Viscount, protective of his cherished daughter, couldn't bear to see her linked to the perceived foolishness of Dimitry. The timing of the breakup, just on the brink of war with Barco, prompts some to suggest that Dimitri's eldest son is even more problematic than the circulating rumors imply. However, amid the speculations, a counter-narrative emerges, championing the idea that Roman himself vanquished the notorious Blood Fang. Yet the majority perceive this as a strategic move to salvage Roman's reputation in the aftermath of the broken engagement. Transitioning to the Barco's palace, the eldest Barco's son grapples with disbelief over Roman's decision to sever ties with the Lawrence family. Anthony Barco, seeing Roman as pliable, contemplates the unfolding scenario. His trusted butler confirms Roman's participation in an upcoming party, substantiated by a letter from the Dimitrys. Anthony, confident in the success of his machinations, eagerly awaits the impending event, noting that his excitement for a party hasn't been this palpable in quite some time. The scene shifted, and a week later, the day of the social gathering hosted by the Barcos arrived, and the excitement permeated the air as we made our way to Roman's room. There, amidst an array of clothing choices, Roman turned to Hans, seeking guidance on his attire for the evening. In a burst of enthusiasm, Hans shared the significance of the event. It was Roman's first official gathering since his disengagement, a momentous occasion that demanded careful consideration in the wardrobe department. Hans, ever the fashion enthusiast, insisted that Roman couldn't just wear anything. He envisioned a look that would not only reflect Roman's stature, but also make a statement about his newfound freedom. As Roman mulled over the suggested outfit, Hans's excitement gave way to a subtle unease. He had poured his heart and soul into creating this dress, hoping to capture the essence of Roman's personality and the symbolism of the occasion. The hesitation in Roman's eyes sparked a flicker of sadness in Hans, as he feared his creation might not see the light of day. After a brief internal debate, Roman agreed to don the outfit, a decision that brought immense relief and joy to Hans. The scene transitioned outside, where a carriage awaited. Chris, standing by, grew visibly agitated as Kevin arrived fashionably late. Kevin, seemingly unfazed, attributed his tardiness to the struggle of donning armor. Chris, however, couldn't shake off the disbelief that lingered in his eyes. Despite Roman's assistance, Kevin had managed to outshine him, a fact that gnawed at Chris's competitive spirit. In a stern yet paternal tone, Chris emphasized the gravity of their roles as liege's escorts and representatives of the Dimitry house. He cautioned Kevin against impulsive decisions and urged him to be mindful of his words. The reputation of Dimitry, a powerhouse in the Northeast, rested on their shoulders. Chris, while acknowledging Kevin's capabilities, stressed the importance of measured actions and wise choices. Kevin, ever the eager learner, responded with excitement. He respectfully addressed Chris as Sir Knight, a gesture that brought a genuine smile to Chris's face. As the mentor-apprentice dynamic solidified, Chris reassured Kevin, encouraging him to seek guidance whenever uncertain. Grateful for the advice, Kevin expressed his thanks, ready to navigate the complexities of the evening under Chris's seasoned guidance. The narrative then shifted to the opulent Barco Palace, where the social elite had gathered. Amidst the clinking of glasses and the hum of conversation, guests discussed Roman's unexpected participation in the Barco party. They couldn't fathom why Roman, having broken off a political marriage he had fervently pushed for, would now be present at an event hosted by the very house he had seemingly rejected. Critics, quick to judge, labeled Roman a moron, questioning his decision-making abilities. The conversation pivoted to the intricate web of political relationships involving Dimitry and Barco. The Dimitry family's position, once clear-cut, now seemed ambiguous due to Roman's actions. While acknowledging the greediness inherent in maintaining ties with Barco, guests conceded that Roman's presence was an attempt to rectify his past mistakes. In the midst of a lively social gathering, a blonde girl found herself intrigued by the discussions surrounding a certain Roman Dimitry. Curiosity getting the better of her, she turned to the guy next to her, seeking insights into the enigmatic character everyone seemed to be talking about. The guy, perhaps not the biggest fan of Roman, responded with a touch of cynicism. He suggested that she would form her own opinion when she met him, but shared his own less than impressive view. According to him, Roman left a terrible impression, and his unremarkable appearance, particularly his small stature, did little to redeem him in the eyes of this observer. As the chatter continued, a butler's announcement cut through the conversation, declaring the arrival of the eldest son of the Dimitry family. The news sent a ripple of surprise through the gathering, leaving everyone anticipating the entrance of the talked-about Roman. The atmosphere brimmed with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. And then, like a burst of unexpected sunshine, Roman made his grand entrance. A dazzling smile adorned his face, and an air of confidence emanated from him, shocking the assembled guests. He defied their preconceived notions, appearing vastly different from the image they had painted in their minds. It was a moment of collective disbelief as Roman shattered the expectations, particularly regarding his height, and left everyone questioning their earlier assessments. The blonde girl who had been inquiring about Roman found herself drawn to him. Seizing the opportunity, she approached him directly. With a warm smile, Roman graciously acknowledged her presence. Sophia, introducing herself as a member of the Grizzle family, expressed that her family might not be well known, but her father, Baron Grizzle, dedicated his life to the kingdom of Cairo. Roman, still wearing that disarming smile, assured Sophia that he was well aware of the Grizzle family. This revelation touched Sophia deeply. She couldn't help but feel a connection, appreciating Roman's familiarity with her family's history. Roman, reflecting on this encounter, recognized the importance of understanding the legacies of the families he would encounter. In a flashback to the library scene, we saw Hans, Roman's confidant, providing him with detailed information on all the northeastern families. Hans, ever curious, questioned Roman's sudden interest in such specifics. Roman, with a sense of responsibility befitting his role as the representative of the Dimitry family, explained his rationale. He believed that equipping himself with knowledge about each person's background and legacy was essential. Roman understood that such efforts were crucial, especially given his less than flattering reputation as the Moron of Dimitry. Returning to the present, Roman continued his conversation with Sophia. He shared additional insights about her family's long-standing presence in the Northeast and highlighted the Grizzle family's renown for producing high-quality lumber in the Kingdom of Cairo. It was a subtle yet effective way of demonstrating Roman's awareness and respect for the various families and their contributions. Roman caught wind of Sophia's sibling achieving a significant feat in sensing mana, prompting him to congratulate Sophia on her family's success. The unexpected depth of Roman's knowledge about her family left Sophia pleasantly surprised. As they engaged in lively conversation, other nobles observed the exchange, captivated by the genuine and animated interaction between Roman and Sophia. Witnessing the scene unfold, additional nobles were drawn to Roman, eager to introduce themselves and partake in the conversation. The lively atmosphere surrounding Roman became a magnet, attracting the attention and curiosity of those in attendance. Roman, ever gracious, seamlessly transitioned between conversations, piquing the interest of those he engaged with. Amidst the social interactions, Roman found himself face-to-face with a noble who happened to be the eldest son of Volt. Expressing his disbelief at the chance encounter, Roman went on to commend Viscount Volt for his remarkable accomplishments in past battles. The eldest son of Volt, initially taken aback by Roman's familiarity with his family's history, expressed gratitude for Roman's kind words. Roman's ability to connect on a personal level and showcase awareness of each noble's background began to shape a positive perception of him within the gathering. However, the pleasant social atmosphere took an unexpected turn when a butler entered, delivering news that Lord Baron Anthony had requested Roman's presence in the back room. Sensing that this could be an opportunity to address a lingering issue, Roman contemplated the impending meeting with a mix of curiosity and determination. The scene then transitioned to the outside, where the escorts and knights of nobles awaited developments. In a parallel storyline, Kevin, one of the escorts, sought clarification from Chris, the senior knight, about the nature of a social party. Chris, perhaps jaded by their societal standing, dismissed the idea of them ever attending such an event and advised against taking an interest in it. This exchange caught the attention of two knights who had overheard the conversation and considered Chris and Kevin as inconsequential. Rumors surrounding Roman's status as the abandoned eldest son circulated, and the knights couldn't fathom why Roman would bring an inexperienced escort like Kevin, someone seemingly incapable of wielding a sword properly. Despite Chris's counsel to ignore the disparaging comments, the knights persisted in taunting them. They asserted that the Dimitry family paled in comparison to the influence of the Barkos. In response, Kevin, wearing a serious expression, advanced towards the taunting knights, prepared to confront the disrespect they were hurling their way. The scene seamlessly shifts back to the lively party, where Roman makes his way into a discreet back room to meet with Anthony Barko. Anthony's expression lights up with happiness and surprise upon seeing Roman, prompting a natural curiosity about the changes that had taken place in Roman's life during their time apart. As Roman settles into the conversation, he inwardly notes that Anthony is the person who has been causing him distress. Taking a seat across from each other, Anthony initiates the dialogue, expressing both joy and skepticism at the notable transformation he observes in Roman. There's an air of curiosity around Anthony as he wonders aloud about the events that transpired in Roman's life during the period they hadn't crossed paths. In the dimly lit room adorned with lingering traces of prior occupants, Roman keenly observes the glasses on the table. The fact that Anthony cleared the room for Roman's arrival suggests a confidential conversation lies ahead. Eager to create an atmosphere of comfort, Roman responds candidly. He confesses uncertainty about the changes within himself, acknowledging a time when he used to spend extravagantly to engineer a new identity. However, now transformation seems to occur organically, without conscious effort. Despite the uncertainty, Roman expresses genuine pleasure at the prospect of reuniting with Anthony. As the conversation unfolds, Anthony tells Roman that he thinks Roman could interpret it positively because, honestly, Anthony didn't know what Roman was thinking at that time. Roman then asks Anthony what he means. He recounts a time when Roman, entangled in a political marriage with the Lawrence family and enjoying amicable relations with the Barkos, was discovered in a compromising situation with Anthony's cousin in a back room during a social gathering. Anthony expresses astonishment and concern, questioning Roman's judgment, particularly with his impending marriage hanging in the balance. This revelation adds layers to the narrative. In the present moment, Anthony interprets Roman's participation in the current party as a form of confirmation regarding a proposal Anthony had in mind. He assures Roman that the indiscretion in the back room will remain shrouded in secrecy, emphasizing the need to move forward and discuss Roman's impending marriage to the Barko family. As Anthony lays out his intentions, Roman's mind becomes a canvas, painting vivid memories of the old Roman who, at one point, felt betrayed by Anthony Barko and sought a political alliance with the Lawrence family. As the narrative unfolds, the older version of Roman realizes that he can't continue evading the repercussions of his past actions. Viewing the upcoming gathering as an opportunity to mend broken relationships, he decides to confront Anthony Barko, the individual who has been a source of frustration. At the latest party, Anthony warmly introduces Roman to his cousin, Emily Barko. In an attempt to ease Roman into the social setting, Anthony encourages him to join them for a drink. Being Roman's first time at such an event, Anthony wants to ensure he feels welcome. As they settle down and begin to drink, Emily, in a gesture of hospitality, tries to pour a drink for Roman. However, displaying a sense of independence, Roman stops her, insisting on pouring his own drink. Anthony teases Roman about potentially showing off, alluding to Roman's upcoming marriage to Flora Lawrence. This revelation unsettles Roman, but Anthony quickly reassures him that the Barko family no longer holds any concern for the Lawrence family, alleviating some of Roman's unease. Anthony, adopting a carefree attitude, urges Roman to cast aside his worries and enjoy the evening. However, as the night progresses, Roman wakes up in bed with Emily, utterly bewildered as he lacks any recollection of the events leading up to that moment. To complicate matters further, Anthony walks in and is immediately incensed upon discovering Roman with his cousin. Anthony steers Roman to a seat and addresses him sternly, stating that he doesn't care about Roman's romantic entanglements. Still, laying hands on a member of the Barko family is deemed unacceptable. In a decisive moment, Anthony presents Roman with two options. The first involves exposing the truth about the night's events, leading to Roman's unilateral disengagement. The second, more unexpected choice requires Roman to marry a direct descendant of the Barko family to repair the fractured relationship between the Dimitry and Barko families. The shock of this ultimatum leaves Roman speechless, and Anthony, with a subtle smirk, conveys his anger at Roman's actions while offering forgiveness if Roman embraces the Barko family fully. The weight of this decision now rests heavily on Roman's shoulders. Fast forward to the present, where the current version of Roman, having experienced the passage of time, gains a fuller understanding of the events that unfolded with his older self. The puzzle pieces fall into place as he comprehends the consequences of past actions. The impending disintegration of the marriage due to Roman's indiscretions with a collateral descendant of the Barco family has severe implications. The honor of the Dimitry family faces a precipitous decline, casting a long shadow over Roman's realization of the gravity of his past choices. Meanwhile, the old Roman, likely overwhelmed by the prospect of facing his father's wrath, stood at a crossroads. Torn between duty and love, he grappled with a decision that would shake the course of his life. Old Roman's heart was tethered to Flora, a love that seemed to transcend the boundaries of social expectations. Yet the patriarchal expectations of his time loomed heavily over him, stifling the confidence needed to confront his father. Faced with an impossible choice, old Roman couldn't bring himself to break off the marriage he had forcibly established. The fear of defaming Flora in the process became an insurmountable obstacle. Trapped in the cycle of despair, old Roman saw only one way out. The weight of societal norms, coupled with his own internal turmoil, pushed him to the brink of desperation. In a tragic turn of events, he chose to end his life, hoping that his death would untangle the complicated web he found himself in. It was a decision born out of a desire for resolution, a belief that his sacrifice could somehow make everything right. However, the legacy of old Roman's choices cast a long shadow. In the eyes of the current Roman, he saw not a tragic figure, but a weak man who had accomplished nothing on his own strength. To the current Roman, this was a pathetic tale of a man who succumbed to the pressures of society. Amidst this internal conflict, Anthony Barco emerged as a pivotal figure. He approached Roman, highlighting the significance of a union between the Dimitrys and the Barcos. Anthony painted a picture of political upheaval in the northeastern region, with Roman positioned to wield absolute power. It was a proposal that could alter the course of history, yet Roman found himself unable to accept it. Roman, bound by his principles, refused the political marriage proposal. To him, the idea of leveraging such a union for personal gain was unacceptable. Anthony, however, had a different perspective. He warned Roman that rejecting the proposal would lead to the exposure of a hidden truth, a secret that could tarnish the Dimitry family's reputation irreparably. Undeterred by this threat, Roman stood firm. He dismissed the idea that the Dimitry family needed to accept the Barco family's proposal for the sake of avoiding scandal. Later, at a social gathering, Roman found himself caught in the delicate dance of social obligations and personal convictions. Explaining to Sophia that he had an urgent matter to attend to, he regretfully announced his early departure. Despite Sophia's disappointment, Roman assured her that they would meet again when the opportune moment presented itself. As Roman made his exit, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. A sudden commotion pierced the air, drawing Roman's attention. Shock washed over him as he witnessed Barco knights attacking Kevin. In the midst of the medieval drama, the narrative takes a step back to a critical moment that unfolded a few hours earlier. Kevin, catching wind of the Barco knights, felt a surge of indignation and resolved to confront them. However, Chris, his level-headed companion, intervened, urging Kevin to endure the provocation. The tension escalated as two Barco knights, embodying the epitome of arrogance, approached the duo, ridiculing Kevin for his comically ill-fitting helmet. Chris, never one to shy away from a verbal skirmish, retorted with a cutting remark. He questioned whether the knights of Barco honed their skills in mockery rather than the art of the sword. Unfazed, one of the Barco knights boasted about his superior swordsmanship compared to Kevin and took the opportunity to disparage their liege as a moron. The verbal duel reached its climax as Kevin, fiercely protective of his liege, young Master Roman, demanded a retraction of the disrespectful remarks. In a swift turn of events, the Barco knight responded not with words, but with a resounding punch to Kevin's face. Shocked but undeterred, Chris instinctively moved to draw his sword. However, a moment of realization halted him in his tracks. The Dimitry family, to which Chris and Kevin belonged, was currently entangled in a delicate conflict of interest with the Barco family. Chris hesitated, recognizing that his actions could precipitate consequences not only for young Master Roman, but for the entire Dimitry lineage. As Kevin rose from the unexpected blow, he declared himself as his liege knight, expressing disdain for dealing with Barco thugs masquerading as knights. The Barco knight, reveling in his perceived triumph, prepared for another punch. Yet just before the blow could land, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Young Master Roman himself emerged from the shadows, intervening in a manner that left everyone dumbfounded. In an unprecedented move, Roman, typically reserved and composed, delivered a series of stinging slaps to the Barco Knight's face. The Barco Knight, unable to comprehend the abrupt turn of events, found himself on the receiving end of a humiliating display. Roman's repeated slaps left an indelible mark, both physically and symbolically, asserting his dominance and commanding the knight to raise his head with a menacing glare. The scene, akin to a theatrical crescendo, pivoted from the confrontation to Anthony Barco, the eldest son of the Barco family. His disbelief mirrored that of the readers as he grappled with the unexpected twist involving his kin and young Master Roman. The narrative then transported the audience back to the genesis of this conflict, a few hours earlier, when Anthony had confronted Roman. In a bold proposition, Anthony insisted that Roman take responsibility for allegedly laying hands on a lady of the Barco family. The proposed resolution? Marriage to a direct descendant of the Barco lineage. However, Roman staunchly refuses, wearing a self-assured smirk. He dismisses the potential fallout, claiming that being called a moron is nothing new, especially when he's already subjected to mistreatment. In a surprising twist, Roman challenges Anthony to conduct himself appropriately, emphasizing that Roman has chosen to terminate the proposed marriage on his terms, unaffected by Anthony's threats. Roman subtly hints at the Dimitry family's estrangement from the Lawrence family, suggesting that Anthony's desires have already been fulfilled in some measure. With a serious expression, Roman confronts Anthony, questioning whether he would go to the lengths of manipulating the Lawrence family merely to settle a personal vendetta against him, the eldest son of the Barcos. Anthony, taken aback by Roman's unexpected revelation, is left grappling with the implications of this newfound information. Roman, revealing a depth of strategic thinking, discloses that he has thoroughly researched the Barco family. While acknowledging their influential connections with the central government, Roman underscores that the Barco's power hinges solely on those affiliations. In a subtle power play, Roman asserts that, when considering wealth and influence, the true powerhouse in the Northeast is the Dimitry family, not the Barcos. With these revelations hanging in the air, Roman leaves Anthony to ponder the next course of action. Anthony informs Roman that once this issue is settled, Roman won't involve himself in the Lawrence family matters. Roman acknowledges this, and Anthony concludes by saying that this conversation is now finished. The sudden shift in Roman's demeanor, marked by a change not only in his facial expressions, but also in his actions, gaze, and tone, leaves Anthony bewildered and uncertain about how to proceed. As the tension thickens, a butler interrupts the contemplative atmosphere with urgent news. Roman and a Barco knight are engaged in a heated altercation. Outside, nobles gather to witness the unexpected spectacle. Roman, displaying a relentless resolve, continues to slap the Barco knight repeatedly. The knight, now desperate for reprieve, pleads for forgiveness and promises to refrain from repeating the offense. Kevin and Chris, familiar with Roman's fiery temperament, attempt to intervene, urging him to cease the punishment. However, Roman, unwavering, insists that he alone will determine when the Barco knight has faced adequate consequences for his actions. As the confrontation unfolds, Roman remains unyielding in his resolve, expressing a stark philosophy that if the Barco knight faces dire consequences for his words and actions, it's a price he must pay. Anthony Barco intervenes, insisting that Roman, despite his status as the eldest son of the Dimitry family, cannot engage in such behavior. Anthony demands an immediate apology from Roman for his actions. Roman challenges the necessity of an apology, pointing out that the Barco knight not only slandered him, but also laid hands on a member of the Dimitry family. He questions whether Anthony still believes Roman is the one at fault. Anthony, recognizing Roman's crossing of a line, recalls Roman's earlier warning about personal grudges affecting their family's relationship. In response, Roman shifts the responsibility back to Anthony, asserting that Anthony should be the one exercising restraint. Moving in close, Roman, with impatience in his tone, prompts Anthony to make a decision. Anthony, recollecting Roman's involvement in the conflict with Lawrence, reluctantly agrees that Roman is justified in his actions. He admits that he too would have meted out a similar punishment to the Barco knight. Roman smirks at the acknowledgement, commenting on their seemingly compatible understanding. He proceeds to deliver a lesson to the Barco knight. Afterward, Roman moves to the side to clean the blood off his hand. He then instructs Kevin and Chris to return to their carriage. Everyone present has no option but to accept the undeniable truth that the foolish Roman Dimitry they once knew no longer exists. Hi everyone, the artist for this manhwa made some changes in the art, so now the characters might look different. You might notice differences in their hair color and faces compared to before. So now let's get back to the recap. In the quiet confines of the carriage, a palpable sense of disappointment lingered as Kevin and Chris found themselves immersed in the aftermath of a tumultuous encounter. Kevin, with a remorseful expression, took the first step towards reconciliation. He offered a sincere apology to Roman for the actions that had led to the insult directed at him. Chris, too, recognized the need to address the rift that had developed during the tumultuous events. He apologized to Roman, admitting that he had failed to act when Dimitry's name was being dragged through the mud and Kevin faced physical aggression. Roman listened, his gaze steady, absorbing the sincerity in Chris's words. Amidst these apologies, Roman, with a measured tone, assured both Kevin and Chris that he understood the difficulty they must have faced in enduring such a situation. Gratitude marked his words as he thanked them for weathering the storm until his arrival. The unexpected acknowledgement left both Kevin and Chris surprised, a newfound understanding dawning upon them. However, Roman's expression shifted, adopting a serious countenance. He spoke of the perils of rashness, emphasizing that chaos often accompanied impulsive actions, while he recognized that Kevin and Chris' decisions had averted a potential catastrophe. He made it clear that it wasn't the ideal outcome he had sought. In a moment of guidance, Roman conveyed a powerful message. He asserted that within the vast expanse of the northeast of Cairo, none should dare lay a hand on the Dimitry family. Even if faced with humiliation, Roman instructed Kevin and Chris to etch the faces of those responsible into their memories and to let their resentment burn brightly, never to be extinguished. The gravity of Roman's words lingered as he revealed his aversion to seeing anyone hold power over him. With unwavering determination, he urged Kevin and Chris to embrace his ways and follow his lead in crafting a life where they stood above all. The carriage became a vessel for the profound weight of Roman's expectations, and the trio now stood at a crossroads, their destinies intertwined. As the scene transitioned, the setting shifted to the grandeur of the Dimitry Palace. A butler, with utmost respect, presented Roman with information about the Barco family. This valuable intelligence had been procured from the esteemed Black Moon Information Guild. The recent movements of the Barco family had raised eyebrows, and Roman was eager to unravel the mystery. The document revealed that the Barco family had settled in the northeast over a century ago, coinciding with their ascent to power. Intriguingly, it was during this period that a member of the Barco family had entered the central government, marking a pivotal moment in their history. Roman meticulously examined the details, noting that the military strength of the Barco family did not align with their perceived status. Hance, a trusted confidant, expressed surprise at the apparent mismatch between the Barco family's status and their military capabilities. Roman, with a hint of contemplation, attributed this incongruity to the overwhelming power wielded by the central government. In the sprawling expanse of the Salamander continent, two mighty empires held sway, and within this geopolitical tapestry, the Kingdom of Cairo emerged as a diminutive and feeble entity. The key to Cairo's vulnerability lay in its geographical positioning, surrounded by other kingdoms, bereft of natural defenses like mountains. Over the ages, this exposed the kingdom to a series of invasions from external forces, rendering it weak and beleaguered. The survival strategy adopted by Cairo was one of pragmatic necessity, aligning with the central government. This alliance, while a lifeline for Cairo, inadvertently bolstered the strength of the central government. The mechanics of this alliance were intricate, with the central government wielding absolute authority over conscription. In the face of conscription, noble families in Cairo faced a stark ultimatum. Rejecting conscription branded them as insurgents, triggering immediate dispatches of soldiers to quell any resistance. Post-subjugation, the kingdom seized the insurgents' lands, considering them as possessions of the crown. The neighboring lords who assisted in this suppression were rewarded with a share of the confiscated land. The remaining portions were then bestowed upon new aristocrats, steadfastly loyal to the central government. This intricate dance of power and influence was the source of the Barcos' intangible strength. Their close ties and collaboration with the central government secured their position in the complex political web. This system not only granted the Barcos a level of influence, but also served as a means for them to navigate the delicate dynamics of power within the Salamander continent. Hance, a trusted confidant, found himself taken aback by the depth of this political intricacy. The revelation exceeded his expectations, and he grappled with the implications of such a system. Roman explained that this arrangement was not merely about military strength but extended to economic maneuvering as well. The Barcos' financial acumen was exemplified by their ability to secure a considerable loan from the Gold Bank. Roman suspected that the Barcos had obtained this loan not by offering specific collateral but through a credit guarantee, showcasing their shrewd financial maneuvering. The borrowed funds were strategically invested in the establishment of the Barge Mercenary Company. This mercenary group, led by the formidable A-rank mercenary Burge, comprised 100 skilled fighters. Their primary source of income lay in participating in battles between territories. Roman revealed that the Barcos' financial ventures, coupled with their military might, were part of a larger strategy, positioning them as formidable players in the ever-shifting landscape of power struggles. As the discussion unfolded, Hans brought to Roman's attention the recent conscription efforts by the Barcos. Moreover, there were ominous signs pointing towards an imminent attack on Lawrence within half a month. Roman, a seasoned strategist, processed this information, realizing that the Barcos had concluded their preparations for war. Contemplating the impending conflict, Roman foresaw challenging odds in a war against Lawrence. Even in the event of a siege, he estimated that Lawrence would be able to withstand the assault for no more than a month. In the recesses of Roman's thoughts, a promise lingered, one made to Anthony Barco that he would refrain from meddling in Lawrence's affairs. However, the stakes had shifted. For Roman Dimitry to persist, he couldn't afford to turn a blind eye to the looming threat the Barcos now posed. They had not only targeted Roman but, in doing so, had ignited a conflict that demanded his attention. Roman, the patriarch of the Dimitry family, acknowledged the inadequacy of the Barcos' forces against the might of Dimitry. While it might seem a straightforward task to overpower them using the Dimitry family's formidable strength, Roman deemed such an action devoid of purpose. Beyond the shared origin of the Dimitris and the Barcos, the nobility in the northeast considered Roman Dimitry as a negligible threat. To Roman, the crucial need of the hour was an opportunity to ascend to a higher echelon, reminiscent of past triumphs. Turning to Hans, Roman expressed his desire to meet with his father. It was time to cash in on the promises made to him during prior dealings. The intricate dance of politics and power in the Salamander continent demanded strategic moves, and Roman sought to navigate these currents with a calculated finesse. The narrative then shifted to the lively marketplace, a stark contrast to the weighty discussions in the corridors of power. Amidst the bustling activity, a figure caught the attention of onlookers. Lucas, a B-rank mercenary, strode through the market with armor stained by the recent battle. This seemingly inconspicuous soldier held his own tales of the front lines, and the people observed him with a mix of awe and curiosity. Lucas sought refuge at an armor shop, his armor telling the story of the perilous encounter he had faced. The shop owner, astute and discerning, engaged Lucas in conversation, inquiring about the intensity of the battle. Lucas, in his candid manner, recounted a near-death experience attributed to the recklessness of his companions. The shop owner, examining the battered state of Lucas's armor, couldn't help but comment on its poor quality. Intrigued, the shop owner probed further, asking where Lucas had acquired his gear. Lucas, revealing a past misjudgment, explained that he had tried another store once and paid the price with a brush with death. The shop owner, recognizing an opportunity to impart wisdom, extolled the superiority of the Dimitri's ironwork and equipment production. In doing so, he advised Lucas against straying to other establishments in pursuit of armor and weaponry. Lucas, appreciative of the advice, admitted that it was precisely why he had sought out this particular shop. The shop owner, acknowledging the need for repair, assured Lucas that he would craft a full set for him, although it would take some time. Unfazed by the wait, Lucas shared his intention to recuperate in Dimitry for a while, expressing weariness with the relentless demands of the battlefield. As Lucas emerged from the armor shop, he was met with a spectacle. A crowd congregated around a notice board. The curiosity in the air was palpable, and Lucas couldn't help but be drawn to the gathering. Lucas sauntered over to investigate. Pinned to the board was a recruitment notice seeking private soldiers, a common occurrence in a world marked by shifting allegiances and power dynamics. The requisites were simple: good health, a desire for personal growth, and a select 30 recruits would be chosen. The offered wage stood at 8 silver coins per month, a sum that, upon quick mental calculation, seemed reasonable given the potential risks involved. As Lucas contemplated the opportunity, his experienced mind factored in the average cost of living for a family of 4, roughly estimated at 5 silvers. Despite the apparent hazards, the monthly wage offered by this recruitment appeared enticing. Yet a crucial condition caught Lucas's attention. The recruits would exclusively belong to Roman Dimitry, a nuance that demanded undivided loyalty to Roman, not the broader Dimitry family. The elderly man beside Lucas advises him against applying, mentioning that numerous others have likely already done so. In response, Lucas explains that despite his appearance, he's a B-rank mercenary and demands a minimum of 50 silvers monthly to consider pledging loyalty. Surprisingly, Lucas realizes that many people have already submitted applications. Perplexed, he questions the old man about the true worth of the opportunity. The old man, in turn, asks Lucas to clarify. Lucas expresses doubt, acknowledging favorable conditions but questioning whether serving under Roman Dimitry, whom he views as foolish, is truly worthwhile. This candid remark drew disbelieving glances from those within earshot. To Lucas's surprise, the old man refuted his characterization of Roman. The old man enlightened Lucas, explaining that Lord Roman had undergone a transformative journey. No longer the fool he was once perceived to be, Roman had achieved remarkable feats, including defeating the notorious Blood Fang. More significantly, Roman had demonstrated a genuine care for his people, reshaping his public image. Lucas, grappling with this unexpected revelation, probed further, questioning the credibility of the newfound information. The old man's response was anchored in the testimony of someone named Clark, a figure who seemed to carry weight in shaping public opinion about Lord Roman. Eager to learn more, Lucas pressed the old man for details about Clark. The old man revealed that Clark's son, Kevin, had become a subordinate to Lord Roman. In a heartening twist of fate, this allegiance had transformed the Clark family's life, lifting them out of poverty. It was a tangible example of the positive impact Roman had on the lives of those who aligned with him. As the old man shared this anecdote, the scene transitioned to the emergence of Kevin from a nearby bakery. In the grand halls of the Dimitry Palace, a surprising directive came from Roman to Kevin, disrupting the usual routine. Roman urged Kevin to take a break, a notion that initially left Kevin bewildered. However, Roman elaborated, suggesting a 3-day leave starting the following day. To Roman, this period of rest was more than just a hiatus. It was an extension of the training Kevin had diligently undertaken. Acknowledging Kevin's relentless efforts, Roman emphasized the importance of spending quality time with family. Expressing gratitude, Kevin retreated to his room, reflecting on the peculiar sensation of stepping away from the demanding daily grind. It had been a long while since Kevin had seen his family. The castle had become a second home, but the ties that bound him to his kin remained strong. In this moment of contemplation, Hans, a confidant and aide, reached out to Kevin. Practical and considerate, Hans questioned Kevin's intent to reunite with his family in his current state. Sensing the need for a more presentable appearance, Hans revealed that Lord Roman had arranged clean clothes for Kevin. To sweeten the reunion, Hans handed Kevin some money, advising him to buy gifts for his family. Furthermore, Hans shared the news that Kevin would now receive a monthly allowance of 30 silvers, granting him a newfound financial freedom. In the bustling marketplace, Kevin put this financial freedom to good use, purchasing thoughtful gifts for his family. The clothes provided by Lord Roman amazed him with their softness, a stark contrast to the armor-clad life he had become accustomed to. As he bought fresh bread, Kevin couldn't help but think of his sister Mary's peculiar cravings. Mary, with her lifelong wish to enjoy whipped cream on freshly baked bread, had been a source of amusement in the family. Kevin remembered her daily complaints about the monotony of having bread every day. These memories contrasted sharply with darker times when the menacing Blood Fang members would visit their house, demanding money. Kevin, now under the guidance of young Master Roman, resolved to become stronger and protect his family from such threats. Arriving home with a bundle of gifts, Kevin was greeted by a sight that left him in awe. His family, once weathered by hardships, now reveled in a happiness that took Kevin by surprise. As his sister and parents welcomed him with genuine joy, Kevin's mother enveloped him in a warm hug. The reunion was a testament to the transformative power of time and the positive changes that had unfolded. Overwhelmed by the warmth of his family, Kevin couldn't help but inquire about the house. Kevin's world took a sudden and unexpected turn when his parents revealed the astonishing generosity bestowed upon them by none other than Sir Hans, acting on the will of Lord Roman. Their family, which had known its fair share of struggles, was now the recipient of a house and land, gifts from a noble lord that left them bewildered. The castle's residents, recognizing the arrival of Kevin's family, extended a helping hand to ease their settling-in process. Overwhelmed by the unexpected support, Kevin couldn't contain his emotions and found himself shedding tears, contemplating the depth of Lord Roman's impact on his family's life. The tender moment shifted as Kevin's father noticed a bruise on his son's cheek, prompting concern and questions. A suspicion arose that perhaps Lord Roman had played a role in this injury. Quick to defend his lord, Kevin clarified that there was no mistreatment involved. Yet the worry etched on Kevin's mother's face persisted, leading her to implore Kevin to share the truth. She expressed a readiness to uproot the family if it meant escaping mistreatment. However, Kevin, unwavering in his belief in Lord Roman's character, reassured them that their fears were unfounded. As Kevin began recounting the events, the scene transitioned to a local restaurant where his father, bursting with pride and excitement, shared the extraordinary turn of events with friends. Lord Roman, contrary to their expectations, had provided them with a house and land upon Kevin's recruitment as a knight. The revelation took an even more unexpected turn when Kevin's father disclosed that Lord Roman had intervened physically, slapping a Barcombe knight to protect his own subordinate, a revelation that left his father's friends incredulous. The news spread like wildfire through the town, challenging the prevailing perception of Lord Roman as the moron of Dimitry. The townsfolk found it hard to believe that a noble would go to such great lengths for a subordinate. The shift in perspective was seismic. Lord Roman, once dismissed as an idiot, was now seen as a caring and protective leader. The narrative suggested that gaining Roman's trust could pave the way for an entirely different life, a notion that started to reshape the town's collective opinion. The transformation extended to the notice board, where an old man explained to Lucas the surge in applicants for the private soldier recruitment. Lucas, struggling to reconcile this new image of Roman with the one he knew, found it difficult to believe that Roman had subjugated the Bloodfang and handled the social party incident. It contradicted the Roman he had witnessed causing a commotion in a casino just 2 years prior. Lucas found himself consumed by curiosity, pondering the enigma that was Roman over the past 2 years. The prospect of unraveling the mystery surrounding Roman stirred excitement within Lucas, compelling him to seek confirmation firsthand. Shifting to the Dimitry Palace, Viscount Dimitry, Roman's father, received an update from Jonathan on the preparations for an upcoming trial. The process was proceeding smoothly, and Lord Roman would take charge of the overall proceedings. However, Viscount Dimitry's curiosity about the timeline prompted him to question Jonathan on how much time had elapsed. Jonathan, with a note of caution, warned the Viscount that this was his last chance to reconsider the path they were treading. He expressed concerns about the potential dangers of developing private soldiers exclusively for one individual. Viscount Dimitry then shared a pivotal moment when he first learned that Roman would participate in Barco's social party. His initial fear was that Roman might align with the Barcos to remove Dimitri's second-born from the line of succession. To his surprise, Roman defied expectations, publicly slapping a Barcombe knight in front of numerous nobles. Even when Anthony, a potential ally, could have joined forces with Viscount Dimitri's second-born to undermine Roman's succession, Roman chose to assert his independence. Roman's actions signaled a departure from the perception that had plagued him for over a decade. Once deemed a moron, Roman had reshaped his life since the Bloodfang incident, living according to his own terms. Viscount Dimitry, Roman's father, expressed a genuine desire to support his son's newfound path. Acknowledging the Viscount's sentiments, Jonathan understood the complexity of the situation. Viscount Dimitry then delved into practical concerns, questioning Jonathan about the number of applicants for the upcoming trial. Given Roman's unconventional reputation, the Viscount hoped for a modest number. Anything above 50 would have been a relief. To his astonishment, Jonathan dropped a bombshell. Over 500 individuals had applied. The magnitude of the response left Viscount Dimitry in shock, as the unexpected surge in applicants hinted at a significant shift in Roman's standing within the community. The sheer number of people eager to participate in the trial underscored the resonance of Roman's newfound reputation and the anticipation surrounding the event. The narrative transitioned to the next day, where all the applicants gathered at the palace, marking the commencement of the trial. Chris, a key figure, approached Roman, delivering the news that the trial preparations had been completed. The scene unfolded on the eve of the trial, in a quaint inn where Lucas found solace in the embrace of his drink. The room buzzed with pre-trial anticipation, an atmosphere Lucas had not expected. The gathering of applicants exceeded his imagination, and the lively hubbub echoed the aspirations of those seeking a chance in the impending trial. At a corner table, 3 raucous individuals caught Lucas's attention. Their copper IDs, proudly hanging from their belts, marked them as C-rank mercenaries. Meanwhile, at the bar, another trio exhibited an air of battle-hardened experience, though lacking the visible insignia of mercenaries. Lucas mused about the mysteries surrounding these characters and the unspoken tales etched into their expressions. Dimitry boasted several inns, and Lucas pondered the significance of his chosen abode amidst the plethora of options. In this modest town, home to only a handful of decent people, The concentration of skilled applicants surpassed Lucas's expectations. The inn's patrons seemed cut from different cloths, each with a unique story and purpose for being there. Frustration gripped Lucas as he struggled to comprehend the convergence of seasoned warriors with the likes of him, driven by curiosity rather than necessity. His mug slammed onto the table, a manifestation of his perplexity and the weight of the unknown that hung in the air. Contemplating an early exit, Lucas found his attention unexpectedly hijacked by a conversation unfolding nearby. A man inquired of his companion Henderson about the reason for his presence. Henderson revealed his initial intention to enlist in the soldiers of the Lawrence family, his hometown's noble lineage. However, the trajectory of Henderson's fate shifted after witnessing Roman Dimitry's ruthless dismantling of the Blood Fang in Lawrence. The mere mention of Roman's name changed the atmosphere. Henderson's narrative unfolded with vivid imagery. The plaza, Roman covered in blood, dragging the Blood Fang leader by his hair. The recounting of this scene was a turning point, a visceral testament to the lengths Roman went to for justice. Lawrence, embroiled in skepticism and denial, doubted the reality of the incident. But for Henderson, there was no room for doubt. He had stood in the plaza, witnessed the indomitable strength of Roman Dimitry, and felt the shivers coursing through his spine. It was a moment etched in his memory, an undeniable truth that defied the rumors portraying Roman as a mere weakling. In the bustling inn, Henderson's impassioned proclamation echoed through the air, fueled by the influence of alcohol. He fervently asserted that Roman Dimitry was more than a leader. He was a true champion fighting for the welfare of his people. The recruitment for private soldiers, Henderson believed, was an unparalleled opportunity to become a loyal subordinate to Roman. As the eyes of the inn's patrons turned towards him, Henderson boldly declared his intent to pass the impending trial, secure permanent residence in Dimitry, and pledge allegiance to Roman, willing to lay down his life for him. This revelation left Lucas stunned, prompting him to reconsider the seemingly coincidental gathering of applicants. The dawn of the trial arrived, casting a wave of anticipation over the crowd. Lucas, reflecting on Henderson's words from the night before, grappled with a pivotal decision. If Roman Dimitry was indeed the leader described by Henderson, Lucas pondered the choices before him. He sensed a collective unease among the applicants, each facing their own internal dilemmas after hearing the rumors. Lucas anticipated that the moment of truth would unfold when they witnessed Roman's actions during the trial. As the tension reached its peak, Roman Dimitry made a grand entrance, commanding the attention of everyone present. Lucas observed in awe as an unspoken command compelled the crowd to lower their heads and make way for Roman. It became evident to Lucas that the rumors surrounding Roman were not mere exaggerations. There was an undeniable aura of authority surrounding the young leader. Roman ascended the stage, and a collective gasp swept through the crowd. Breaking the silence, he instructed the applicants to raise their heads. The unexpected presence of Roman left everyone in suspense, eager to hear his address. With the crowd's attention firmly in his grasp, Roman disclosed his plans. Contrary to expectations, he revealed that he had no intention of leading a secluded life in a remote territory. The revelation surprised the onlookers, who had anticipated a different path for the noble leader. Roman continued, articulating his relentless pursuit of a higher position and the inevitability of battles where lives hung in the balance. The gravity of his words hung in the air, challenging those who aspired to follow him to reconsider their commitment. Roman extended a warning to those without unwavering resolve, offering them a chance to turn back before the trials began. He emphasized that the path he treaded was one of constant struggle and that following him required more than a passing curiosity or superficial dedication. Roman's declaration underscored the profound risks and challenges that awaited those who chose to stand alongside him. In closing, Roman made it clear that, in the face of potential casualties, resentment should not be directed towards him. The idea that the only regret anyone might harbor would be missing the chance to witness Roman standing as the most powerful on the continent by his side was met with disbelief. The gravity of Roman's ambition unsettled the gathered crowd, and for Lucas, it was a moment of incredulity. How could Roman, whose position within his own family was in question, aspire to such heights? To Lucas, it seemed like an unwarranted display of arrogance, yet there lingered a peculiar sense that Roman might possess the ability to turn this audacious dream into reality. Amidst the murmurs of confusion, Chris stepped forward, seizing control of the situation. He took it upon himself to lay out the instructions for the first trial, injecting a sense of urgency into the atmosphere. The trial, as he explained, was deceptively simple. An archer stationed nearby would unleash 3 arrows upon an applicant standing at a designated location. The arrows could either graze the individual, embed themselves in the plate behind, or, in the most extreme scenario, strike the applicant directly, potentially causing fatal harm. The catch? Only those who remained motionless throughout the barrage of arrows would pass the trial. The announcement left everyone in the room in stunned silence. The audacity of such a trial raised eyebrows and fueled skepticism. Chris, undeterred by the collective disbelief, proceeded with the first trial, calling forward the applicants in the order of their names. As the first brave soul stepped onto the designated spot, a ripple of uncertainty spread through the onlookers. Among them, a skeptic pondered the implausibility of aiming potentially lethal arrows at private soldier applicants. The logical reasoning dictated that subjecting participants to life-threatening trials seemed far-fetched. After all, the archer must be highly skilled, and the notion of a mistake was dismissed as absurd. The archer's first shot, calculated and deliberate, narrowly missed the guy's neck, hitting the wooden wall behind him. It was a tense moment, and onlookers convinced themselves that this was merely a psychological test. Holding firm and believing that nothing would transpire seemed like the key to success. However, as the archer released the second arrow, the atmosphere shifted. The projectile found its mark, striking the applicant in the right leg. The sudden and unexpected injury sent shockwaves through the room. The participant crumpled to the ground in pain, vividly illustrating the harsh reality of the trials. Chris, unflinching, ordered a soldier to escort the wounded individual to the medic, emphasizing the unforgiving nature of the challenges that lay ahead. The room was left in a somber state, the gravity of Roman's ambitions mirrored in the severity of the first trial. The air was thick with tension and realization as the applicants grappled not only with the physical trials before them, but also with the enormity of the leader they had chosen to follow. As the wounded participant was led away, shock permeated the room. Undeterred, Chris called for the next participant. However, the recent spectacle had a profound effect on the following applicant, who stood motionless, grappling with the sight of the arrow piercing the previous participant's thigh. The severity of the injury left the second applicant stunned, contemplating the inherent risks of the trial. Chris, recognizing the hesitancy among the applicants, acknowledged that it seemed to align with Liege Roman's foresight. Addressing the paralyzed second applicant directly, Chris assumed that the individual had surrendered to the challenges ahead, acknowledging the trial's daunting nature. Direct and unwavering, Chris offered those fearful of arrow strikes an opportunity to withdraw from the trials on the spot. He made it clear that enduring to the end, even if struck, would earn them the proud qualification of having passed the first trial. The choice presented was stark: confront the trials head-on or choose the path of withdrawal. With frustration evident in his voice, Chris shouted at the applicants, challenging the courage of anyone considering themselves a coward. The once anticipatory end now echoed with the weighty decisions each applicant had to make, to embrace the trials or succumb to their fears and exit the hall. The narrative unfolds in Roman's office. A day before the pivotal trial, Roman gathers a group of men and issues a directive that will set the tone for the challenges to come. He reveals that in the upcoming trial, they will be struck by arrows. The gravity of the situation becomes evident as Roman introduces an expert archer, emphasizing that the arrows will target non-fatal areas. The archer, exuding confidence, reassures the men that they need not worry about errant shots. Roman, embodying a mix of authority and purpose, proceeds to reward the men with a box filled with gold. The glint in their eyes at the sight of the precious metal illustrates the allure of the reward. However, Roman tempers the excitement with a stark reality check. He makes it clear that although medics will be on standby to tend to injuries, the fact remains that each man will be struck by an arrow. Undeterred, Roman poses a crucial question: will they still proceed? The response is unanimous, a collective affirmation that echoes through the room. The men, seemingly undaunted by the impending ordeal, take their leave. Chris, a confidant of Roman, seeks an explanation for the extreme measures. Roman candidly shares that mere threats won't lead him to the individuals he seeks. To truly find those he's looking for, Roman believes he must show these men that they are putting their lives on the line. It's a visceral demonstration of commitment, a litmus test for those who aspire to be in Roman's service. Roman's rationale extends beyond the physical trial. He believes that even if the chances of being struck by an arrow are slim, most applicants will face it, revealing their innate resilience. The core of his search is individuals with a robust mentality, those born with what he terms the heart of a beast. This is not just a trial, it's a revelation of character. As the narrative shifts back to the present, the trial itself unfolds. Many applicants, unable to grapple with the reality of the challenges, have given up and left. Chris, surveying the diminished crowd, estimates that approximately 100 people remain. The scenes at the trial underscore the significance of Roman's quest for the heart of a beast. It's not merely about enduring physical hardships, it's about possessing an innate strength that sets certain individuals apart. Roman, reflecting on the concept of the heart of a beast, identifies it as an innate talent. It's not just about the willingness to face challenges head-on, but also a unique disposition that distinguishes certain individuals. Roman draws parallels with those who have already demonstrated this innate strength, like Kevin, who executed orders without hesitation, or Chris, who sought strength even after facing a humiliating defeat. Roman deems it crucial to identify and select individuals with this exceptional quality, a sentiment that becomes the driving force behind the upcoming trial. As Roman issues the command to resume the trial, Lucas's mind wanders back to a pivotal moment at the inn. He recalls Henderson, now facing the trial. The visible terror on Henderson's face as the archer readies the first arrow sets the stage for a tense and critical moment. The initial arrow narrowly misses Henderson's head, intensifying the suspense. The second arrow strikes perilously close to Henderson's right arm, prompting thoughts of surrender. Henderson contemplates giving up, fearing the potential impact of the impending third arrow. However, the archer, with precise timing, releases the third arrow, hitting the target between Henderson's legs. Luck favors Henderson, and he successfully navigates the trial. Lucas, witnessing the close call, reflects on the fine line between success and surrender in such challenging circumstances. As the other participants face their own trials, the scene shifts to the culmination of the first trial. Excluding those who yielded, approximately 400 applicants persist. Of these, 120 emerge as successful candidates. Roman, evaluating the results, notes the diverse reactions among the participants, some trembling with fear, while others face the challenge with indifference. In Roman's eyes, both groups exhibit a shared trait, the courage to confront their fears, meeting the standards he deems essential. Reflecting on the broader context, Roman recognizes the need to sift through the gathered multitude, distinguishing those with genuine potential from those present for circumstantial or ulterior motives. His discerning gaze seeks individuals who will regard him with awe rather than mere fear. This discernment becomes a critical aspect of Roman's strategy in assembling a cohort of truly exceptional individuals. Addressing the 120 successful applicants, Roman commends their passage of the first trial as evidence of their worth as warriors. Yet with a firm tone, he underscores that only 30 will be accepted as his subordinates. The announcement introduces a new layer of reality and urgency, emphasizing the high stakes and rigorous standards that define Roman's selection process. The narrative deepens as Roman reveals plans for a second trial, another formidable test that will separate the chosen few from the rest. Success in this subsequent trial will elevate them to the coveted position of Roman's subordinate, a role that promises a life akin to that of a predator. The gravity of the announcement underscores the intense scrutiny and expectations placed on those who aspire to stand alongside Roman. Lucas is left astounded by the unexpected turn of events as Roman moves forward with the second trial. The air in the room thickens with anticipation as Roman outlines the straightforward rules for the participants. Wooden swords of various types are laid out, and Roman informs them that they have the freedom to choose any sword they prefer. The essence of the trial becomes clear. Each participant is tasked with proving their worth through a one-on-one duel with Roman himself. The audacity of Roman's decision to face all 120 applicants individually in a duel doesn't escape Lucas's notice. Roman, with a serious expression, addresses the participants, alleviating some of the pressure by stating that winning is not a requirement. Those who can endure and last even a mere minute against him will pass the trial, and they'll be rewarded with conditions surpassing those outlined in the notice. A bald man named Vulcan steps forward eagerly, volunteering to be the first to face Roman in the duel. A bald man steps forward, confronting Roman. Roman inquires about the bald man's name, and he introduces himself as Vulcan. Roman then checks if Vulcan is comfortable using the wooden sword, and Vulcan reassures him that it's perfectly fine. However, lurking beneath his confidence is an underestimation of Roman's abilities. Vulcan, even considering the rumors of Roman subjugating Bloodfang, believes it's impossible for Roman to defeat him in under a minute. As the duel begins, Chris signals the start, and Vulcan charges forward at full speed, determined to make an impression. Yet to his astonishment, Roman displays an agility and precision that catches Vulcan off guard. In a swift motion, Roman dodges Vulcan's attack, leaving him sprawled on the ground with Roman's sword poised at his neck. The unexpected turn of events emphasizes the vast difference in skill between Roman and the participants. With a serious demeanor, Roman calls for the next applicant, setting the stage for a series of individual duels. Lucas, witnessing this display of Roman's prowess, is thoroughly impressed. The movements Roman exhibited were not just swift, they were seemingly impossible, defying the laws of physics. Lucas grapples with the realization that this second trial is poised to be incomparably more difficult than the first. The room is charged with tension as Roman stands firm, a purple aura enveloping him. The collective gasp that swept through the onlookers was palpable as Roman effortlessly defeated Vulcan. The initial shock lingered, giving way to a curious mix of disbelief and admiration. As the duels repeated and time ticked away, the participants held on to the hope that facing Roman would gradually become more manageable. It was a commonly held belief that his stamina would eventually wane, providing them with an opportunity to strike. However, Roman defied their expectations. An hour passed since the commencement of the second round, and Roman had engaged in an astounding 60 duels, emerging victorious in each one. What baffled everyone even more was the conspicuous absence of any signs of fatigue on Roman's part. The relentless pace at which he fought seemed to have no impact on his energy reserves. Henderson, initially skeptical of Roman's prowess, found himself reevaluating his perception. Roman's earlier words, spoken with a self-assured demeanor, now took on a new meaning. Henderson realized that Roman Dimitry wasn't just a participant. He was a predator in this ruthless world of survival. The realization hit him with a clarity that bordered on unsettling. As Henderson scrutinized Roman, he sensed an aura of undeniable power. Roman's ability to navigate the duels with such ease suggested a dominance that transcended the physical realm. The Fool of Dimitry, as Roman was often labeled, now appeared as a force to be reckoned with, a potential leader in this chaotic landscape. Contemplating the situation, Henderson understood the significance of this moment. While Roman was still underestimated by many, this might be the only chance of a lifetime to align oneself with such a formidable force. Becoming Roman's subordinate in this cutthroat world could mean not just survival but a position of influence and strength. Yet the daunting question lingered: how could they face this apparent monster? The reluctance among the applicants was palpable, an unspoken agreement that challenging Roman was a perilous endeavor. In response, Roman issued a stern ultimatum: if no one stepped forward, everyone would fail. Just when hesitation threatened to paralyze the group, a lone figure emerged. Lucas, the 61st applicant, stepped forward with determination etched across his face. Addressing Roman, he bravely declared his name, breaking the tense silence that had enveloped the arena. In the intense confrontation between Lucas and Roman, a palpable tension hung in the air. Lucas, observing Roman, couldn't shake the feeling that he was facing a formidable adversary, a true monster. It wasn't just Roman's exceptional martial skills that gave Lucas pause. It was the subtle pressure he seemed to exert, a force that extended beyond mere physicality. As Lucas grappled with this realization, he couldn't help but reflect on how different this Roman Dimitry was from the one etched in his memory. Roman, despite his overwhelming combat abilities, had expressed his disdain for languishing in a remote region like their current surroundings. He had declared his intention to move on, to conquer the entire continent. Lucas, absorbing these words, became convinced of their validity. The prospect of 8 silvers paled in comparison to the question gnawing at Lucas: were Roman's ambitions genuine? To find out, Lucas believed he had to overcome a trial. As the 1-minute timer commenced, Lucas abandoned all hesitation and charged straight at Roman. Chris, a bystander to this unfolding clash, observed with keen interest. Only Lucas, aside from the first applicant, had managed to seize the initiative against Roman. Lucas, in his assault, employed a multifaceted strategy. With a sword in hand, he aimed slashes at Roman's head, while simultaneously directing a dagger toward his heart. It was a calculated move, an attempt to exploit any vulnerability in Roman's defenses. However, Roman, a paragon of skill, effortlessly blocked Lucas's every advance. Lucas, undeterred by the initial setback, maintained his offensive. A relentless pursuit of weaknesses seemed to be his strategy. Yet Roman, like an impregnable fortress, deflected each blow with ease. Despite the frustration mounting within Lucas, he couldn't help but respect the prowess before him. An opening, Lucas thought, would inevitably present itself if he persisted. But Roman, seemingly aware of Lucas's calculations, took a step back to evade the dagger, parried the sword, and maintained his defensive stance. Undeterred, Lucas pressed on, determined to breach Roman's defenses. Time was of the essence, and any hesitation could spell his defeat. The need to endure for 1 minute pressed heavily on his mind. Lucas understood that maintaining the initiative was crucial, and he redoubled his efforts. Each strike became a desperate attempt to wrest control from Roman's unyielding grasp. Roman, in response, began to smirk. He recognized Lucas's tenacity and instinctive senses. In Roman's estimation, Lucas wasn't a bad opponent. The smirk hinted at a level of respect, though Roman cautioned against such decision-making on the battlefield. Roman wasn't about to let Lucas hold out for just 1 minute. To him, this brief time frame was more than a test. It was a symbolic wall meant to showcase the exceptional qualities of the leader the applicants would be pledging allegiance to. The purpose of the trial, according to Roman, was to impress upon the applicants the greatness of their future liege right from their initial encounter. Feeling that the duel had served its purpose, Roman decided it was time to conclude it. With a decisive strike, he sent Lucas sprawling on the floor. In that moment, Lucas contemplated the limitations of a B-rank mercenary. While an ordinary person could attain this rank through hard work and risking their life, reaching the realm of an A-rank mercenary required the ability to wield mana, a power Lucas lacked. This realization settled in, and Lucas accepted that, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape the confines of a B-rank mercenary. Despite this acknowledgement, Lucas drew strength from his experiences surviving in battlefields where countless others had perished. He grasped a fundamental truth: to survive and emerge victorious, he must employ any means necessary. This realization brought the focus back to the ongoing duel, where, facing Roman, Lucas decided to throw a bag of sand into Roman's eyes. Chris, the observer, found Lucas's unexpected move valid. After all, Roman had only instructed the applicants to endure for 1 minute. No additional rules had been established. As the sand temporarily blinded Roman, Lucas seized the opportunity, swiftly rising from the ground and charging at him. Lucas entertained the hope that, with Roman temporarily impaired, he might gain an advantage. However, to Lucas's surprise, as he closed in on Roman, he was met with the unsettling sight of Roman's red eyes glaring directly at him through the sand. It was a testament to Roman's resilience and awareness. Lucas, acknowledging the unexpected turn of events, responded with a smile. In a spontaneous decision, he dropped his weapons and conceded, declaring his surrender. Within the confines of the Heavenly Demon God cult, the initiation into martial arts for the children takes an unexpected detour before the earnest teachings commence. The foundational lesson bestowed upon them is not about strikes, kicks, or stances, but rather the art of keeping one's eyes wide open. In the midst of exchanging blows, a single blink could, in the greatest sense, mean the difference between life and death. Much like the prescribed order for breathing to circulate internal energy, the act of blinking is elevated to a matter of serious consideration. Consequently, members of the Heavenly Demon cult undergo rigorous training to maintain open eyes at all times, irrespective of the situation. Returning to the duel where Lucas had chosen to surrender, a curious scene unfolds. Chris hands Roman a container of water. This simple act is the beginning of Roman's effort to rid himself of the sand that Lucas, in a moment of desperation, flung into his eyes during the duel. As Roman pours water on his face, Lucas stands behind, a mixture of embarrassment and reflection etched across his features. Lucas contemplates the unexpected turn of events. If he had known the duel would culminate in this way, he might not have resorted to using the sand. His intent was to use any means necessary to last 1 minute and successfully navigate the trial set before him. Yet, in his eyes, the result appears nothing short of pathetic. Doubts and self-criticism surface as Lucas wonders if Roman is disappointed in him. Perhaps, Lucas ponders, Roman harbored no expectations from the outset. The looming fear of potential punishment hovers over Lucas's thoughts. Contrary to Lucas's apprehensions, Roman's response is unexpected. Rather than addressing Lucas's use of foul play, Roman calls for the next applicant with an air of nonchalance. This surprises not only Lucas, but also the other applicants who had anticipated Roman's wrath. Roman's lack of anger or inquiry leaves the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. From Roman's perspective, the sand-throwing maneuver wasn't a surprise. He had astutely observed Lucas reaching for the pouch as he gracefully evaded Roman's attack. Far from condemning Lucas, Roman intentionally allowed the unconventional tactic to play out. Roman's motivation was clear: he wanted to see Lucas at his best, navigating the challenge with resourcefulness and resilience. Roman, known also as Baek Joong-Hyuk, acknowledges the challenges and hardships Lucas has faced. Though Roman can't quantify the extent of the bloodshed Lucas has witnessed, he is confident that the experiences have been profound. In Roman's mind, the blood he has seen is enough to create an ocean. This realization underscores the birth of the heavenly demon, an entity forged in the crucible of trials and tribulations. With the duel momentarily set aside, Roman directs the other applicants to come forward, signaling the resumption of the trial. The arena transforms into a stage for a myriad of tactics as each participant endeavors to last 1 minute against Roman. As Chris observes the unfolding events, he can't help but notice that Lucas has set a precedent, inspiring every subsequent applicant to employ any means necessary to endure the rigorous 1-minute duels. Roman engages in successive duels with various applicants, and Lucas, from his vantage point, realizes that although foul play is not explicitly grounds for disqualification, Roman shows no mercy when the line is crossed. Lucas contemplates how, had he not surrendered earlier, he might have found himself resorting to unconventional tactics like those now attempting. The entire situation baffles Lucas. It's the 100th duel, and a full 2 hours had elapsed since the trial commenced. Despite the physical toll, Roman remains seemingly unfazed. Lucas is particularly struck by Roman's stable breathing. In the cruel reality of combat, opponents seldom show mercy due to fatigue. Rather, unstable breathing leads to faltering movements and eventual demise. Lucas grasps the importance of mastering the intricacies of combat, aligning breath with action to harness the mana of nature. Roman's body, fortified by skeletal metamorphosis, maintains an optimal state, drawing from past experiences where combat endurance endured for 3 days and nights during the conquest of the Murim. Despite the relatively light sparring in the current duel, Roman's stamina stands resilient. Lucas marvels at this display of endurance, considering it against the harsh backdrop of battles where countless lives are lost. Later on, Chris gathers all the applicants, delivering the news that none have passed the second trial. However, he tempers the disappointment by assuring them that this doesn't necessarily mean there are no successful applicants. Out of the 120 present, 30 will be selected and informed at a later date. Chris commends the applicants for their efforts, and with that, everyone is dismissed for the day. The weight of anticipation and uncertainty lingers in the air as the aspiring members of the heavenly demon god cult disperse, each contemplating their performance in the trials. In the subsequent scene within Roman's office, a new phase unfolds. Roman hands Chris the list of successful applicants, entrusting him with the responsibility of training. Chris, displaying a deep sense of commitment, assures Roman that he will put forth his best efforts in this new role. As Chris carefully reviews the list of successful applicants, his attention is drawn to a familiar name, Vulcan, the individual who had boldly challenged the young master Roman in the initial stages of the trials. Chris can't help but wonder what qualities Vulcan possesses that garnered the approval of Roman. There's a sense that Vulcan must hold a considerable amount of courage to have earned this distinction. Another name on the list, Henderson, leaves Chris somewhat perplexed. From Chris's perspective, there doesn't appear to be anything particularly exceptional about Henderson. He contemplates whether Roman might see something in Henderson that escapes his own understanding. However, what truly catches him off guard is the realization that Roman has also passed Lucas, prompting him to seek clarification about this unexpected decision. Curiosity prompts Chris to question Roman about Lucas's inclusion. Roman, seemingly unperturbed, inquires if there's a problem. Chris, acknowledging Lucas's undeniable talent as a B-rank mercenary, raises the issue of Lucas's questionable conduct during the dueling trial and his premature surrender. In Chris's eyes, Lucas's decision to abandon the fight at the first sign of defeat, coupled with the use of dishonorable tactics, marks him as a potential liability on the battlefield. Putting honor aside, Chris perceives Lucas as a stereotypical mercenary whose priority is personal survival, even at the expense of comradeship. Roman's response, however, defies expectations. He affirms that this very reason led him to pass Lucas. Roman explains that, despite Lucas's apparent lack of traditional honor, in a situation where foul play was unprecedented, Lucas demonstrated a pragmatic and realistic approach to facing Roman. Roman sees individuals like Lucas as shining on the battlefield, adept at navigating chaos by constantly seeking ways to survive and find solutions, even if it means bending the rules. Roman challenges Chris's certainty that Lucas would betray his comrades solely based on his engagement in foul play. This revelation surprises Chris, prompting him to reflect on his training with Jonathan. Memories resurface of Jonathan, emphasizing that survival on the battlefield is not the exclusive domain of knights like Chris and himself who wield aura. Instead, it belongs to those who can calmly assess each situation and adapt accordingly. Individuals capable of enduring until the very end. Jonathan urged Chris to keep this perspective in mind, emphasizing the value of adaptability and resourcefulness over strict adherence to conventional notions of honor. Despite Chris's prowess as a knight, the ever-present threat of ambush by unseen adversaries lurks in the shadows. Reflecting on Lucas's recent decision, Chris now sees the pragmatism in it and acknowledges his own short-sightedness. Seeking understanding, Chris turns to Roman and poses a question about something that might elude his comprehension. With 5 months until Roman's departure for the battlefield and the typical exemption of nobles from frontline duty, Chris is curious about Roman's early gathering of soldiers. Roman cryptically responds, hinting that the reason will soon be disclosed. The narrative shifts to the subsequent day when Barco issues an official statement. Barco, having patiently awaited the Lawrences' adherence to past promises, feels betrayed by their breach of noble honor. The Lawrences not only failed to settle ancestral debts, but also refused to surrender the land serving as collateral. Consequently, Barco announces their decision to take up arms against the Lawrences. In a public statement addressed to the Kingdom of Cairo, Barco declares that if the Lawrences don't settle their debts or relinquish the collateral land within a week, Barco, with the central government's approval, will declare a territorial war against the Lawrences. This revelation surprises Chris, leaving him grappling with the sudden escalation of tensions. Roman then discloses to Chris that he plans to actively involve his army in the conflict between Barco and Lawrence. The narrative shifts to Lawrence's palace, honing in on Flora. She grapples with the weight of perceived responsibility for her family's potential downfall in the impending war with the Barcos. Flora's sleepless nights are haunted by the notion that her broken engagement with Roman Dimitry is the catalyst for their impending struggle. In the quiet hours of the night, a heavy sense of guilt drives her to wakefulness as she contemplates the consequences of her actions. As dawn breaks, the concern deepens among Flora's maids. She has secluded herself in her room since her return from Dimitry's, and the maids attribute this withdrawal to the speculated disengagement. Rumors circulate that Lady Flora's supposed mistake led to the termination of the engagement, a revelation that perplexes and disturbs the maids. Their disdain for Dimitry intensifies as they struggle to comprehend why Lady Flora would do something deserving of rejection by what they dismissively refer to as a moron. The maids' worries amplify with the news of Barcos declaring war on Lawrence, casting a shadow of uncertainty over the fate of the family. Within the confines of her room, Flora confronts the dissonance between her self-perception and the harsh reality. She once thought of herself as clever, having excelled in an advanced-level course at the academy, and believed she was a dutiful daughter based on the approving smiles from her father. However, the current circumstances force her to acknowledge the fragility of her position. Stripped of her family's protective embrace, Flora sees herself as nothing more than a delicate flower in a greenhouse, vulnerable to the harsh elements of reality. A sense of irony pervades Flora's thoughts as she draws a parallel between the moronic Dimitry and herself, realizing that in the eyes of others, she may be the fool. This revelation shatters her confidence, leaving her unable to face her father with the same assurance she once had. Flora grapples with the dissonance between her perceived identity and the reality that her actions may have dire consequences for her family. Contemplating her predicament, Flora finds herself wondering how Roman Dimitry would navigate such a challenging situation. She recognizes a stark contrast between their characters. Roman, an individual who stands independent, needing nothing and desiring nothing from others. Roman's strength and resolute actions, such as subjugating Bloodfang for his family, leave Flora questioning when he became such a formidable force. She puzzles over the mystery of Roman's capability to undertake such significant actions independently, questioning her own inadequacies in comparison. Setting aside thoughts of Roman, Flora reflects on the resolve he displayed in his actions and the stark disparity with her own perceived shortcomings. In the face of Roman's unwavering determination, Flora feels diminished and inconsequential. Outside Flora's room, her servants deliver a meal, and as they knock on the door, Flora surprises them by suddenly opening the door. In a spontaneous decision, she expresses her desire to visit the library. This unanticipated move catches the servant off guard, leaving them curious about Flora's sudden change in routine. Inside the library, Flora contemplates her father's earnest attempts to garner support from other families amidst the impending conflict with the Barcos. However, a sense of skepticism lingers within her. She is doubtful that any neighboring families will extend assistance to the Lawrence clan in their dire situation. Drawing a parallel to Roman Dimitry's self-reliance in subjugating Bloodfang, Flora believes that, similarly, the Lawrences must navigate their challenges using their own strength and resourcefulness. The narrative shifts to the Lord's room at Lawrence Palace. unveiling a disheartening tableau. The collaborative efforts to secure support from other families have met staunch resistance. The Martel family was the first to reject Lawrence's proposal, followed by the Vastra family, who, despite prior agreements, declined to offer their assistance. The Viscount of Lawrence, overseeing the chaos, receives distressing news. Neighboring regions are hesitant to intervene due to the oppressive shadow cast by the Barcos. Rumors swirl that Barcos may retaliate against anyone in the northeast who dares to support Lawrence. The Lord faces a formidable challenge, with alliances crumbling and potential allies turning their backs. Meanwhile, Flora, immersed in the library's confines, grapples with a growing sense of urgency. With only 1 week remaining until the war, she contemplates what she perceives as Lawrence's most viable course of action in this critical juncture. In the Viscount's office, a palpable air of disbelief hangs heavy. The Viscount expresses incredulity that neighboring families, once thought to be allies, are now unwilling to extend a helping hand in the impending conflict. Seeking information and potential alternatives, the Viscount inquires about any communication from the Gold Bank. The response unveils a disheartening reality. The Gold Bank is indeed investigating the land collateral matter, but the time frame for resolution exceeds the immediacy of the impending conflict. The man further speculates that the Gold Bank, considering its significant investments in Barcos, may have chosen to align with Barcos for strategic reasons. This revelation deepens the Viscount's worry, as the Lawrences find themselves without a concrete solution to their impending crisis. Within the Lawrence family, a disheartening suggestion surfaces as a noble recommends surrender to the Viscount. The blockade of assistance from neighboring regions by Barcos, coupled with an evident discrepancy in troop strength, leads this noble to advocate for surrender. The rationale behind this proposal is to protect the innocent Lawrence soldiers and salvage as much land as possible, even if it means conceding everything to Barcos. The Viscount contemplates this grim suggestion, weighing the potential cost of defiance against the perceived benefits of yielding. In the midst of this deliberation, the scene undergoes a sudden shift as Flora enters the conference room. Interrupting the somber discussions, she expresses a desire to convey something important to her father. This unexpected entrance injects an air of urgency and personal involvement into the room, leaving both the noble and the Viscount curious about what Flora has to say. The narrative then transitions to the Dimitry Palace, where Roman confronts his father with a decision that could alter the course of events in the brewing conflict between Barco and Lawrence. Roman reveals his intention to engage actively in the war under the banner of Roman Dimitry. His father, Viscount Dimitry, responds with a mixture of concern and caution, questioning whether Roman fully comprehends the repercussions of such a move. Viscount Dimitry sternly reminds Roman that the war between Barco and Lawrence is officially sanctioned by the central government. Moreover, he underscores the potential consequences of meddling in a legitimate battle, especially considering Roman's recent dissolution of the marriage arrangement with Lawrence's daughter. Such interference, the Viscount warns, could sever ties with Northeast nobles and, at its worst, prompt the central government to send soldiers to quell any rebellion. In response, Roman provides a more nuanced perspective on his decision. He unveils a recent threat from Anthony Barco, the eldest son of the Barco family. Anthony perceived Roman's marriage to the Lawrence as an obstacle to their plans and used intimidation to dissuade Roman. Despite lacking tangible evidence of the threat, Roman feels compelled to act. He candidly shares this revelation with his father, emphasizing the external pressures and threats that influence his course of action. Roman also hints at a deeper consideration, the perception of the Dimitry family as a formidable force in the Northeast. The notion that Dimitry holds a position as a true powerhouse in the region underscores the potential impact of Roman's involvement in the conflict. The Barcos already viewed the Dimitry family as beneath them, and Roman decides it's time to confront his father about the family's passive stance. Despite possessing considerable power and wealth, Roman believes his father is content with the current situation. In stark contrast, Roman Dimitry craves power and refuses to stand idly by while the Dimitry name is tarnished, whether by Barco or any other adversary. Roman points out the Barco strategy of declaring war based on a non-existent cause, a mere ploy for those in positions of power. He sees his current existence as navigating an endless ocean, full of uncertainty. Amid this ambiguity, Roman is unwavering in his commitment to live a life of dominance. Turning to his father, Roman clarifies that he isn't seeking the family's strength. Instead, he intends to intervene in the war solely under the qualification of Roman Dimitry. He requests his father's observance, emphasizing that the path he is about to embark upon represents the life he intends to lead moving forward.
The storyline seamlessly transitions back to a pivotal memory involving Roman's father. In this reflective moment, Roman's father holds a steadfast belief that one's origin of birth remains an immutable aspect, irrespective of the heights one may attain in life. This conviction forms a cornerstone in his worldview, setting the stage for the interplay of aspirations and societal expectations within the family. Amidst this contemplation, Roman's mother introduces a speculative angle, positing that perhaps some incident transpired among the nobles during Romero's sojourn to the capital. There, Romero shared with his wife the discernment of gazes cast upon him by the nobility. These were not the familiar looks exchanged between equals, but rather scrutinizing eyes, laden with a certain judgment. Romero, however, remains unperturbed by the social nuances, expressing contentment with his present circumstances. A nuanced dialogue unfolds between Romero and his wife, revealing Romero's acceptance of his current station in life. He discloses his reluctance to embark on an arduous journey to accumulate more wealth or power. Despite his contentment, there lies a dormant hope within Romero, a hope that his sons will forge paths distinct from his own, transcending the limitations imposed by their humble origins. This adds layers to Romero's character, showcasing a complex interplay of satisfaction and unfulfilled aspirations. The narrative seamlessly transitions back to the present, where Roman's father is taken aback by the resolute gaze of his son. The eyes that meet his are not those of a malleable individual, open to persuasion. In this moment, Roman's father recognizes the fruition of a long-awaited vision. The once apprehensive child has metamorphosed into a self-assured individual, capable of making independent choices. Roman's father extends an encouraging hand, urging Roman to pursue his desires with the assurance of unwavering support. The message is clear: Roman doesn't have to navigate the complexities of life in isolation. Familial support is a steadfast constant. As the scene transitions once again, this time to the outside world, we are greeted by the sprawling shops of the blacksmiths of Dimitry. Roman's observation validates the widespread acclaim that Dimitri's smithies are unparalleled in scale within the Kingdom of Cairo. The narrative details the grandeur of the workshops, with 30 such establishments lining the blacksmith street. The imagery evokes a sense of industriousness and craftsmanship, encapsulating the essence of Dimitri's prominence in the kingdom. In these meticulously described workshops, several blacksmiths toil simultaneously, creating a vibrant tableau of industry and craftsmanship. Roman, observing this spectacle, contemplates the veracity of the claims. The blacksmiths of Dimitry are indeed the largest and most prolific in the entire kingdom. As Roman strolled along the vibrant street of blacksmith shops, a revelation dawned upon him. The immense wealth amassed by the Dimitry family was laid bare in the very stones of this thoroughfare. This realization stemmed not merely from the opulence of the establishments, but from the underlying source, the iron mine nestled behind the Dimitry estate. It harbored the most substantial deposits in the entire Kingdom of Cairo. The blacksmiths of Dimitry, with their unparalleled skill set, transformed the raw or from their rich mine into exquisite ironwork. The products were then sold at a premium, commanding a hefty price in the market. This strategic blend of resource and craftsmanship ensured that the northeastern nobles of Cairo dared not harbor any hostile intentions towards Dimitry. Beyond the awe-inspiring wealth, they recognized the pragmatic truth. The kingdom's reliance on Dimitri's iron weapons was so profound that any disruption in supply would constitute a critical issue. In Roman's mind, the symbolic figurehead of this industrial prowess was the master blacksmith, an individual who, through skill and leadership, embodied the Dimitry family's legacy. As the scene transitions, we find ourselves in Roman's father's office, a space steeped in history and decision-making. Roman, with a determined gleam in his eyes, reveals to his father his intent to take matters into his own hands. However, acknowledging the monumental task ahead, he humbly seeks assistance for a crucial aspect: the procurement of armaments to equip the soldiers under his command. In response, Roman's father, a figure once at the helm of the family's smithy affairs, advises him to seek the counsel of Master Hendrik. Master Hendrik, once a collaborator with Roman's father, now held the mantle of responsibility in the Dimitry family's blacksmithing endeavors. Following Roman's father's elevation to peerage, Hendrik seamlessly succeeded him. In his role as the family's master, Hendrik bore the weight of overseeing all facets of ironwork production. Roman, now tasked with this pivotal mission, expresses gratitude to his father. Yet, a note of caution lingers in the air. Roman's father imparts a crucial piece of advice, a subtle reminder of the intricacies woven into the fabric of the Dimitry legacy. The blacksmiths of Dimitry, it seems, are not swayed by the mere echo of the family name. Prideful and discerning, they demand genuine merit and understanding. With this counsel resonating, the narrative unfurls onto the bustling street outside, where the iron-forged creations of Dimitry craftsmen adorn the shop fronts. The eyes of the workers, fixated on Roman, tell a story of skepticism and scrutiny. As Roman navigates this visual tapestry, he realizes that earning the trust of these prideful artisans would be no easy feat, especially considering his past actions. Amidst the lingering glances, Roman proceeds to Hendrik, who, in the midst of his craftsmanship, queries Roman about the purpose of his unexpected visit. As Roman entered Hendrik's workspace, he couldn't shake the feeling that his father had sent word ahead about the purpose of his visit. Hendrik, the master blacksmith in charge of Dimitry family's ironwork, met Roman's gaze with a serious expression. Roman got straight to the point, informing Hendrik that he needed equipment to arm 30 soldiers. Hendrik, while acknowledging the request, injected an unexpected dose of skepticism. He suggested that he initially thought Roman might be there to pilfer something due to running out of money for entertainment. This revelation caught Roman off guard, but Hendrik quickly directed him to a corner of the workshop where an assortment of equipment was stacked. In a surprising turn, Hendrik urged Roman to take whatever he needed, emphasizing that the items in that corner would be more than enough to equip 30 soldiers. The generosity left Roman taken aback, prompting him to seek confirmation. With a hint of disbelief, he asked Hendrik if he was genuinely permitting him to take the supplies. Hendrik's affirmative response didn't alleviate Roman's surprise. However, as Roman questioned the quality of the equipment, the atmosphere grew tense. Picking up a sword from the corner, Roman expressed disappointment, suggesting that the reputation of Dimitry's ironwork might be exaggerated if this was considered suitable for soldiers. His probing continued as he asked Hendrik if this was truly the best work he could offer. Hendrik, now visibly agitated, shot back at Roman, stating that if he wasn't satisfied, he was free to leave. Undeterred, Roman pressed on, questioning the authenticity of Dimitry's renowned ironwork. Hendrik, in a stern retort, reminded Roman that passing judgment on the quality of their ironwork required more than mere observation from someone who had never endured the searing heat of a blacksmith's furnace. As the tension lingered, Hendrik divulged a critical detail. Had it not been for Baron Romero's request, Roman wouldn't have received anything. He proceeded to draw a stark contrast between Roman and his younger brother, Rodwell. While Rodwell diligently apprenticed under Hendrik, preparing to succeed the family, Roman, as the eldest son, squandered his time pursuing fleeting pleasures on the streets. With a cutting tone, Hendrik drove home the gravity of Roman's inadequacy. He asserted that, even compared to the equipment scattered on the workshop floor, Roman Dimitry was deemed irredeemable trash. As Roman stood before Hendrik once again, he couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu. Addressing Hendrik, he acknowledged the palpable anger in the air, reassuring him that he understood the source of Hendrik's frustration. However, Roman couldn't overlook the glaring issue at hand, the sword in question. With a discerning eye, Roman pointed out that this particular weapon had been forged with an alarming lack of precision. The uneven application of force during the crafting process had resulted in a sword so poorly made that it changed color simply from exposure to sunlight. Roman emphasized that this couldn't be considered a product of Dimitry's renowned ironwork. Despite this obvious flaw, Hendrik had chosen to sidestep the issue and resort to personal insults instead of acknowledging the subpar quality of the equipment. Hendrik, visibly surprised by Roman's candid assessment, listened as Roman recounted a recent tragedy involving one of his soldiers. The soldier had met an untimely demise due to the inadequacy of the sword. Roman vividly described how the blade, far from being a testament to quality craftsmanship, failed to cleanly cut through flesh, resulting in the soldier's bewildered death on the battlefield. Roman questioned the injustice of the situation, highlighting the soldier's futile efforts to survive armed with nothing but subpar weaponry provided by his lord, Roman Dimitry. As Roman passionately shared this sobering tale, Hendrik grappled with the weight of the revelation. Roman then shifted his attention to a piece of armor, challenging Hendrik about the suitability of such weak protection for soldiers. He argued that the heaviness of armor would be justified if it could effectively shield the body. However, the chainmail provided by Roman had failed in its duty to protect a soldier, leading to a fatal outcome. Roman illustrated how the soldier's trust in the finely stitched iron pieces had been shattered when an experimental piece from an unknown blacksmith failed to withstand an enemy's attack. The armor betrayed the soldier, resulting in a grievous wound that exposed his organs. Hendrik, still grappling with the gravity of Roman's words, sought clarification. Roman responded, emphasizing that the issue extended beyond the inferior quality of the equipment. He believed that Hendrik's frustration stemmed from the eldest son, Roman himself, only stepping forward when there was an immediate need, rather than consistently addressing the ongoing concerns of the family's blacksmithing endeavors. As Roman inspected the scattered ironwork, it became evident that Hendrik held little interest in the smithy. While Roman empathized with Hendrik's disinterest, he believed that Hendrik had overstepped a boundary. With a stern expression, Roman addressed Hendrik, pointing out that if he failed to recognize the pieces on the floor as trash, the soldiers following Roman might unwittingly risk their lives with subpar equipment. Roman stressed that this issue extended beyond personal feelings or a desire for retaliation. It directly impacted the lives of 30 individuals. Despite Hendrik turning away from the truth, Roman questioned whether Hendrik could genuinely consider himself an artisan proudly representing Dimitry when he offered what Roman deemed as inferior equipment. The pieces, tainted by Hendrik's personal feelings towards Roman, jeopardized the lives of individuals who had done nothing wrong. Hendrik attempted to defend himself, stating that jeopardizing lives wasn't his intention. However, Roman asserted that intentions held little weight in this context. The clear purpose of weapons and armor was to provide reliable protection, and Roman had made the request with the authority of Barco Romero, his father. Instead of furnishing suitable equipment, Hendrik had offered what Roman saw as pieces of trash. Roman interpreted Hendrik's actions as a form of insubordination toward his father. In the midst of the heated confrontation, the workshop echoed with the clamor of other workers pouring out to witness the exchange between Roman and Master Hendrik. Reacting to Roman's perceived disrespect, some workers, noting the sword in Roman's grip, were poised to physically restrain him. However, before matters escalated, Hendrik intervened with a commanding order to halt, temporarily quelling the potential physical altercation. It was in this charged atmosphere that Hendrik, rather unexpectedly, extended an apology to Roman for the tumultuous situation that had unfolded. The narrative then gracefully shifted to a poignant memory etched in Hendrik's past. As a fledgling smith, Hendrik found himself at the receiving end of stern reprimands from his elder craftsmen for producing subpar equipment. The memory unfolded with a young Hendrik being assigned menial chores as a consequence of his lackluster craftsmanship. During this period, a pivotal incident unfolded, a moment that would leave an indelible mark on Hendrik's understanding of the craft. While engaged in his chores, Hendrik overheard a scene playing out within the workshop. An adventurer had approached the owner, seeking to purchase a sword for a mere gold piece, promising to repay the debt later. Despite the adventurer's earnest plea, the owner declined the request. Witnessing this exchange, young Hendrik was stirred by a sense of compassion and a desire to rectify his own perceived shortcomings. He took it upon himself to forge a sword, an act of kindness that transcended the confines of commerce. Hendrik approached the adventurer and offered the sword free of charge. Grateful, the adventurer accepted the gift and ventured forth on a mercenary mission. However, the tale took a tragic turn. The very sword crafted by young Hendrik failed during the escort mission, resulting in the adventurer's untimely demise. This haunting incident left Hendrik profoundly impacted, instilling within him a solemn vow never to repeat such actions. Returning to the present, Hendrik grappled with the realization that he had, in essence, repeated the tragedy of that fateful day due to personal animosity towards Roman. He regarded himself with a critical lens, seeing his actions as those of a pathetic individual. In a rare display of vulnerability, Hendrik confessed to Roman that he would bear the consequences of his misguided actions. Roman, sensing the depth of Hendrik's remorse, extended an unexpected olive branch. He reassured Hendrik that if he was genuinely repentant to such an extent, Roman would not pursue the matter any further. This unexpected turn revealed Roman's capacity for forgiveness and understanding, acknowledging the complexity of emotions at play. Transitioning to the practical matters at hand, Roman acknowledged Hendrik's undeniable prowess as a blacksmith, Despite the recent conflict, Roman made the surprising decision to entrust Hendrik with the critical task of crafting equipment for his 30 soldiers. In a gesture of reconciliation, Roman expressed his belief that Hendrik's actions were likely driven by animosity, and he proposed burying both of their mistakes in the mud of the past. In the quest for swords and armors to protect the lives of his soldiers, Roman presented Hendrik with an unexpected chance at redemption. The revelation left Hendrik surprised, grappling with the evident transformation in Roman. Although rumors of change had reached Hendrik, witnessing the stark difference firsthand left him in contemplation. It became clear to Hendrik that the Roman standing before him was not the same individual as before. Recognizing the sincerity in Hendrik's remorse, Roman reiterated his commitment to the safety of his soldiers. Hendrik, realizing the gravity of his misguided actions, offered another heartfelt apology. Promising that such a lapse in judgment would not repeat itself, Hendrik pledged to craft weapons and armors for Roman soldiers that epitomized the highest quality ironwork, a source of Dimitri's pride. This promise resonated with Roman, securing not just the necessary equipment but also a newfound understanding. A smile graced Roman's face as Hendrik instructed his workers to resume their tasks and initiated the meticulous process of crafting the high-quality equipment. The workshop, once fraught with tension, now buzzed with focused activity as the workers, under Hendrik's guidance, began forging the tools of war that would safeguard lives. However, amidst this unfolding reconciliation, a worker divulged a crucial detail that shed light on Hendrik's lingering animosity toward Roman. The source of Hendrik's resentment traced back 3 years when Roman, in dire need of money after a lord severed his allowance, clandestinely entered the smithy. In a regrettable act, Roman stole Hendrik's prized sword and sold it to a street merchant for a paltry sum. This particular sword represented Hendrik's masterpiece, a labor of love that consumed 6 months in design and an additional 3 months in meticulous crafting within the confines of the smithy. The revelation struck Roman with a pang of remorse, realizing the depth of the transgression committed by his former self. As Roman contemplated the gravity of his past actions, the realization dawned that the old Roman had crossed a line. With this revelation in mind, he prepared to leave the shop. However, just as he was about to exit, Hendrik emerged from the shadows. While Hendrik acknowledged Roman's recent request as a form of reconciliation and extended a chance at redemption, he made it clear that forgiveness for the stolen sword hadn't been granted. Hendrik, despite accepting responsibility for his own wrongs, couldn't overlook the negligence of the eldest son of the Dimitry family when it came to matters of the smithy. With a stern yet measured tone, Hendrik reminded Roman of the foundational importance of the smithy to Dimitry, urging him to bear this in mind moving forward. In the prospect of Roman one day crafting a subpar sword with his own hands, Hendrik might reassess his opinion of him. Roman responded to this hypothetical scenario with a confident smirk, assuring Hendrik that the day of a flawed creation wouldn't be far off. With a casual farewell, Roman stated his intention to return once the weapons were completed. Later, Roman made his way to the workshop where he had undergone solitary training. The interior met his gaze in impeccable order, precisely as Roman had directed. Every tool lay at the ready. With a resolute expression, Roman commenced the creation of his own sword. Reflecting on a past chapter of his life, Roman delved into memories of his time in the Murim at the age of 18. This period was marked by the uncertainty surrounding the successor for the demon cult and frequent discord among brothers. Constantly vigilant against assassination attempts, Roman faced a critical juncture when his 11th brother, Baek Joong-Hyuk, ambushed him, intent on taking his life. The ensuing battle saw Roman's cherished sword succumb to the onslaught and break. In a narrow escape from the brink of death, Roman resolved to forge a sword that could endure any battle and fully harness his current physical capabilities. Motivated by this realization, Roman sought guidance from various blacksmiths outside the Murim, learning the art of sword forging. Before each decisive battle, he meticulously crafted a sword tailored to complement his evolving self. Through hundreds of thousands of battles, the sword underwent continuous refinement, culminating in the creation of the 39th sword known as the Heavenly Demon Sword, a priceless treasure beyond measure. Now, as an impending war loomed, Roman felt the necessity of fashioning a sword attuned to his present self. In the quiet solitude of his workshop, Roman meticulously forges his own sword, repeating each precise action with a rhythmic precision and controlled strength. With each movement, he becomes entirely engrossed in his craft, entering a trance-like state where his focus is solely on the creation of this weapon. As the hammer strikes the blade, Roman's mind begins to wander, contemplating the purpose and meaning of his existence. In the midst of his work, Roman reflects on his past life as Baek Joong, a life filled with the relentless pursuit of survival in a world that adhered to the principle of the fittest. The heavenly demon, his father, cast a formidable shadow over his upbringing. Despite the adversities that befell him, Roman emerged victorious, earning the reputation as the strongest. This arduous journey, Roman muses, was never perceived as a burden. Instead, it shaped him into the resilient individual he is now. In the present moment, as the rhythmic clang of metal against metal persists, Roman grapples with a profound question. What is he living for? The echoes of his past resonate with the challenges he faced, and he contemplates the significance of his current endeavors. Remaining true to his reality, Roman recognizes that his current state is not formidable enough to withstand the unpredictable variables that may come his way. It is in this realization that he resolves to intensify his training, seeking to fortify himself against the uncertainties of his world. Within Roman's universe, potent forces exert their influence, yet he remains unaware of their full extent. As he continues to hammer away at the sword's blade, his thoughts intertwine with the need to comprehend and confront these powerful entities. The unyielding resolve that marked his past triumphs fuels his determination to elevate himself to new heights, transcending the limitations that currently bind him. In a pivotal moment, Roman decides to draw upon a formidable skill from his past life in Murim, the godly inferno arts. This martial technique, once wielded by the renowned flame demon, harnesses the scorching power of intense heat to rapidly accumulate mana. Roman acknowledges the risks. Frequent use could inflict damage upon his lungs and internal organs. Yet, driven by an insatiable desire for a power that can confront any adversity, he embraces this perilous art. The scene transitions to the grandeur of Lawrence Palace, where Flora, a determined figure, addresses the Lawrence nobles and her father. In this opulent setting, Flora delivers a stark reality. Lawrence is backed into a corner. The support from neighboring regions is restricted, and the military disparity with Barcos is unmistakable. Faced with the harsh truth, discussions ensue about surrendering, a desperate attempt to salvage even a fragment of Lawrence family's land. Flora, however, vehemently opposes this notion. Her unwavering belief is that surrender, regardless of the perceived cost, is an avenue Lawrence must not tread. In her eyes, conceding defeat is a betrayal of the very essence that defines their heritage. In the hushed atmosphere of the meeting room, Flora's father, the head of the Lawrence family, expressed a surprising sentiment by forcefully slamming his hand on the table. He suggested to Flora that perhaps surrendering would be the most prudent choice, a way to prevent the unnecessary loss of innocent lives in a war that seemed destined for defeat. His rationale was rooted in the revelation that Barco, their adversary, had leveraged their connections within the central government to secure a loan from the prestigious gold bank. In response to this unexpected proposal, Flora calmly countered her father's suggestion. She speculated that if Barco indeed secured the loan, it was likely processed as an unsecured one, an arrangement without collateral. Such loans, Flora pointed out, typically carried exorbitant interest rates. Moreover, she astutely observed that the war's consequences were not exclusive to Barco's benefit. The gold bank, as the lender, would reap rewards as well. Flora foresaw a grim future where, once Barco occupied Lawrence, the land itself would bear the brunt of their occupation. The revelation sent ripples of surprise across the faces of those gathered at the table. Flora's father, now turning to her for guidance, sought to understand the path forward in this complex and dire situation. However, his expectations were met with a response that left him flustered. Flora's proposed solution, framed as desperate resistance, seemed disappointingly mundane to Baron Lawrence. He had anticipated a more extraordinary countermeasure from Flora, known for her discernment and ability to see through intricate situations. Baron Lawrence, seeking clarification, inquired about the specific actions constituting Flora's proposed best way for Lawrence to survive closing the castle gates. Flora's response, however, transcended the mere act of defensive fortification. She expounded on a strategy that involved not only holding out but also making sacrifices. Flora advocated for giving up the entire year's produce by setting fire to the fields, a drastic measure to ensure the survival of Lawrence. Her proposal extended beyond mere military strategy, delving into the realm of resource management and resilience. The shock on Baron Lawrence's face was palpable as he grappled with the implications of Flora's plan. Holding out until winter, as suggested by his daughter, seemed a daunting and unprecedented challenge. Flora, undeterred, continued to lay out the rationale behind her strategy. She emphasized that Barco's advantage, derived from their connection to the central government, was not an infinite resource. The interest rates on their loan would inevitably rise over time, potentially becoming a significant burden. Additionally, Flora underscored the involvement of the Gold Bank, a colossal entity with expansive influence throughout the entire continent. In Flora's perspective, the prolonged continuation of the war would only amplify the consequences for Barco, especially in terms of the interest accrued on their loan. The Gold Bank's pervasive influence, she argued, could tip the scales in favor of Lawrence if they adopted a strategy of resilient endurance. The complexities of power dynamics, financial intricacies, and strategic foresight converged in Flora's proposed plan, forming a nuanced approach to a seemingly insurmountable challenge. As the narrative unfolds, the Gold Bank begins to exert pressure on the Barco family through mounting interest. Despite Barco's influential connections in the central government, the Gold Bank proves to be an entity resistant to such influence. The money that funds mercenaries, a key component of Barco's strength, originates from the Gold Bank. With winter approaching and siege warfare becoming less favorable, the Barcos find themselves facing inevitable desiccation. Flora's father and the others at the table are visibly surprised by this revelation. Flora's unexpected insight unveils a potential strategy that could alter the course of the battle. Baron Lawrence, who had previously questioned Flora's maturity due to an incident involving Dimitry, now recognizes the depth of her strategic thinking. He marvels at the considerable growth he sees in his daughter. Responding to Flora's proposal, Baron Lawrence affirms her correctness. From this moment onward, Lawrence will prepare for a desperate resistance. He expresses their determination to endure and safeguard the lineage of the Lawrence family. Even in the face of potential collapse and seemingly insurmountable odds, Lawrence commits to persisting in the fight until the bitter end. The narrative then shifts to Roman, who completes the preparation of his sword. Contemplating the significance of a person's first creation, Roman believes that this sword, his inaugural masterpiece, aligns perfectly with his current self. Choosing a name borrowed from the world around him, Roman christens the sword Salamander, signifying both its fiery essence and his newfound strength. The scene unfolds, and we find ourselves in the Lawrence Palace on the following day. A Barco knight steps confidently forward, positioned in front of the imposing gate of Lawrence Castle. This knight, a representative of Viscount Barco, is about to deliver a message that will determine the course of events to come. Barco, through his proxy, presents three choices to the rulers of Lawrence. The first, a seemingly practical one, involves Lawrence capitulating by emerging through the castle gate to surrender. This, according to Barco, is the only path to mercy for the lives of Lawrence's soldiers. The second option is the stark alternative of an all-out war. Barco proposes a fair and square battle on an open field, with a judge from the central government overseeing the confrontation. Lawrence is also given the option to choose a battle between two individual warriors, utilizing any method of combat that suits their preference. Barco pledges to abide by Lawrence's decision. In response, Baron Lawrence rebuffs Barco's cause, alleging that the document claiming Lawrence's ancestors dead is a fabrication. He vehemently declares that the proclamation of war against Lawrence is unjustified. Baron Lawrence raises his voice, making it clear that Lawrence has no intention of sacrificing its people. In a bold move, Lawrence counters with a third choice, a determined resistance within the protective walls of their castle. The Barco knight, now in the midst of this diplomatic exchange, assures Baron Lawrence that the Barco family will respect Lawrence's decision and acknowledge the inevitable bloodshed in the upcoming siege warfare. What unfolds next takes both Lawrence soldiers and Baron Lawrence by surprise. Barco soldiers are already assembled, geared up, and prepared for the impending conflict. The atmosphere is charged with tension as the war drums of anticipation beat louder. As the battle kicks off, Lawrence archers positioned strategically above the castle walls rain down a barrage of arrows on the advancing Barco soldiers. The air is filled with the whistle of arrows in flight and the thud as they find their targets. In the Barco camp, Baron Barco is visibly taken aback by Lawrence's unexpected choice of desperate resistance. Despite having a numerical advantage with 3 times as many soldiers, the dynamics of the battle unfold in a manner contrary to Barco's expectations. The Barco forces, prepared for a swift and decisive victory, now face a resilient Lawrence that appears to have completed thorough preparations for this conflict. For Baron Barco, the realization dawns that Lawrence is not to be underestimated. The battle, expected to be decided within an hour, becomes a protracted struggle. Lawrence's strategic depth and resilience challenge the preconceived notions of both Barco and his forces. In the heart of the Lawrence territory, a strategic move was made as the Lawrence meticulously dug a deep moat encircling their fortress, an obstacle designed to impede any enemy soldiers approaching the walls. The air crackled with tension as Lawrence archers unleashed a relentless storm of arrows right from the outset. This ceaseless barrage hinted to the keen-eyed commander that Lawrence had amassed a considerable stockpile of war supplies. News of Lawrence's defensive measures reached Baron Barco, the opposition's leader, and frustration etched itself across his face. A week had passed since the last encounter, and Baron Barco found himself grappling with the question of what had unfolded in that time. He couldn't fathom the unexpected turn of events. Lawrence, in Baron Barco's calculations, should have chosen to surrender, clinging to whatever sliver of land they could salvage. Instead, Lawrence opted for a desperate resistance, risking potential annihilation by sealing the castle gate. Baron Barco, surrounded by the remnants of his assumptions, pondered where his calculations had gone astray. In the midst of uncertainty, the commander's soldiers sought guidance from Baron Barco. The response was unexpected. Baron Barco, wearing a serious expression, instructed them to prepare for what lay ahead. The shock among the commander's soldiers was palpable, but Baron Barco exuded an air of confidence. In his eyes, Viscount Lawrence was not a figure of unwavering resolve. Baron Barco recalled a moment of weakness when Viscount Lawrence almost succumbed to external pressure, nearly marrying his daughter into the Dimitry family, a move influenced by Barco's machinations. Baron Barco viewed Viscount Lawrence as a leader who shrank like a coward when confronted with crises. The narrative shifted to the Lawrence Palace, where urgency permeated the air. Viscount Lawrence, recognizing the imminent threat, swiftly ordered his soldiers to prepare for the forthcoming attack. The unpredictability of Barco's next move hung over them like a looming storm. Viscount Lawrence turned to his daughter, Flora, acknowledging her earlier insights. Barco, it seemed, had been flustered and had pulled back their forces. Intrigued, Viscount Lawrence queried Flora on her thought process. In a poignant moment, Flora stepped forward, revealing a newfound strength and resilience. She expressed a realization that waiting for problems to resolve themselves was futile. Instead, she needed to actively become stronger. It was a declaration of autonomy and a commitment to forging her own path in life. Viscount Lawrence, moved by his daughter's determination, found himself on the verge of emotion. In a sincere apology, he expressed remorse for forcing Flora into a marriage with the Dimitry family. He admitted that, at the time, he believed it was the sole means for Lawrence to endure the mounting pressures. The weight of past decisions and the acknowledgement of Flora's burgeoning independence created a poignant interlude amid the impending conflict. From this moment onward, Viscount Lawrence entrusted his daughter Flora with crucial decisions. As they shared an emotional moment, an unexpected explosion rocked the castle walls, prompting Flora to quickly assess the situation. To her surprise, the Barcos had employed a formidable weapon known as a flare, a catapult launching explosive magic at the castle walls. Flora, realizing the strategic and financial implications, felt a wave of frustration. The cost of each shot was exorbitant, and more significantly, the use of such a weapon required approval from the central government, irrespective of one's wealth. Baffled by how Barco managed to acquire both the financial means and the political connections for this magical assault, Flora contemplated Lawrence's limited options. To counter the flare, they needed an equivalent magic weapon or the risky strategy of confronting the magical assault outside the castle walls. Both options seemed impractical, leaving Lawrence in a precarious situation. Determined not to succumb to despair, Flora grappled with the urgency of the situation. The looming threat demanded a swift response, and as she pondered the dire possibilities, a surprising development unfolded. Flora's maid delivered unexpected news, an incoming magical call from Roman Dimitry. Flora, astonished, listened as the maid conveyed Roman's message. He had a solution to aid Lawrence. The revelation struck Flora with disbelief. Roman Dimitry, whom she had seen as an adversary, now offered an unexpected lifeline in Lawrence's time of need. As Flora went to receive the magical call, her curiosity propelled her to question Roman about the specifics of his plan to rescue Lawrence from the impending danger. In response, Roman adopted a candid approach, admitting that his intention was to exact revenge against the Barco family due to personal grievances. He emphasized that this decision was irreversible, and the only remaining variable was the timing for him to unleash his vengeance. Roman proposed a collaboration with the Lawrence family, assuring them that if they adhered to his plan, he would expedite his vendetta against the Barcos, effectively neutralizing the imminent threat. Flora, grappling with the revelation, sought clarification on Lawrence's role in Roman's revenge scheme. Roman elucidated that Lawrence needed to initiate the process by making a sacrifice. The gravity of the term sacrifice hung in the air, and Flora, recognizing the dire circumstances Lawrence faced, reluctantly considered the proposal. It became apparent that Roman, fully aware of Lawrence's predicament and limited alternatives, unapologetically suggested this drastic measure as a means to an end. In response to Roman's proposition, Flora, torn between loyalty to her family and the ethical implications of the sacrifice, made a solemn promise. She vowed to Roman that she would do anything within her power to protect her family. However, Roman introduced an additional condition to their arrangement. In a bid to legitimize his intervention in the ongoing conflict, Flora found herself tasked with a peculiar mission. She was instructed to assert that Anthony Barco, a member of the opposing family, had coerced her into terminating her marriage with Roman Dimitry. Flora, taken aback by this unexpected directive, attentively listened as Roman elucidated that her only obligation was to affirm, despite the absence of any real involvement with Anthony, that his threats had compelled her to call off the impending union with the Dimitrys. By vocalizing this narrative, she aimed to fabricate a compelling cause that would not only serve as a catalyst, but also mitigate the imminent peril in Lawrence. Flora stood in stunned silence as Roman revealed his unyielding intention to seek revenge against the Barco family. The shock of his proclamation hung in the air, and Flora, grappling with the weight of the revelation, sought clarification on the intricate details of his plan to rescue Lawrence from the looming danger. In response to her inquiry, Roman introduced a chilling condition to their collaboration. If Flora claimed that Anthony Barco had threatened her, asserting that the alleged incident occurred before their disengagement, she would be considered one of Roman's people. As Flora contemplated the gravity of Roman's proposal, the distant echoes of the ongoing war served as a stark reminder of Lawrence's precarious situation. The urgency of the moment pressed upon her, and a surge of frustration and determination welled up within Flora. She shouted at Roman, pleading with him to obliterate every single one of the Barco family, her words infused with a desperate desire to protect Lawrence at any cost. Returning to the tumultuous battlefield, where Barco soldiers attempted to breach the castle walls, Viscount Lawrence was engrossed in guiding his defenders. In the midst of this distraction, a Barco soldier managed to scale the wall and struck at Viscount Lawrence. However, in a moment of providence, Flora, positioned strategically behind her father, shot an arrow that intercepted the attacker, saving Viscount Lawrence from harm. With her father momentarily safe, Flora implored Viscount Lawrence to open the castle gate and confront the Barco forces directly. The proposal, however, left Viscount Lawrence perplexed. Sensing his hesitation, Flora disclosed Roman Dimitry's promise to aid Lawrence. Roman, she explained, would lead his forces to destroy Flare, the magical weapon the Barcos wielded, if Lawrence faced Barco head-on. Viscount Lawrence, still puzzled, questioned the motive behind Roman Dimitry's sudden assistance. Flora, constrained by time, assured her father that Roman was a man of his word. The specifics remained unexplained, but Flora's conviction in Roman's commitment spurred her to push forward with this unorthodox strategy. The scene transitioned to Roman in a forest. The magical call with Flora concluded. Chris, Roman's companion, approached him, questioning the delay in attacking the Barco forces. Chris, concerned about the imminent fall of Lawrence, emphasized the destructive potential of Flare, a magical weapon capable of breaching castle walls. To counter Barco's plan and support Lawrence, Chris advised Roman to attack their rear promptly. Roman, however, was not convinced and sought clarification from Chris. The unexpected inquiry caught Chris off guard, prompting him to explain the urgency of the situation. He underscored the critical need for Roman to act swiftly and decisively to protect Lawrence from the imminent peril posed by Flare. Roman remained steadfast in his indifference to the fate of Lawrence, expressing to Chris that preserving the lives of his people held greater importance to him than the survival of Lawrence itself. He clarified that he refused to compel those who had sworn allegiance to him to become mere sacrifices, even if Lawrence suffered losses due to following an incapable leader. Chris, though surprised, acknowledged and understood Roman's position. The focus then shifted back to the Lawrence Palace, where Viscount Lawrence, fueled by righteous anger, commanded his soldiers to open the gate and confront the Barco adversaries. In a fervent charge, the Lawrence soldiers faced the formidable Barco forces. However, the momentum took an abrupt turn as a Barco soldier from the Berga mercenary company effortlessly dispatched several Lawrence soldiers in a single strike. Shocked by this display of strength, the Lawrence soldiers retreated back into the safety of the castle walls. Witnessing this, Flora, determined not to yield, ordered her soldiers to hold their position and resist the impulse to retreat. As anxiety mounted, Flora pondered whether Lawrence's inability to serve as effective bait would result in Roman's non-intervention. To her surprise, Roman emerged from the shadows and strategically struck at the heart of the Barco forces. In the midst of the unpredictable throes of war, Roman found himself grappling with the abrupt arrival of conflict, a war that had descended upon his soldiers sooner than the carefully laid plans had foreseen. The air was thick with uncertainty and anxiety as Roman pondered the harsh reality that his soldiers now faced, a reality entwined with the imminent risk of their own lives. In an attempt to bolster the spirits of his beleaguered troops, Roman made them a promise. He assured them a life akin to that of a predator, a life where survival would be the ultimate testament to their mettle. Yet, beneath this veneer of reassurance lay a deeper truth. It would be the individual strength and unyielding willpower of each Roman soldier that would ultimately dictate their survival on the unforgiving battlefield. The narrative then shifted backward in time, a few hours before the present moment of impending conflict. Roman gathered his soldiers for a briefing. He outlined the primary objective of their mission: to assail Barco's rear and obliterate the enemy's siege weapon. Lawrence, Roman's strategic pawn, was deemed an unlikely bait, and Roman harbored modest expectations for the success of this operation. With a demeanor that bore the weight of impending battle, Roman announced his intent to take the vanguard personally, a decision not born out of misplaced confidence in his soldiers, but rather a stark acknowledgement of the gravity of the situation. He disclosed his plan to charge ahead, striking down the adversaries at the front lines, effectively paving a path for his comrades to follow. The directive was clear: the soldiers were to trail Roman and eradicate the remnants of the opposition. However, an underlying caveat lingered in Roman's instructions, a reminder to his soldiers that, amidst the chaos, their paramount goal remained the destruction of the siege weapon. The success of the entire mission hinged on this strategic imperative, an objective not to be overshadowed by the skirmishes on the front line. As the narrative seamlessly transitioned back to the present, Roman's forces loomed on the outskirts of Barco. The sight of approaching soldiers caught the attention of Baron Barco, who, assessing the seemingly scant numbers, dismissed the possibility of Roman's forces posing a credible threat. Dismissing himself with an air of arrogance, Baron Barco delegated the task of handling these perceived nuisances to his own soldiers. Unfazed by the underestimation, Roman charged headlong into the awaiting adversary. His horse, a majestic symbol of war, vaulted over the shields of Barco's soldiers, and in a single, fluid motion, Roman dispatched them with a lethal efficiency. In that moment, as the dust settled, Roman contemplated the significance of his actions. Recalling an ancient saying from the Murum's Orthodox sect, Roman ruminated on the concept of the heavenly demon leading the vanguard of the demon cult. The saying posited the heavenly demon as an invincible force, a harbinger of chaos that rendered a direct confrontation futile. It begged the question, why would the heavenly demon, now akin to Roman himself, willingly assume the most perilous role on the battlefield? In the crucible of conflict, a singular motive echoed through the chaos: the necessity for the strongest individual to shatter the enemy's morale from the vanguard. Such was the conviction that propelled Roman forward into the heart of battle, where the Barco soldiers, their confidence rattled, stood paralyzed by the sight of Roman dispatching one of their own with unsettling ease. Fear held them captive, impeding any advance they might have contemplated. Roman, his countenance twisted into a sinister grin, reveled in the power he held over his adversaries. With a malevolent gleam in his eyes, he issued a chilling ultimatum to the Barco soldiers: come to him or face the dire consequences. It was a moment that crystallized the psychological warfare Roman waged, a display intended to cripple the resolve of those who dared oppose him. In response to Roman's menacing call, Kevin, a stalwart ally and leader among Roman soldiers, rallied his comrades with a fervent shout. The directive was clear: follow their liege and vanquish any obstacle in their path. A surge of determination coursed through Romans' forces as they charged forward, a formidable wave of resolve set in motion by their indomitable leader. Amidst the tumult, a Barco soldier targeted Kevin's steed, seeking to destabilize the advancing force. Yet, Kevin, undeterred and resolute, met the challenge head-on. With a defiant headbutt, he swiftly incapacitated the assailant, ensuring that no disruption hindered the momentum of Roman's assault. Simultaneously, Chris, a skilled companion in arms, unleashed the power of his aura technique, striking down multiple adversaries in a singular, awe-inspiring sweep. As the dust settled and the Barco soldiers regrouped to form a defensive line against Roman's advance, they found themselves ill-prepared for the sheer force Roman could muster. Effortlessly, Roman dismantled their defenses, revealing the weapon flare he sought to destroy looming ominously in the distance. The tide of battle was turning, and the Barco soldiers struggled to comprehend the relentless onslaught they faced. In the midst of this unfolding drama, Berga, the mercenary captain with a reputation acknowledged even by the kingdom as an A-rank mercenary and a 2-star aura knight, found himself confronting an unexpected adversary. Roman's presence on the battlefield surprised Berga, who weighed the potential rewards of aiding Barco in the war against the fate of the Berga mercenary group. Ready to take matters into his own hands, Berga faced Roman in a clash of titans. His A-rank status, achieved through mastery of aura manipulation, marked him as a formidable opponent. Yet, as Berga swung his sword with unbridled force, Roman, with an unwavering smirk, defied expectations by standing firm. Roman's swift and calculated counters left Berga dumbfounded, a testament to Roman's unparalleled strength. In a matter of seconds, Roman overpowered the A-rank mercenary, leaving Berga defeated and the surrounding witnesses in a state of stunned disbelief. The jubilation among Roman soldiers, Chris and Kevin, was palpable, for Roman's triumph against an A-rank mercenary spoke volumes about his prowess on the battlefield. Having witnessed Roman's swift takedown of Berga, Baron Barco, frustrated by the turn of events, urged his soldiers to attack Roman. The Barco soldiers, however, intervened, calming the Baron and advising a strategic retreat. Sensing the wisdom in regrouping, they defused the immediate threat. Undeterred, Roman pressed forward towards the magical flare weapon, an arcane creation foreign to the Murim. Dark aura enveloped him as he unleashed his Heavenly Demon God art, employing the first form of the Heavenly Demon Sword technique. In a single, decisive strike, Roman dismantled the flare weapon, leaving the Barco forces in stunned disbelief. Standing amidst the wreckage, Roman triumphantly declared the destruction of Barco's siege weapon. He raised his sword high, a symbolic gesture of victory. The announcement echoed through the battlefield, sparking a jubilant celebration among Lawrence's soldiers in the castle and Roman's forces stationed at the Barco camp. Flora, emotionally moved by Roman's accomplishment, observed as the destruction of the weapon marked a pivotal moment. With the flare reduced to ruins, Barco found itself bereft of its key weapon, a pivotal blow that left the military force with little recourse but to retreat. The battlefield, once a chaotic canvas of clashing forces, now echoed with the resonating aftermath of Roman's strategic triumph. In the throes of this intense battle, Chris, a stalwart companion in Roman's ranks, demonstrated a significant evolution in his combat approach. Following Roman's lead, Chris harnessed his aura in a manner distinct from his previous engagements. Mimicking Roman's technique of condensing his aura, Chris managed to maintain a remarkably low mana consumption even in the heat of the fierce conflict. Despite facing ridicule from those around him for emulating Roman, Chris wore a subtle smirk on his face, a silent acknowledgement that his liege's approach was proving effective and, perhaps, the correct path to follow. Chris observed his fellow soldiers in Roman's company, noting their unwavering commitment to the liege's directives. They diligently followed Roman, teeth gritted in determination to avoid isolation on the battlefield. Despite their obvious exhaustion, not a single one of the 30 soldiers fell behind, and remarkably, none suffered serious injuries. Chris marveled at this testament to Roman's leadership, realizing that their safety amidst the chaos was not just luck, but a calculated outcome of following a leader who defied logic, a monstrous force on the battlefield. In that moment, Chris couldn't help but recognize the real reason Roman had chosen them. As Roman returned to his soldiers, a sense of pride and gratitude infused his words. He commended them for their survival, declaring their role in the battle over. The Lawrence forces, recognizing the pivotal moment, powered their castle bridge, allowing Roman and his soldiers to enter Lawrence's castle. Inside the walls of Lawrence's stronghold, a heartfelt expression of gratitude unfolded. The Lawrence people, free from the impending doom that the flare weapon represented, showered Roman with thanks. The air resonated with sincere appreciation as they voiced their gratitude, assuring Roman that they would never forget the heroism displayed on this day. Baron Lawrence, observing the scene, experienced a complex mix of emotions. While appreciative of Roman's valor in saving his people, he couldn't shake a tinge of regret. From the moment he met Roman, the Baron sensed an extraordinary individual. Witnessing Roman single-handedly obliterate the flare weapon only reinforced the realization that Roman possessed overwhelming talent. The Baron marveled at the tiger Roman had given birth to, a metaphor for the formidable individual Roman had become under the tutelage of Dimitry. Contemplating the missed opportunity, Baron Lawrence reflected on the fact that Roman, in a different turn of events, could have been his son-in-law. He acknowledged the unfortunate twists of fate that led them down divergent paths. Although the potential union between Roman and the Baron's family had slipped away, Baron Lawrence accepted it as a part of the unchangeable past. In a moment of diplomatic camaraderie, Baron Lawrence approached Roman, expressing genuine delight at the sight of the hero from the Dimitry family. The traditional gesture of goodwill took the form of a handshake, a bridge symbolizing the connection between two formidable figures. Roman, ever enigmatic, responded with a subtle smirk, accepting the hand extended in friendship. The unspoken tension that often characterized their interactions seemed momentarily quelled. The scene seamlessly shifted from the courtyard to the stately halls inside the Lawrence Palace, where Roman, his countenance betraying no emotion, prepared to step into the arena of negotiations. As he moved toward the meeting room, Flora, a representative of Lawrence's gratitude, approached him. Her earnest expression conveyed the depth of her appreciation for Roman's pivotal role in saving Lawrence from imminent peril. Flora acknowledged Lawrence's shortcomings in their designated role as bait, an admission tainted with a sense of regret. Yet, she marveled at Roman's unwavering support, a steadfast commitment that guided them through the crisis. Her words were laden with sincerity as she thanked Roman from the core of her being, expressing a gratitude that transcended the immediate predicament. Roman, ever the pragmatist, responded with humility, asserting that he had merely fulfilled the role he promised. In his eyes, Lawrence had met the expectations set for them. Flora, undeterred in her desire to reciprocate the favor, pledged unwavering support during the impending conference. She assured Roman that, as a representative of Lawrence, she would stand by his side to ensure his desires were heard and acknowledged. A smug grin played on Roman's lips as he acknowledged Flora's unwavering determination. He agreed that, should her desire to return the favor persist, he wouldn't actively resist it. Together, they entered the conference room, where the dynamics of political negotiation and strategic maneuvering unfolded. Around the table, voices emerged, suggesting that Lawrence propose an end to the conflict with Barco. The rationale presented was pragmatic. Barco, boasting a larger army, should be more inclined to accept Lawrence's proposal to avert further trouble and danger. The sentiments expressed revolved around the pursuit of peace and reconciliation, urging Lawrence to release the grip of the past and embrace a future defined by harmony. Roman, seated among the decision-makers, absorbed the diverse perspectives presented. He remained the silent observer, his gaze discerning, as each argument was put forth. Baron Lawrence aligned himself with the prevailing sentiment, acknowledging the limitations of Lawrence's power and fending off Barco's relentless assaults. The realization dawned that, despite assistance, the inherent vulnerabilities of Lawrence were coming to the forefront, necessitating a strategic shift. Amidst the weighty discussions at the table, Roman, seizing a moment of opportunity, asserted himself. Breaking the silence that had settled over the assembly, he requested to interject. The eyes of all present turned toward him, and an air of anticipation enveloped the room as Roman rose to his feet. In a commanding tone, Roman unraveled a critical piece of information. Barco, it seemed, was ensnared in a web of financial troubles, obligated to repay an exorbitant loan. This revelation shed light on the driving force behind Barco's aggressive pursuit of Lawrence. Roman contended that, even with the destruction of the flare, Barco's desperate circumstances remained unaltered. His words hung in the air, punctuating the tense atmosphere in the room. With a prophetic tone, Roman ventured to predict the likely outcome of any peace overture from Lawrence. He asserted that the response would be nothing short of the messenger's remains, a stark reminder of the harsh reality they faced. The weight of Roman's words settled upon those seated at the table, rendering them momentarily speechless. Shifting his gaze to Baron Lawrence, Roman posed a direct question, probing the depths of Lawrence's intentions. Did Lawrence, Roman inquired, still harbor a desire for peace with Barco, despite the heinous acts committed against them? In Roman's eyes, forgiveness was not an option. He believed that Lawrence, together with him, must stand as a symbol to the world, showcasing their resolve to exact revenge upon those who dared to harm them. Baron Lawrence, acknowledging the gravity of their situation, conceded a sense of helplessness in the face of Lawrence's inherent weaknesses. Roman, maintaining a sinister glint in his eyes, offered a stark solution, a departure from the meekness of herbivores to the predatory nature of savage beasts. It was a transformation, he implied, that Lawrence had no choice but to undergo if they were to survive and thrive in the ruthless world they found themselves in. The narrative then shifted to Barco's side, where Baron Barco, seething with frustration, struggled to comprehend Roman Dimitry's interference in their affairs. Recognizing their disadvantageous situation, Baron Barco saw only one path to remedy it: a warrior battle. Astonishingly, this was the same solution Roman had proposed to Lawrence, illustrating a symmetry in his approach to conflict resolution. The terms of the warrior battle were unveiled, a duel between representatives of the two families with a provision allowing up to 3 swordsmen to participate. This custom, deemed blessed by Valhalla, bound both families to accept the outcome. Crucially, the central government would dispatch a judge once an agreement was reached, solidifying the combat's legitimacy. The judge would command the proceedings, ensuring a fair resolution to the long-standing conflict. In the dimly lit chamber, the once noble tradition of warrior battles had descended into a murky arena of political connections and amassed wealth. The looming adversary on the horizon was none other than Barco, a figure whose influence extended deep into the central echelons of the government. With a colossal sum borrowed from the prestigious Golden Bank, the speculation ran rife in Baron Lawrence's mind about the enigmatic choices Barco would make in selecting his champions for the impending battle. As the tension in the room thickened, Roman, a seasoned strategist and confidant of Baron Lawrence, stepped forward. With a calm demeanor, he acknowledged the concerns etched on Lawrence's face. "I understand what you mean, Baron," Roman reassured, his eyes reflecting an unwavering resolve. "I will provide you with a sense of certainty, starting now." Intrigued, Baron Lawrence probed Roman for clarification. "What certainty can you offer, Roman?" he inquired, searching for a glimmer of hope amid the uncertainties that surrounded them. Roman's response was succinct yet filled with conviction. "Certainty of victory," he declared, his words echoing through the chamber. Addressing the members of Lawrence gathered around the table, Roman revealed crucial intelligence about Barco's arsenal, a formidable 3-star knight, likely to be the first challenger. Without hesitation, Roman volunteered to be Lawrence's inaugural warrior, promising to face this formidable opponent head-on. His eyes locked onto Baron Lawrence. Roman assured him that regardless of whether the adversary hailed from Barco's knightly ranks or was an eternal master, victory was assured. Yet, Roman, ever the pragmatic strategist, reminded Baron Lawrence of a critical truth. No matter how skilled our warriors may be, a single victory does not secure our standing. We must win consistently, he cautioned, underlining the importance of a strategic approach. To address this concern, Roman unfolded his plan, unveiling his subordinate Chris as the secret weapon. Although a 2-star warrior, Chris exhibited signs of genius that set him apart. Roman envisioned Chris triumphing even against a 3-star opponent, securing Lawrence's victory in the crucial third battle. Roman's calculated strategy seemed to paint a path toward success for Lawrence. He urged those seated at the table to consider the advantageous position they found themselves in. "This is in Lawrence's favor," Roman emphasized, his words resonating with the potential for redemption and restoration of the once-fallen reputation of Lawrence. As the room hung in contemplative silence, Roman's gaze shifted towards Flora, a keen observer of the unfolding dynamics. In that fleeting moment, Flora sensed a silent plea in Roman's eyes, a plea for her to honor a promise made in the shadows of uncertainty. Roman's unspoken message was clear. He would step into the fray as a warrior, but Lawrence must navigate unforeseen variables independently. Flora, recognizing the intricate web of intrigue that surrounded Roman, acknowledged the danger he embodied. Yet, in a display of unwavering support, she voiced her favor for the warrior battle. The decision to resolve the warrior battle through mutual agreement marked the beginning of a pivotal event. After the message was transmitted, a mere week passed before the arena was prepared, and a diverse crowd assembled, eager to witness the impending clash. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as Count Aertes, the appointed judge, stepped forward to address the gathering. Count Aertes, a figure of authority, emphasized the sacred nature of the impending warrior battle. With solemnity in his voice, he declared that the event was blessed by Valhalla itself. Regardless of the outcome, both parties were bound to comply with the decision. Aertes warned that any transgressions would not be taken lightly, invoking the honor of the Kingdom of Cairo as the ultimate arbiter of justice. In an echo of the profound importance of the event, Count Aertes instructed each faction to designate 3 warriors to represent them. Additionally, they were required to submit an order list, outlining the sequence in which their chosen champions would enter the battle. As the directives were given, the tension in the arena heightened, and the gravity of the situation was palpable. Amidst this charged atmosphere, Roman, a keen observer, noticed a disturbingly carefree demeanor among the members of Barco's contingent. Something was amiss, and Roman felt compelled to address the situation. He approached Baron Lawrence, his counterpart from the opposing faction, with a suggestion to alter the predetermined order. Baron Lawrence, taken aback by this proposal, reminded Roman that the order had been decided a week ago. Roman, however, was quick to point out the temporal significance of the delay. In his view, the extra week had provided Barco's faction with an opportunity to strategize, creating an advantage that needed to be nullified. Roman suspected that Barco deliberately prolonged the decision-making process, and the lack of anxiety among Barco's associates hinted at a hidden agenda. Baron Lawrence, inquisitive and concerned, questioned Roman about the proposed changes to the order. Roman feels the presence of a stronger individual than the other soldiers in the vicinity, observing as this formidable figure lounges in a chair near Barco. Roman, displaying a strategic mindset, suggested a radical shift. Initially planning for himself to go first, followed by a knight of Lawrence, and Chris to conclude, Roman now advocated for a change. Chris would take the lead, facing the challenge head-on, followed by Roman, who would adapt the strategy to overpower the opponent Barco had prepared. The revelation of this revised plan left Baron Lawrence and Flora, a prominent figure in the assembly, visibly shocked. Roman, undeterred, explained his rationale, emphasizing the need to keep Barco off balance and maintain the initiative. In the face of uncertainty, Roman's confidence and adaptability shone through. As the discussion unfolded, the first match loomed on the horizon. Chris stepped into the arena to face his opponent, Yinsun, a formidable 3-star Aura Knight. Chris, with a self-assured demeanor, introduced himself as a 2-star Aura Knight, setting the stage for an intriguing clash. Whispers and murmurs rippled through the audience as they recognized Chris as the pupil of Jonathan and a reputed genius from the northern region. The anticipation in the crowd was palpable as the warriors, Chris and Yinsun, stepped into the arena. The odds seemed stacked against Chris, a mere 2-star Aura Knight, facing off against the formidable 3-star Aura Knight, Yinsun. Many in the audience believed Chris stood little chance against his higher-ranked opponent. However, Chris held a different philosophy. To him, taking risks was not a sign of weakness but a crucial pathway to becoming stronger. This belief had led Chris to make a significant choice, to leave Jonathan his previous mentor, and follow a new leader, referred to as my liege. As the battle commenced, Yinsun wasted no time and charged at Chris with the full force of his aura. Drawing from his past sparring sessions, particularly one with Roman, Chris quickly realized that Yinsun's potent aura would only be effective if it could successfully land on its target. It was a moment of clarity that shaped Chris's strategy for the unfolding duel. Chris opted for a tactical approach, focused on dodging Yinsun's attacks and patiently waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Yinsun, growing increasingly frustrated with Chris's elusive maneuvers, couldn't contain his impatience. He shouted at Chris, questioning how long he intended to keep evading. In a surprising twist, Yinsun unleashed a wide, red aura attack that caught Chris off guard. Faced with this unexpected assault, Chris found himself pondering his next move. It was in this critical moment that he recalled the advice given to him by Roman, the need to distance oneself from conventional logic. In response, Chris decided to emit his own aura, understanding that a thoughtless outburst of mana wouldn't showcase the full force of his abilities. He focused on Roman's counsel, which emphasized the importance of transforming the directional plane into a line, then refining it further into a single point. The goal was to concentrate the aura into that singular point of focus. As both warriors prepared to strike, the arena was filled with an electric energy. In a climactic exchange, Chris and Yinsun unleashed their attacks simultaneously. To the astonishment of everyone present, Chris emerged victorious. The 2-star knight had defeated the formidable 3-star opponent, defying the expectations of the audience. The reaction was immediate and enthusiastic. The crowd erupted into cheers and applause, acknowledging Chris's strategic brilliance and the success of his unconventional tactics. Baron Barco stood at the edge of the arena, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yinsun, his chosen warrior, had been defeated. The plan was to conclude the warrior battle in the second match, wrapping it up neatly and securing a victory. However, fate had other ideas, and now the final match had become the linchpin of Baron Barco's hopes. In the midst of this unexpected turn of events, Baron Barco found solace in a secret weapon he had meticulously prepared, a trump card that had cost him a small fortune. The details of this hidden gem were known only to him, a source of reassurance amid the chaos. As he pondered the situation, a soldier approached a figure slumbering on a chair. It was time for his match. Homeros of Barco, a 4-star aura knight, rose from his makeshift bed and made his way to the arena. The anticipation in the air was palpable as the spectators wondered about this mysterious warrior chosen by Baron Barco. Chris, Baron Lawrence, and Flora, equally taken aback by the sudden turn of events, exchanged shocked glances. Homeros, with an air of confidence, introduced himself in the arena. A 4-star aura knight, ranked 49 in a system originating from the Valhalla Empire. The Valhalla Empire, a sanctuary where those who died honorably were believed to find eternal rest, had a unique way of acknowledging strength the ranks. Those who risked their lives to reach Valhalla had their battles recorded, and the names of the strong were immortalized through the ranking system. Baron Lawrence, although initially stunned, began to grasp the significance of Homeros' presence. Sending out a warrior of such caliber in the final match spoke volumes about Baron Barco's strategic prowess. Homeros, known as the Wandering Swordsman, had gained widespread fame for roaming across the kingdom, engaging in battles against formidable opponents. The audience buzzed with excitement as they discussed Homeros' reputation. Whispers of his past victories and tales of defeating a 4-star knight circulated among the spectators. The murmurs painted a vivid picture of a skilled and elusive warrior, and the anticipation for the upcoming battle reached a fever pitch. Meanwhile, Roman, a keen observer in the crowd, wore a confident smirk. Having delved into information guilds, he had attempted to unravel Barco's moves, but his efforts had only scratched the surface. Roman's sources hinted at superficial information, leaving him eager to uncover the true depth of Baron Barco's strategy. Roman recognized that Homeros was the hidden card in Barco's hand. The Wandering Swordsman, a figure of mythic proportions, had remained veiled in secrecy until this crucial moment. The revelation added a layer of excitement to the impending match, and Roman, with an eager gleam in his eyes, leaned forward in anticipation. As the crowd discussed and speculated, Roman couldn't contain his excitement. The 4-star aura knight, a trump card carefully concealed by Barco, promised an exhilarating showdown. Roman, aware that his opponent had hidden his strength, now surmised that Barco had strategically concealed the true prowess of Homeros, making the final match an unpredictable and thrilling spectacle. In the arena, Roman stood poised for a confrontation with his opponent, Homeros, unaware of the brewing storm within the ranks of Lawrence's camp. Flora, genuinely concerned for Roman's safety, attempted to persuade him to surrender. Homeros, holding the impressive rank of 49, was considered powerful enough to ascend even higher, possibly reaching rank 30 or beyond. Flora, acting as the voice of reason, implored Roman to weigh the risks carefully. She urged him to consider the importance of preserving his life and suggested that victory in the next match was a more achievable goal. Homeros, on the other hand, regarded Roman with a piercing gaze that exuded an absolute confidence in his own abilities. This unyielding demeanor grated on Roman's nerves, and a sense of dislike began to fester. Flora advises Roman that it's the right moment for him to let Lawrence take care of the unexpected situation. She assures Roman that Lawrence will send out their skilled knight to handle it. Flora firmly tells Roman that there's no need for him to put his life at risk in a battle that seems impossible to win. Brushing off Flora's concern and ignoring her outstretched hand, Roman asserted his independence, expressing a lack of desire to explain his decisions. With unwavering determination, Flora insisted that Lawrence, their ally. Despite Flora's plea, Roman moved forward, determined to face the challenge head-on. He entered the arena, introducing himself as Roman Dimitry from Lawrence's camp. The air crackled with anticipation as both Roman and Homeros prepared for the impending clash. The juxtaposition of their energies was palpable, setting the stage for a battle that held the promise of revealing hidden strengths and strategies. Homeros sized up Roman, thinking that if Roman possessed enough skill to defeat Flair, then he must be a formidable two-star or a knight. Homeros couldn't fathom having to deal with a seemingly minor opponent like Roman when he was gearing up to face the formidable rank 30 Fernando soon. As the match commenced, Homeros, determined to swiftly conclude this encounter, charged forward with full force. As the initial moves unfolded, Homeros, the seasoned warrior with a formidable reputation, couldn't help but harbor surprise and perhaps a hint of frustration. Roman's agility and skill, evident in effortlessly dodging Homeros' initial attack, suggested a level of prowess that Homeros hadn't anticipated. The spectators, including onlookers Chris and Kevin, were taken aback by Homeros' impressive speed and Roman's adept evasion. Homeros, recognizing Roman's abilities, began to reassess the situation. As the match progressed, Homeros, with a blend of curiosity and a hint of respect, inquired about the method Roman employed to manifest his aura. It was a moment of acknowledgement, where the seasoned warrior found himself genuinely intrigued by the newcomer's skills. Roman, who had hoped for a meaningful battle after a prolonged period without one, observing Homeros' cautious approach, Roman couldn't shake the feeling that his opponent was holding back, underestimating him in the process. Rather than going all out, Homeros seemed to be restrained. Responding to this perceived underestimation, Homeros decided to intensify his aura, creating an immense pressure that sent shockwaves through the audience. Despite the impressive display of power, Roman found it hard to reconcile the overwhelming aura with Homeros' rank of 49. He regarded Homeros as a killjoy, a warrior who dampened the excitement of the battle by not fully unleashing his capabilities. Sensing that prolonging the confrontation was pointless, Roman, with a determined and deadly intent, surged forward. Directly challenging Homeros, Roman invited him to block the impending attack if he could. Roman's sword emitted a dark purple aura as he prepared to unleash his Heavenly Demon Sword technique, known as the Black Wave. As Roman initiated this formless technique, named for its swiftness and precision, it felt as if time itself had frozen for Homeros. Homeros, taken aback, couldn't believe the level of mastery Roman displayed in manipulating mana. The swift execution of the Black Wave technique left Homeros stunned. In a single, fluid motion, Roman brought down Homeros, concluding the battle with a strike that echoed with finality. The narrative takes a brief detour, shifting to a memory that unfolds in the recesses of Homeros' mind. In this recollection, the Guildmaster is portrayed as astutely aware of Homeros' anticipation for the impending match against Fernando, a pivotal contest that could elevate him to rank 30. However, the Guildmaster diverts Homeros' attention, requesting him to partake in a seemingly inconsequential warrior battle between two remote families. The Guildmaster views it as a light warm-up, a means to keep Homeros engaged. Homeros, in reflection, acknowledges the logic behind the Guildmaster's decision. Despite having garnered an A-rank mercenary plaque, Homeros had been consistently declining missions, choosing instead to roam the kingdom and engage in battles against formidable opponents. Faced with the Guildmaster's request, Homeros recognizes the inevitability of this warrior battle and reluctantly participates. The scene then shifts back to the arena, where the aftermath of the duel between Homeros and Roman unfolds. Flora and the audience are collectively taken aback, witnessing the downfall of a superstar who had not only risen in the rankings but was also ambitiously aiming to break into the esteemed rank 30. The shockwave intensifies as Roman Dimitry, with a single, swift slash, defeats Homeros, leaving a sense of disbelief in his wake. Roman, wearing a sinister expression, contemplates the audacity of a man who, despite not having reached the peaks, dared to exude such arrogance. Roman's standards, we learn, are not tethered to the norms of this world, but rather to his experiences in a past life. He recalls the Murim, a realm reminiscent of a vast galaxy with endless stairs of martial masters. In that world, the pace was unrelenting, and only death awaited those who were careless. Roman finds the mindset of the people in this world inefficient and dismisses it as garbage. With an air of authority, Roman directs the judge to announce the result. The judge, visibly shocked by the unexpected turn of events, declares Roman Dimitry of Lawrence as the winner. The Barconites, along with the rest of the onlookers, struggle to come to terms with Homeros' swift defeat. The arena, once filled with anticipation, now holds an eerie silence. Chris, who has been a keen observer throughout, is not immune to the shockwave that reverberates through the arena. Thoughts swirl in Chris's mind as they grapple with the sudden transformation of events. The question arises, did Roman possess this staggering level of strength even before their initial duel? Or was there a remarkable surge in his abilities afterward? Chris is confident that during their first encounter, Roman lacked the strength to overpower someone of Homeros' caliber. Moreover, there simply hasn't been enough time for Roman to undergo such substantial growth. The situation, in Chris's analytical perspective, appears logically impossible, prompting a cascade of wonder about the unfathomable depths of Roman's abilities. The unexpected outcome leaves doubt lingering in Chris's mind. After defeating Yinsen in the first match, the notion of surpassing Roman had seemed within reach, but now, as the dust settled from Roman's match, Chris found himself grappling with the stark reality that surpassing Roman had been a naive notion. Lawrence's triumph in the warrior battle sent shockwaves through the arena. Count Aertes stepped forward, announcing that the winner had been decided, and there was no need to squander additional resources. The families were granted the right to rearrange the order list, allowing for the selection of new warriors after thorough discussions. On the other side of the arena, Baron Barco stood in disbelief at the outcome. The defeat of Homeros, a 4-star knight and one of the kingdom's true warriors, left Baron Barco questioning the authenticity of the guild's selection. The possibility of a fake Homeros sent a shiver down Baron Barco's spine. Amidst this confusion, a soldier approached, informing Baron Barco that they needed to send out a warrior. The urgency of the situation dawned on Baron Barco, recognizing the imperative to avoid further losses. In a surprising move, Baron Barco decided to send out Benson, a null-star knight. This decision startled the soldier, who grasped the implied risk of deploying a seemingly low-ranking warrior. However, Baron Barco saw this as an opportunity for Benson to redeem himself, especially after an incident during a social event that had tarnished the Barco family's reputation. It was a chance for Benson to prove his mettle in the arena. As Benson found himself standing in the arena, the audience struggled to identify the unfamiliar knight. The Lawrence camp, meanwhile, began to strategize for the unexpected opponent. Kevin, a member of the Lawrence forces, noticed Benson and approached Roman with an intensity in his eyes that conveyed a killer intent. Roman, perceptive to the harsh dynamics of their world, understood the unspoken challenge that Kevin sought to embrace. In a world where survival of the fittest reigned supreme, Roman contemplated the stark reality that losers were often met with death. Even though Benson held a null-star knight status, Roman acknowledged the potential threat he posed, recognizing that every opponent brought its own challenges. Despite the smile he wore, Roman understood the gravity of the situation and the stakes at play. With a nod of permission, Roman allowed Kevin to take on the challenge posed by Benson. As Kevin stepped into the arena, the atmosphere became charged with anticipation. Within the confines of the arena, Benson grappled with fear, questioning the series of events that led him to this daunting moment. Once strolling down a promising path with the security of his father's knighthood, Benson had ascended to become a knight of the influential Barco family in the Northeast. The road had seemed secure until the heavy cost of loyalty revealed itself, an obligation to face potential death in a warrior battle. As Benson sized up his opponent, Kevin, a surprising sense of familiarity eased his apprehension. Despite the grim circumstances, a smirk adorned Benson's face, signaling a misplaced confidence that victory was well within his grasp. The two warriors, Kevin and Benson, stood poised for the impending clash. In the tense atmosphere, Benson couldn't help but smirk, questioning Kevin's motives, whether seeking revenge or volunteering for the battle. Regardless, Benson pointed out the shared experience of abandonment by their respective lieges. For Benson, this encounter felt like an unexpected stroke of good fortune, a chance to turn the situation to his advantage. In response, Kevin, with a steely glare in his eyes, declared himself nothing more than a sword protecting his liege. This revelation only fueled Benson's determination. Charging at Kevin with full force, Kevin skillfully avoided Benson's attack and poised himself to strike Benson with his sword. Benson caught Kevin off guard, evading his attack and countering with a swift kick to Kevin's stomach. The impact sent Kevin sprawling to the ground, a surprising turn of events that played to Benson's advantage. Observing the unfolding spectacle, Chris couldn't ignore the substantial difference in their physical builds. The question of Roman's strategic reasoning loomed large in Chris's mind. What had prompted the decision to send Kevin into the fray? Benson, seizing the momentum, unleashed a barrage of slashes upon Kevin's body. Despite the onslaught, Kevin displayed resilience, standing firm against each strike. A glare in Kevin's eyes hinted at an internal struggle, a darker force within him coming to the forefront. As Benson continued his assault, Kevin's internal conflict intensified. The devil within Kevin whispered the desire for revenge against Benson, urging him to take control of the situation. With a menacing determination, Kevin readied himself to strike back. The artist working on this manhwa has tweaked the artwork, so you might notice some differences in how the characters look, including Roman's hair color changing from silver to black, as some of you have already observed in the last episode. Now, let's get back to the recap. In the realm of swords and spirits, Roman harbored a belief that Kevin's self-amputation marked the arrival of a demonic entity into his consciousness. This conviction fueled Roman's determination to unearth and tame the sinister force dwelling within Kevin. The unfolding drama transpired during a gripping duel, a battleground where Kevin found himself entirely in the clutches of the demonic spirit's art. Kevin, his eyes ablaze with a menacing red glow, moved with an uncanny grace as Benson's strikes rained down upon him. The demonic spirit, a clandestine puppeteer, guided Kevin's every move, transforming him into a formidable force on the battlefield. In the midst of the chaos, Benson's attacks met with air as Kevin, under the otherworldly influence, skillfully dodged and countered with lethal precision. The demonic spirit whispered directives into Kevin's mind, urging him to annihilate his opponent. Kevin, fueled by a desire to be a more indispensable weapon for his leader than his counterpart Chris, grappled with conflicting emotions. In the crucible of battle, a vortex of thoughts churned within Kevin, feelings of inadequacy, unyielding loyalty to his liege, and a relentless drive to prove his worth. These tumultuous emotions became the catalyst for the emergence of the demonic spirit art. Kevin's eyes, once vivid, transformed into an ominous shade of red, and an ethereal aura enveloped him, signaling the fusion of mortal and malevolent forces. With an unsettling calm, Kevin charged at Benson with unbridled determination, catching the seasoned warrior off guard. Benson, a veteran of many battles, was shocked by the manifestation of a crimson aura surrounding Kevin. It was a sight foreign to him, a testament to the unpredictable nature of the demonic spirit's influence. Before Benson could muster a response, Kevin's blade, infused with demonic power, threatened to pierce through his armor. Despite Benson's attempt to evade the impending strike, Kevin pressed on with unwavering resolve. The demonic spirit's power coursed through him, and with a single, decisive blow, Kevin brought down his opponent. The crowd, including Chris, Flora, and Baron Lawrence, stood in collective disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before them. Kevin's transformation from a seemingly ordinary warrior to a vessel of demonic might was nothing short of astonishing. Having vanquished Benson, Kevin strode purposefully toward Roman, the orchestrator of this otherworldly journey. Kneeling before his leader, Kevin declared his return. Roman, recognizing the success of his unconventional approach, commended Kevin for a job well done. In that moment of acknowledgement, a triumphant smile adorning his face. Kevin's sense of purpose and belonging found validation. As the dust settled on Kevin's conquest, the arena witnessed the conclusion of another battle between Lawrence and Barco. With a resounding victory in all three matches, Lawrence emerged as an indisputable victor. Roman Dimitry, a pivotal figure in the unfolding saga, stood at the center of it all. His strategic maneuverings and unorthodox methods became the stuff of legend. Word of Roman's accomplishments echoed beyond the arena. spreading like wildfire across the continent. Tales of his exploits, though embellished with a blend of truths and lies, captivated the imaginations of people from distant lands. In the aftermath of Lawrence's triumph over Barco, a wave of speculation and opinions flooded the streets. Some onlookers whispered that Barco must be grappling with frustration, given the grand spectacle they had made before ultimately facing defeat. Others, however, asserted that Lawrence had been justified in their stance from the very beginning. Amidst the gossip and hearsay, a narrative emerged, casting Roman Dimitry as the unexpected hero in this unfolding drama. Rumors spread like wildfire, recounting how Roman Dimitry, seemingly on a whim, decimated hundreds of Barco's soldiers from the rear. The tale continued with a vivid description of Roman's prowess, narrating how he effortlessly erased Flair with a single, devastating strike. The prevailing sentiment now suggested that without Roman's intervention, Barco might have successfully planted their flag in Lawrence's territory. Roman Dimitry, once the dormant dragon of the Dimitry family, was now soaring into the skies, amassing heroic tales that captivated the collective imagination. As the scene shifted to the heart of Barco Castle, a contrasting narrative unfolded within the chamber. The weight of impending doom pressed upon him as reminders from the Golden Bank arrived, principal and interest demands that seemed insurmountable. Additionally, compensating for the loss of manpower in Homeros and deflecting responsibility from the Mercenary Guild added to the mounting pressure. Frustration etched itself on Baron Barco's face as he lamented the swift decline of his once untouchable status. Baron Barco attributed this sudden downturn to Roman Dimitry. The nobles, who had once fought for Barco's favor when it held the title of the Northeast Powerhouse, now acted as if Barco was invisible. The Baron believed that Roman's interference was the catalyst for this dramatic shift. As he reflected on the situation, Baron Barco realized that Roman Dimitry had committed a grave transgression in the eyes of aristocracy, an act that went against the unspoken rules of their privileged society. In the throes of this realization, Baron Barco saw this as the last chance to salvage what remained of the Barco family's standing and influence. A few days later, Baron Barco summoned a gathering of other nobles for a crucial discussion. Gratitude laced his words as he acknowledged their presence, though the air in the room was thick with tension. Cutting to the chase, the other nobles, uninterested in pleasantries, pressed Baron Barco to get to the heart of the matter. Baron Barco laid out his case. He began by reminding everyone that Barco's attack on Lawrence was rooted in a valid cause, emphasizing the crucial role that justification played in aristocratic circles, painting Barco as the aggrieved party with a legitimate cause for their actions against Lawrence. He appealed to the aristocratic principles that governed their society. Baron Barco sought to elucidate the underlying purpose of the war against Lawrence. He contended that the conflict aimed to extract retribution from Lawrence for the decisions made by their ancestors. Baron Barco asserted that the central government had validated this cause, substantiated by the dispatch of a judge to oversee the proceedings. However, frustration crept into his voice as he detailed how Roman Dimitry had interjected into the conflict without any discernible justification, resulting in the loss of Flair due to a calculated ambush. Expressing his incredulity, Baron Barco highlighted a perplexing aspect of the warrior battle. Not a single warrior from Lawrence had participated. He questioned the rationale behind such a scenario, underscoring the lack of connection between the declared cause and the absence of Lawrence's direct involvement. In Baron Barco's view, Roman Dimitri's motives remained elusive, with no apparent cause for him to aid Lawrence. He underscored that the dissolution of the engagement between the Dimitry and Lawrence families left Roman as a stranger to Lawrence, devoid of any valid reason for his unwarranted interference. Baron Barco insisted that Roman Dimitri's actions had overstepped acceptable boundaries, a sentiment that resonated with others at the table who began to align with his perspective. Their collective agreement bolstered Baron Barco's position as he contemplated the next steps to rectify the situation. He saw a potential resolution by demanding the Dimitry family take responsibility and provide compensation, thereby addressing the financial repercussions with the Golden Bank. As Baron Barco pondered this course of action, the deliberations were abruptly interrupted by the creaking sound of the chamber doors swinging open. To everyone's surprise, Roman Dimitry strode in, injecting an air of tension into the already charged atmosphere. Baron Barco, momentarily shocked by Roman's unexpected presence at the table, now faced a direct challenge from the enigmatic figure. With a sinister look, Roman Dimitry invited Baron Barco to voice any complaints directly to his face. The narrative then takes us to Lawrence territory, where Chris is taken aback upon learning of Roman's intent to visit Barco. Concerned for Roman's well-being, Chris strongly advises against it, emphasizing that Viscount Barco is unlikely to let Roman off the hook easily. Roman, however, counters Chris's apprehensions, challenging him to consider the inevitable trajectory of their relationship with Barco. Chris, perceiving Roman as Barco's mortal enemy, suggests that avoiding a meeting with Barco would be the most prudent course of action. Undeterred by Chris's cautionary words, Roman asserts that the situation might have been different if he hadn't initiated the conflict. However, now that the conflict has begun, Roman believes he must see it through to its conclusion. He is convinced that Barco harbors a deep-seated grudge against him. With determination, Roman mounts his horse and informs Chris that, at this critical juncture for Barco, it's the opportune time to address the root of revenge. Despite Chris's shock, Roman resolves to face the impending confrontation alone. Returning to the present, Roman shares with everyone his curiosity about the cause Barco presented at the meeting. Baron Barco, visibly angered by Roman's presence, perceives Roman's apparent disregard for the difference in their social statuses. Addressing Roman as a commoner who hasn't inherited a peerage, Baron Barco scolds him for daring to ignore the nuances of aristocratic law. He proceeds to educate Roman about the intricacies of the Cairo Kingdom's rules, emphasizing the prohibition against interfering in a war without a justifiable cause. According to aristocratic law, Baron Barco explains, he presented a valid cause, obtained approval from the central government, and subsequently declared a territorial war against Lawrence. In response to Roman's seemingly dismissive attitude towards the established procedures, Baron Barco rebukes him, asserting that these regulations exist to safeguard the honor of each noble. Ignorance of aristocratic law, Baron Barco argues, is no excuse. In a stern tone, Baron Barco accuses Roman of bringing disgrace to the Dimitry family through his impulsive actions. He foresees severe consequences for the Dimitry family, consequences that arise directly from Roman's perceived transgressions. In the aftermath of Baron Barco's scathing remarks about the Dimitrys, the northeastern nobles were quick to criticize them, laying the blame squarely on the shoulders of their perceived clumsy son. Roman Dimitry, seemingly unfazed, calmly addressed Baron Barco, asking if he had said his piece. Feeling it was time to present his cause, Roman adopted a sinister expression that caught Baron Barco off guard. Roman's tone took a dark turn as he revealed a shocking truth to everyone present. He explained that initially, the Lawrence and Dimitry families had planned to be connected through matrimony. However, Roman was now considered nothing more than a disengaged fool in the eyes of those around the table. He challenged their assumptions, questioning why they thought the marriage was called off. Was it due to his reputation or his experience with women? Roman dismissed these rumors as false, choosing this moment to reveal a hidden and disturbing reality. The engagement was broken off because Roman had been threatened by Anthony Barco, the eldest son of Baron Barco. The revelation sent shockwaves through the room, leaving everyone, including Baron Barco, stunned. Roman continued, recounting a meticulously orchestrated trap during a social gathering at the Barco estate. Roman, once close to Anthony Barco, attended the party at Anthony's invitation. However, Roman fell into Anthony's trap, finding himself in the same room as Emily Barco. Anthony exploited this situation to coerce Roman into canceling the marriage with Lawrence, revealing a premeditated scheme aimed at separating Lawrence and Dimitry. The truth unfolded before them, and the dynamics of the room shifted as some present began to reconsider their judgment, wondering if Barco might be in the wrong. Roman, with confidence in his voice, asserted that once a weakness is exposed, it ceases to be a vulnerability. Baron Barco, flustered and disbelieving, dismissed Roman's account as nonsense, expressing disgust at what he perceived as Roman's attempt to cover up the truth. However, Roman anticipated Baron Barco's reaction and proceeded to disclose another reason for his interference in the war between Barco and Lawrence. Baron Barco, caught off guard once again, could only express surprise. Roman boldly asserted that Anthony had crossed a line by threatening one of Roman's close associates, Flora Lawrence. This shocking turn of events had led Flora to ultimately break off her engagement with Roman. As Roman fixed Baron Barco with a penetrating gaze, he challenged the Baron to deny this unsettling truth and urged him to seek confirmation from Flora Lawrence herself. Seizing the opportunity to turn the tables, Roman acknowledged Anthony Barco's deceitful actions and revealed his own tactical response. With a calm yet determined demeanor, Roman disclosed to everyone present that his interference in the war was driven solely by his strength, and it was not intended to bring harm to the Dimitry family. Instead, it served as the only form of revenge he could exact for the mistreatment of Flora. Addressing the assembly, Roman questioned their belief in whether he had a sufficient cause to involve himself in the war. With this revelation, Roman effectively dismantled Barco's disputes and established a cause rooted in personal vendetta and retribution. Baron Barco, visibly stunned by the turn of events, grappled with the realization that exposing Roman's supposed lack of cause was now a futile endeavor. Baron Barco, feeling the pressure of the situation, contemplated his next move. Recognizing that time was of the essence, he pondered the idea of stalling for time and exploring alternative solutions to salvage what remained of his family's standing. Despite his skepticism, Baron Barco conveyed his intent to confirm the truth at a later time, attempting to buy himself a temporary reprieve. However, Roman wasn't content with leaving the matter unresolved. He presented Baron Barco with two distinct options, each carrying profound implications for both families involved. The first option was a more straightforward approach, to conclude the matter by having Anthony Barco punished for his transgressions, treating it as a personal issue between Roman and the Barco family. The second option, more ominous in nature, involved allowing the issue to escalate into a full-fledged dispute between the two noble houses, Barco and Dimitry. Roman made it clear that a decision had to be made on the spot. Sensing the urgency of the situation, he issued a stark ultimatum to Baron Barco. If a choice wasn't made immediately, Roman declared his intention to return to his family and divulge the entirety of the situation to his father, Viscount Dimitry. Baron Barco, taken aback by this revelation, is now grappling with the gravity of the situation. He believes that it's crucial for the Barco family to steer clear of a war with the Dimitry family. If Barco were to engage in a conflict with Dimitry, especially when Barco is already teetering on the brink of collapse, the outcome could be the total annihilation of the Barco family. Baron Barco, initially proposing that Anthony apologize on his knees, was met with a resolute rejection from Roman. Roman asserted that the one who committed the offense shouldn't dictate the punishment. He declared that he alone would determine how Anthony would be held accountable for his actions. The scene shifted to the dimly lit office, where Anthony knelt, his posture reflecting the weight of impending judgment. Recognizing the severity of the situation, Anthony pleaded with his father to reject Roman's terms. Fearful of Roman's prowess and certain of his own demise in a judgment duel, Anthony implored Baron Barco to spare him from this fate. Baron Barco, attempting to console his distressed son, reminded Anthony of the inextricable link between his life and the fate of the Barco family. Expressing his frustration, Baron Barco urged Anthony to face the harsh reality that awaited him. He warned his son to brace himself for the potential loss of at least an arm, an ominous foreshadowing of the harsh consequences that might unfold. As Baron Barco left the room, Anthony remained on his knees, a poignant image of vulnerability and despair. The narrative then transitioned to the arena, where a crowd had gathered in anticipation of the clash between Roman and Anthony. The air was thick with tension as the adversaries faced each other. Anthony's visible fear manifested in trembling limbs and a heartfelt apology for the wrongs he had committed against Roman. However, Roman remained stoic, unmoved by Anthony's plea. In a decisive moment, Roman unsheathed his sword, signaling the commencement of the impending confrontation. Anthony, sensing the gravity of the situation, shifted from an apologetic tone to desperate begging. He pleaded with Roman to spare his life, promising to repay this debt for the rest of his days. The sudden shift in Anthony's demeanor shocked not only the onlookers but especially Baron Barco, who witnessed his son's vulnerability in the face of impending doom. As Roman stood with sword in hand, the arena became a stage for a poignant moral dilemma. Roman confronted Anthony with a pointed question, challenging the very foundation of Barco's position. He questioned whether Barco had any viable means to repay the substantial debt borrowed from the Golden Bank. Dismissing the notion that Barco's influential connections, even within the central government, could shield them from the consequences of their questionable actions, Roman took a step forward, declaring the imminent downfall of the Barco family. As Roman approached Anthony, the very architect of Roman's recent tribulations, he reminded him of the disrespect and treachery he had endured. Roman demanded a reason why he should spare Anthony's life. There, in front of the gathered onlookers, Roman made a resolute decision. He took matters into his own hands and, without hesitation, ended Anthony Barco's life. The unexpected turn of events left Baron Barco in a state of shock. Then we see a flashback. Roman's past experiences with his brothers painted a picture of relentless survival conflicts. Night after night, Roman had endured assassination attempts, emerging victorious by turning the tables and, at times, ending his brothers' lives with a ruthless determination. It was a life marked by a lack of compromise, a trait pointed out by his elder brother, Baek Joong-Hyuk. Baek Joong-Hyuk, the eldest among the 12 siblings, confronted Roman about this critical flaw. He asserted that Roman's unwillingness to compromise and show tolerance to adversaries would eventually become a significant problem. Baek Joong-Hyuk, in contrast, embodied strength and wisdom, not just in his power but in his ability to accept defeated opponents into his fold once they were vanquished. Roman acknowledged his elder brother's insight but stood firm in his belief that crushing those who posed a threat was his chosen way of life. It was a survival strategy honed in the crucible of the demon cult, where weakness invited destruction. Roman, with a determined glare in his eyes, asserted that he would continue to live by this uncompromising ethos. Returning to the present, the aftermath of Anthony's demise hung heavy in the air. Baron Barco, rushing towards his fallen son, found himself in the midst of an unexpected turn of events. Roman, unyielding and resolute, questioned Baron Barco about the supposed problem. In his eyes, the death of a criminal in a judgment duel was a commonplace occurrence, a stark reminder of the harsh realities of their world. In the heat of the moment, Baron Barco's voice thundered through the air, commanding his soldiers to take down Roman, driven by a surge of anger and grief over the loss of a member of the Barco family at Roman's hands. The soldiers, however, found themselves facing an unforeseen challenge. The sheer reputation of Roman as a formidable adversary left them shocked, questioning how they could possibly defeat such a powerful opponent. Unyielding, Baron Barco accused Roman of orchestrating this outcome from the very beginning. He pointed out Roman's lack of guards during the visit to Barco, suggesting that the pretense of seeking compromise was a ruse. In response, Roman, with a gaze that spoke volumes of determination and resolve, revealed that the decision to sever ties with the Barco family had been made the moment Anthony Barco threatened him. The tension in the room escalated as Roman expressed his inability to coexist under the same sky as the Barco family. With a swift turn, Roman faced the other nobles present, making it clear that the outcome they witnessed was a direct consequence of their actions. Emitting a purple aura, Roman issued a warning to those who still clung to connections with the Barco family, signaling that they would now have to face his wrath. Baron Barco, attempting to salvage the situation, questioned the feasibility of Roman escaping unscathed from these circumstances. Roman dismissed such concerns, boldly asserting that he would closely monitor the Barco family's every move. He vowed to continue his onslaught until they were brought to their knees. Roman, having delivered his stern message, calmly walked out, leaving Baron Barco to grapple with the consequences of their ill-fated choices. The narrative then shifted to a few days later, revealing Baron Barco's desperate attempt to escape the weight of his debts to the Golden Bank. However, his efforts proved futile, and he was discovered dead on a nameless hill. The once mighty Barco family, which had wielded significant influence in the northeast, met a pitiful and inglorious end. The scene changes to Dimitry's palace, where Hans spots young Master Roman. Curious, Hans asks Roman why he's out in the middle of the night, noticing that Roman is covered in blood. Roman, with a smile, explains that the moonlight tempted him for a nighttime stroll after a long while. While changing clothes, Hans expresses concern for Roman, noting that everyone is worried about him. Despite being happy that Roman is acknowledged, Hans is anxious about Roman's tendency to put himself in danger, especially with matters like war. Hans advises Roman to always be cautious, to which Roman responds by reminding Hans that he has said this before. Roman emphasizes that Hans is one of his people. Hans acknowledges this, recalling a previous life when Roman, as Baek Joong, had massacred countless enemies. Roman had a rule that allowed him to become a heavenly demon in that past life. Protecting those under him was crucial. Roman explains that a single person within his care is more valuable to him than hundreds of thousands of enemies. Roman concludes with a promise to do his best to ensure the safety of those under him. In the midst of the uproar surrounding the Barco family, the Malok family orchestrated a social gathering to navigate the shifting tides of alliances and power. At the helm of the Malok family stood Helena Malok, a woman of poise and influence who believed that Dimitry would emerge as the central figure in the Northeast. As the evening unfolded, Helena, the matriarch of the Malok family, orchestrated the event with precision, recognizing the opportune moment to solidify the Malok family's stance alongside Dimitry. The gathering served as a strategic move, a subtle declaration of allegiance that had been steadfast since the beginning. The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation as the guests arrived. Helena, adorned in regal attire, welcomed Roman Dimitry, the formidable lady of the Dimitry family. Rihanna, as the wife of Baron Dimitry, had played a pivotal role in navigating the intricate web of aristocratic politics. Her interactions with noble ladies were not merely social. They were calculated moves to build a formidable pro-Dimitry force. Baron Romero, in contrast, lacked the finesse for politics that his wife possessed. The interference from the Barkov family threatened to undermine Dimitry's ascendancy in the aristocracy. However, Reincarnated Dimitry, with her shrewd understanding of political maneuvering, had set the stage beforehand. Her foresight and strategic efforts prevented the Dimitry family from collapsing under the weight of Barkov's interference. Expressing gratitude to the noble ladies who had gathered, Reincarnated Dimitry acknowledged their crucial role in the unfolding drama. The gathering, she asserted, was not just a social event, but a platform for regional unity and understanding. Her words carried weight, emphasizing the necessity for those in the same region to stand united in the face of changing circumstances. As the ladies converged around the table, the air thickened with a sense of purpose. Helena Malok, seizing the moment, directed her attention to Reincarnated Dimitry. With a careful gaze, she inquired about the lady's opinion on her daughter, Veronica. Helena believed Veronica to be a suitable match for Roman, a revelation that sent ripples of surprise through the gathering. Roman at 25, Helena asserted, Roman stood at the precipice of responsibility. It was time for him to take a wife and establish a family, a strategic move that would secure the Malok family's future in the aristocracy. It was a delicate matter, and Helena felt compelled to clarify that her suggestion wasn't merely rooted in maternal bias. With sincerity in her voice, Helena assured Rihanna that her endorsement of Veronica as a suitable match for Roman wasn't solely because of their familial connection. Instead, she genuinely believed that Veronica possessed the qualities that would make her an ideal partner for Roman. However, before Helena could delve further into her reasoning, other noble ladies at the table interjected, casting doubt on the viability of Helena's proposal. These ladies pointed out that Veronica was already in discussions for a marriage proposal with another family, effectively shutting down Helena's proposition. The atmosphere became charged with a mix of disappointment and intrigue as the attention shifted from Helena's family to potential suitors for Roman. Seizing the opportunity, other noble ladies eagerly invited Reincarnated Dimitry into the conversation, expressing their interest in having their daughters considered as potential matches for Roman, each lady vying for the coveted position of securing Roman's hand in marriage. Reincarnated Dimitry, with her astute understanding of aristocratic dynamics, took a moment to reflect on the past 6 years. Roman, the eldest son of the Dimitry family, had been relegated to the sidelines, considered a nuisance in the aristocratic circle. The fact that he would not inherit the family added an additional layer of complexity to his position. However, Roman's rise as a 4-star knight had changed the game entirely, securing for him a promising future that had eluded him before. As Rihanna acknowledged the transformation of Roman from a nuisance to a man of attention, she shared her perspective with the assembled ladies. She appreciated their high regard for her son but revealed that Roman had already endured significant hardships. Rather than orchestrating marriages based on the desires of two families, Rihanna expressed her desire for Roman to find someone he genuinely loved. In a bold declaration, Rihanna announced an end to the discussions about arranging marriages for Roman. She set forth a different criterion. The one who captured Roman's heart first would emerge victorious. The noble ladies, perhaps relieved to escape the complexities of familial negotiations, welcomed this refreshing approach with enthusiasm. The narrative then shifted to the Lawrence Palace, where Flora, a contemplative figure in the library, grappled with the harsh realities of power dynamics. Lawrence had suffered a defeat against Barco, and Flora had harbored hopes that they could endure until winter for a chance at redemption. However, the unforeseen variables that unfolded had shattered those hopes. In contrast, Flora acknowledged Roman's foresight and strategic brilliance in navigating the complex landscape. As she thought about him, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Despite her initial disdain, Flora found herself yearning to embody some of Roman's qualities. His strength and ability to tackle challenges head-on had earned her admiration, reshaping her perception of the man she had once loathed. In the realm of social intricacies and shifting relationships, Roman's reputation precedes him as an egotistical and arrogant man, someone seemingly consumed by his own pursuits. However, amidst the perceptions that shroud him, Flora finds herself contemplating the source of Roman's strength and the true essence of his character. Closing the book she had been engrossed in, she decides to step out into the open air, seeking a respite from her musings. Flora wrestles with her curiosity about Roman. Despite the enigmatic aura surrounding him, she acknowledges the stark reality that their paths have diverged since the dissolution of their engagement. Flora believes there's no discernible reason for her to cross paths with Roman Dimitry again. This realization, however, is disrupted as someone unexpectedly calls her sis. Intrigued and taken aback, Flora turns to see her cousin, Sylvia Lawrence, making an unanticipated appearance. The sudden encounter with Sylvia raises questions in Flora's mind. Puzzled by her cousin's presence, Flora decides to seek clarification from her father, the Baron. Making her way straight to his office, she confronts him about the party in Dimitry that Sylvia alluded to, expressing surprise at being kept in the dark about such an event. Baron Lawrence, in a moment of transparency, reveals that recent events have prompted him to reevaluate certain aspects of their family dynamics. Flora's keen discernment and judgment skills, particularly exemplified by bringing Roman Dimitry into the fold during a crucial battle, played a pivotal role in securing a victorious outcome in the war. Grateful for Flora's contributions, Baron Lawrence admits to having underestimated her value in the past. Expressing remorse for his oversight, Baron Lawrence assures Flora that he won't repeat the mistake of undervaluing her capabilities. He pledges unwavering support for Flora's dreams and endeavors, releasing her from the familial expectations that may have hindered her personal pursuits. Touched by her father's words, Flora finds herself moved. However, the heartfelt sentiment is juxtaposed with Flora's evolving skepticism as she contemplates attending the party. Despite her father's seemingly sincere words, Flora remains cautious, recognizing the complexities that often underlie familial dynamics. Inquisitive by nature, Flora probes her father about the invitation extended to Sylvia. Suspicion creeps in as she wonders about the potential ulterior motives behind Sylvia's journey from the capital. Baron Lawrence, with surprising candor, admits that his decision was fueled by personal greed. Upon hearing her father's words, Flora discerns a subtle attempt to rekindle the connection between the Lawrence and Dimitry families through Sylvia. Acknowledging this intention, Flora happily expresses her willingness to accompany Sylvia to the upcoming event, viewing it as an opportunity for Lawrence to reciprocate Roman Dimitry's past assistance. In response, Baron Lawrence, in a protective tone, reassures Flora that she need not go out of her way, assuring her that he will ensure she remains uninvolved with Roman. Unyielding, Flora, with a determined expression, insists on being Sylvia's guide. The narrative then transitions to the Valhalla Temple, a branch in the Cairo Kingdom, where Willis, the head of the temple and an evaluator of Valhalla's ranking, receives surprising news. He learns of a 25-year-old son from a remote noble region who has remarkably defeated a 4-star Aura Knight with a single strike. Intrigued by this revelation, Willis contemplates the emergence of a potential prodigy. Wearing a smirk, Willis recognizes the need to personally confirm the validity of this information. An evening of festivity loomed with a scheduled party, but before the merriment commenced, the noble ladies decided to pay an early visit to the Dimitry family. Excitement buzzed among them, fueled by the prospect of encountering the enigmatic Roman. Sylvia, however, couldn't shake the gloomy impression attributed to him in the circulating rumors. As the noble entourage ventured deeper into the Dimitry region, they were met with a landscape that aligned with their preconceived notions, a terrain dominated by the labor-intensive activities of mining. Dimitry, renowned as the mining hub, presented a stark contrast to the refined aesthetics the noble ladies were accustomed to in the capital. They found themselves questioning the living conditions in such a neighborhood, raising doubts about the broader appeal of Dimitry. Even the common folk in the capital, they reckoned, prioritized basic aesthetics. Sylvia, not one to conceal her distaste, resorted to covering her face with a handkerchief, deeming Dimitry far removed from any semblance of artistic beauty. Observing Sylvia's reaction, Flora, with a perceptive gaze, couldn't help but piece together some of Sylvia's background. Sylvia's father, a merchant who had settled in the capital, was revealed to be the younger brother of the Earl of Lawrence. In Flora's mental landscape, the bustling capital stood in stark contrast to both Lawrence and Dimitry, which she now considered countryside compared to the urban expanse she was familiar with. The ladies continued their exploration, encountering miners returning from their day's toil, their figures cloaked in a fine layer of dust. The sight left the noble ladies unsettled, particularly concerning the potential impact on the cleanliness of their finely adorned dresses. A miner confidently strode down the street, embodying what the noble ladies perceived as the inherent issue with Dimitry, a place defined by its industrial pursuits. In the midst of the scene, someone passed by Flora, briefly fooling her into believing it was Roman. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it wasn't Roman himself, but an illusion that had momentarily captivated her attention. However, This illusion soon turned into reality as the unmistakable figure of Roman Dimitry came into view. The entrance of Roman brought forth Hans, his devoted butler, who rushed to Roman with an air of concern. Hans expressed his reservations about Roman heading to the mines, and upon noticing Roman's dust-covered appearance, he instinctively moved to rectify it. Roman, however, stopped Hans, refusing his assistance. The commotion around Roman caught the attention of the noble ladies, who, in turn, grew increasingly excited at the unexpected encounter with the elusive figure of Roman Dimitry. Sylvia, in particular, found Roman to be even more captivating than the rumors had suggested. Pondering the whispers about the potential loss of heir position for the second son of Dimitry, Sylvia questioned the credibility of such claims. In her estimation, a family would not assign their son to the laborious role of a minor if he were destined for a position of succession. Sylvia proposed to the other noble ladies that they pay Roman a visit before the evening's party. The group, fueled by anticipation, made their way towards Roman. Sylvia took the initiative, introducing herself as Sylvia from the Lawrence family. Gratitude adorned her words as she thanked Roman for extending assistance to her family during a critical time. Sylvia expressed genuine appreciation, affirming that Roman was indeed as wonderful as the rumors had circulated. Roman, in response, modestly acknowledged his exceptional qualities before excusing himself, departing alongside Hans, his loyal butler. Sylvia, caught off guard by Roman's swift departure, stood there in a state of stunned surprise. Meanwhile, Flora, observing the unfolding scene, couldn't contain her laughter at the unexpected turn of events. Hans, concerned for Roman's well-being, inquired if he still intended to attend the upcoming party. He suggested that Roman take a moment to rest before joining the festivities. However, Roman hesitated, revealing that he preferred spending time only with those who genuinely appreciated his presence. The mockery directed at Dimitri's mining industry by the noble ladies had given him pause, prompting a reconsideration of his participation in the event. Hans persisted, seeking answers about the duration of Roman's labor in the mines, expressing concern despite the absence of direct orders from the Lord. In response, Roman shared insights into Dimitri's essence, portraying it as a land rooted in blacksmithing and iron mining. He vividly described the strenuous efforts of miners extracting iron ore, emphasizing that this process epitomized the very core of Dimitry. Roman expressed a desire to share in the experiences of the people, acknowledging that mere words could not encapsulate their reality. Roman's sentiments touched Hans, who marveled at the evident growth in Roman's character, prompting reflective thoughts about when this transformation occurred. The scene transitioned to the Dimitry training grounds, where soldiers diligently underwent training under the guidance of Chris. Roman recognized Chris's invaluable experience from the war against Barco, fostering a deep-seated loyalty among the soldiers. In addition to the basic magical training Roman imparted, Chris seamlessly integrated the Surazim and Swara sword techniques. This fusion allowed Roman to unlock his potential as an aura prosecutor, a realization that underscored the importance of knowledge and training in mastering the intricacies of power. Yet, Roman acknowledged that these foundations alone were insufficient in the broader context of his journey. Recognizing his adept analytical skills, Roman decides that building his own intelligence force is a necessity. However, the hurdle lies in the need for financial resources and manpower, elements he currently lacks. To address this challenge, Roman summons Chris for a discussion. As Chris arrives, Roman inquires about the ongoing training progress. Chris, with evident enthusiasm, reports that the soldiers are passionate and quick learners, signaling anticipated improvements in the near future. Seizing the moment, Roman reveals his plan to teach Chris a new sword technique. Chris, taken aback by this unexpected proposition, attentively listens as Roman elaborates. Roman acknowledges Chris's distinctive approach, highlighting that Chris stands apart from the others. He notes that Chris has already forged his own path, making it challenging for him to embrace new knowledge. Despite this, Roman believes that Chris is now prepared for a new learning experience. With anticipation in the air, Roman unveils the name of the sword technique he intends to impart to Chris, Siamjin. This technique, once held in high regard by the Murim, carried a legacy associated with a festival known as the Great Master of the World. For Chris, Siamjin represents the next step in his martial journey, offering a promising avenue for continued growth and mastery. The Dimitry Palace buzzed with the energy of the ongoing party. The butler's announcement signaled the imminent entrance of Roman, prompting a collective anticipation among the noble ladies. As Roman stepped into the room, His charismatic presence immediately captured the attention of all. The noble girls, enchanted by his charms, couldn't help but blush in response. A gathering quickly formed around Roman, the girls eager to understand why he had left abruptly earlier in the day. With a warm smile, Roman explained that he had just concluded a day's work and wished to present himself in a more presentable manner for the festivities. The simplicity of his explanation and his effortless charm disarmed the inquisitive noble ladies. Sylvia, among the noble ranks, couldn't contain her admiration for Roman. She openly expressed her belief that he lived up to the rumors surrounding him. In a playful tone, Sylvia marveled at the unconventional choice of a noble household successor actively engaging with minors. Pondering aloud, she wondered if her life could undergo a similar transformation with someone like Roman as her spouse. Roman, gracious in his response, deflected the praise, insisting that Sylvia was flattering him too much. The party continued with Roman seamlessly conversing with the noble ladies, his amiable demeanor making him the center of attention. The scene transitioned to the balcony outside, where Roman found a moment of solitude. Unbeknownst to him, Flora approached from behind. She commended Roman for his acting skills, a remark that took him by surprise. Flora had perceived Roman as someone indifferent to relationships, making his current role in the social gathering unexpected to her. Roman, however, explained the necessity of his behavior at this particular party, emphasizing that it involved his parents and their guests, setting it apart from his usual course of action. As the conversation unfolded, Roman recalled his initial meeting with Flora, drawing a parallel to the present situation. Flora, acknowledging Roman's point, flipped her hair casually, revealing a newfound understanding. In a moment of self-reflection, she recognized that her initial disrespect was met with Roman's unchanging standards. Intrigued by his consistency, Flora couldn't help but wonder about the life Roman had lived, leading him to maintain such steadfast principles. Flora couldn't help but question Roman's unexpected foray into mining earlier that day. To her, the idea of a successor involving themselves in the mines seemed peculiar, especially considering the apparent disconnect between mining and the typical responsibilities of a successor. Intrigued, she confronted Roman, seeking an explanation for this seemingly unconventional choice. In response, Roman turned the question back to Flora, prompting her to contemplate how the Lawrence family had achieved its current standing. Flora, somewhat surprised by the unexpected query, shared the common belief that Lawrence's success was primarily attributed to its fertile soil and abundant produce. However, Roman unraveled a different narrative, revealing that the Lawrence family's prosperity was rooted in business. They actively engaged in selling or bartering their own produce, a strategic move that significantly contributed to their elevated status. Roman's insight provided Flora with a new perspective, especially when he pointed out that Baron Lawrence's brother had become a merchant in the capital. Flora, stunned by this revelation and Roman's awareness of Dimitry's roots, sought to understand the connection between this information and Roman's recent stint in the mines. Roman enlightened her, emphasizing that the heart of Dimitry lay in the iron mines. The tireless efforts of miners, covered in dirt as they extracted iron ores day in and day out, played a pivotal role in Dimitri's ascent. Roman believed that spending time in the iron mines was not only a means of understanding the miners but also a way to empathize with them. He considered it a duty for someone carrying the Dimitry name. Flora, taken aback by the depth of Roman's revelation, absorbed the weight of his words. Roman, sensing that he had lingered for too long, expressed his intention to take his leave. As Roman departed, Flora, left alone to contemplate, couldn't help but gaze at the sky with a newfound clarity and a smile. Meeting with Roman, it seemed, had clarified her thoughts and led her to a decision. The narrative shifted to a few days later, marking Flora's departure from Lawrence to the capital. This symbolic moment signaled the departure of the flower of Lawrence from the confines of the greenhouse into the vast expanse of the outside world. Flora's decision to venture beyond familiar territories hinted at a transformative journey ahead. The story then pivoted to the iron mines, where Jacob, the mine master, engaged in a conversation with Hendrik the smithy master about recent work activities. Jacob spoke with confidence as he assured Hendrik that the Lawrence mountain had only been partially developed. Even if the Dimitry family continued mining from it for decades, the iron mine wouldn't be depleted. Drawing on his lifelong experience in mining, Jacob provided a guarantee of its enduring richness. Intrigued by the recent rumors, Hendrik queried Jacob about Roman Dimitry's uncharacteristic involvement in the mines over the past half-month. Hendrik couldn't help but wonder why there was an unusual hush in the air lately. The scene then transitioned to half a month ago, when word spread among the miners that Lord Roman Dimitry would be joining them in the mine. Anticipating Roman's arrival, some miners speculated that he would merely go through the motions and quickly depart. Morkan, a veteran miner, expressed skepticism, suggesting that Lord Dimitry had lost his touch. In Morkan's view, if Baron Dimitry intended to educate his successor, such efforts should have been initiated much earlier. He argued that Baron Dimitry had favored blacksmiths, neglecting the miners who played an essential role in the foundation of Dimitry. Morkan contended that the three Dimitry successors had learned iron forging in the smithy since childhood, but had never taken the time to understand the intricacies of mining. To him, this lack of interest served as clear evidence of discrimination against miners. While some workers found Morkan's argument a bit of a stretch, he remained steadfast in his belief. He insisted that the foundation of Dimitry lay in the iron mine, despite the blacksmiths receiving all the glory. Morkan was convinced that Roman had been coerced into performing mining tasks against his will. Despite this, he had no intention of showing deference to Roman. Rallying his workers, Morkan declared that they would demonstrate to Roman just how challenging mining truly was. When Roman eventually arrived at the mines, Morkan took the initiative to introduce everyone, announcing that Roman would be working alongside the miners starting that day. Emphasizing safety as the top priority, Morkan instructed his workers to focus on it above all else. As everyone resumed their tasks, Roman couldn't help but notice that he was being ignored. Unfazed by their indifferent attitudes, he decided not to let it affect him. Meanwhile, the city of mining Dimitry loomed in the backdrop, prompting Roman to reflect on the intricacies of the people's lives, the power dynamics at play, and the potential contributions he could make to this land. Roman envisioned a comprehensive understanding of everything concerning Dimitry, contemplating how he could integrate these insights into his future plans. As the labor force embarked on their daily duties, Roman watched the rhythmic cadence of their efforts. The workers moved with a synchronized precision that spoke of a well-organized system. Each task, from excavating the earth to transporting materials, was executed with a meticulous care that hinted at a seasoned routine. Roman found himself contemplating the intricacies of their labor. The even distribution of responsibilities among the workers caught Roman's discerning eye. As Roman observed this organized chaos, his thoughts meandered towards the renowned Dimitry ironwork. Its reputation, he speculated, was not solely a product of well-honed smithing skills. The key lay in the raw materials, the iron ores of the highest quality. The foundation of Dimitry's success was, in part, laid in the innate excellence of these ores. Unlike other estates grappling with losses incurred during the distribution of iron ores, Dimitry seemed immune to such setbacks. The crux of Dimitry's prosperity, Roman deduced, lay in its ability to perform all processes internally. The estate, a self-contained entity, retained a significant portion of the earnings that other estates lost in the intricate web of external transactions. The efficient cycle of ore extraction, processing in the smithy, and eventual distribution was a self-sufficient mechanism that contributed to Dimitry's affluence. It was a model that had sustained the estate for decades. A pivotal factor in Dimitry's economic prowess was its capacity to supply and distribute materials within the estate itself. The strategic location in the city of blacksmiths further amplified the estate's financial standing. The premium placed on the seamless flow of resources within Dimitry's confines was a cornerstone of its prosperity. Roman marveled at the intricate dance of commerce, where each step was carefully choreographed to ensure that Dimitry stood as the unrivaled titan in the realm of ironwork. As Roman delved into these reflections, he became aware of the vast wealth Dimitry had amassed over the years, a wealth that surpassed Roman's initial estimations. It was a revelation that spoke to the enduring success of Dimitry ironwork. The tranquility of Roman's contemplation was disrupted by Morkan, a seasoned overseer of the mining operations. Morkan's gruff demeanor carried authority as he admonished Roman. This was not a place for idle chatter. It was a realm of toil and sweat. Morkan's directive was clear: focus on work or depart. Roman, realizing his lapse, apologized to Morkan and pledged to immerse himself in his assigned tasks. Days turned into a week, and the routine of labor persisted. Roman found himself, despite the immersive nature of the work, in a solitary routine during lunch breaks. It became evident that interactions among the workers were scarce, and Roman's attempts to engage in conversation were met with reticence. A subtle territoriality emerged, marking boundaries among the laborers. In the midst of this silent camaraderie, Morkan approached Roman. There was a curiosity in Morkan's eyes, a question that had lingered throughout the week. Why was Roman, a newcomer, toiling in the mines when even Rodwell, the powerful second-born successor of Dimitry, had never graced the iron mines with his presence. Roman, the eldest scion of the Dimitry lineage, took on the guise of a successor in training. To Morkan, the seasoned overseer of the mining operations, it seemed as though Roman might be trivializing the laborious nature of mining work. This perception fueled Morkan's vigilance, prompting him to closely scrutinize Roman's every move. To Morkan's surprise, Roman's approach to the labor-intensive tasks proved to be anything but lackadaisical. In fact, Roman exhibited a fervor for his work that surpassed the expectations of even the discerning overseer. Consistently meeting and often surpassing his assigned quotas, Roman emerged as a diligent contributor to the mining efforts. The intrigue surrounding Roman's presence at the mines deepened when insights from a castle servant revealed that Lord Dimitry had not issued any direct orders for young Master Roman to engage in the toils of the iron mines. This revelation hinted at the possibility that Roman had volunteered for this gritty endeavor. Morkan, grappling with his initial skepticism, decided to confront Roman about his motivations. In a conversation between Roman and Morkan, Roman inquires whether Morkan prefers to hear an idealistic or realistic response. Morkan suggests that Roman provide both answers. Subsequently, Roman begins by sharing his idealistic perspective with Morkan. His idealistic answer delved into a desire to intimately understand the lives of the people within Dimitry. Viewing the city as a mining hub, Roman expressed a genuine curiosity about the daily struggles of those toiling in the iron mines. He sought a first-hand experience, stepping into the shoes of the labor force that formed the backbone of Dimitry's prosperity. Morkan, in response, questioned the necessity of such a personal venture. Roman, unwavering in his conviction, asserted that as long as he bore the Dimitry surname, it was incumbent upon him to delve into the lives of those sustaining the city's wealth. It was a duty born out of a sense of connection and responsibility. Carmen, a bystander privy to the exchange, found Roman's idealistic answer to be a reflection of the noble ideals that people yearned for in their rulers. It was an answer that resonated with the populace's perception of nobility and engagement with their subjects. However, Roman's narrative took an unexpected turn as he revealed the realistic answer. Despite the opulence associated with the Dimitry name, Roman acknowledged that the amassed wealth belonged to his father. His presence in the iron mine was not merely a quest for experiential understanding. It was a deliberate effort to contribute meaningfully to Dimitri's prosperity and, perhaps more notably, to rightfully claim his share. Morkan's initial skepticism gave way to laughter at this revelation. The notion that Roman aimed to assert his claim on his father's wealth through the sweat and toil of the mines was a perspective Morkan had not anticipated. Roman's presence, it seemed, was driven by a profound understanding of the dynamics at play within Dimitry. Within the echoes of the mining estate, Morkan extended an invitation to Roman, assuring him that he was willing to address any inquiries that might occupy his thoughts. Roman, with an unending stream of questions, found Morkan to be a patient and informative guide. The revelations that emerged from their dialogue painted a picture of Dimitry's iron mine as a colossal entity, unparalleled in the kingdom and ranking among the continent's foremost. This distinction extended to the enigmatic territories known as the edge of the continent, lying beyond the reaches of Dimitry. However, Morkan, with a seasoned perspective, injected a dose of realism into the grand narrative. Despite the lofty claims, Dimitri's actual output fell short of its inherent potential. The treacherous working conditions within the mine acted as a hindrance, slowing down the mining process and directly impacting overall productivity. Even with the safety measures implemented by Lord Dimitry, the inherent dangers persisted. The northeastern mountain ranges, a home to frequent earthquakes, served as an unpredictable backdrop, underscoring the fragility of human endeavors in the face of natural disasters. Suddenly, the theoretical became tangible as an earthquake shook the mining site. Morkan, quick to respond, rushed to assess the situation. The grim news reached him. The eighth shaft had collapsed, entombing a worker beneath the rubble. The immediate reaction was one of panic and indecision. The looming threat of additional collapses deterred any rash attempts at rescue. In the midst of the chaos, Roman, with a steely determination, offered a bold proposition. He declared his intention to descend into the collapsed shaft to rescue the trapped worker. Morkan, visibly taken aback, expressed genuine concern for Roman's safety. Even the prowess of an Aura Knight, Morkan warned, might not be sufficient if the shaft were to collapse further. Roman's response was resolute and unyielding. He locked eyes with Morkan, reminding him of the responsibility borne by those who carried the Dimitry name. The weight of this responsibility was etched into Roman's gaze, a silent testament to the unwavering commitment he felt towards the legacy of Dimitry. Morkan, stunned by this unexpected display of resolve, could only watch as Roman leaped into action. With a grace that defied the peril below, Roman navigated from one precarious rock to another. The moment stretched into an agonizing wait for those above ground, their collective breaths held in anticipation. Then, against the backdrop of uncertainty, Roman emerged from the depths, the injured worker on his back. The crowd erupted in jubilation, their cheers echoing through the mine, a chorus of relief and gratitude. After emerging from the collapsed shaft, Roman immediately turned his attention to the injured worker, skillfully bandaging their wounds. Morkan, watching this display of adeptness, couldn't help but be surprised at Roman's unexpected proficiency in treating injuries. With the impromptu first aid completed, Roman calmly instructed the workers to transport the injured individual to a doctor. He assured them that he would cover the costs of any potions prescribed for the treatment. The workers promptly mobilized, carrying their fallen comrade on a stretcher to seek medical attention. Once the immediate crisis was addressed, Roman gathered the workers to address the broader implications of the incident. Recognizing that such accidents were often considered the inevitable fate of miners, Roman acknowledged the helplessness that came with sudden disasters. However, he offered a glimmer of hope. As the bearer of the Dimitry name, Roman pledged to tackle the difficulties faced by the miners using any means necessary. What struck Morkan even more was Roman's assurance that this resolution might not take much time. The narrative shifts to Baron Dimitry's office, a space where familial concerns and the weight of decisions converge. Baron Dimitry, a father seeking reassurance about his son's safety, directly questions Roman about the perilous incident. In response, Roman offers a calm assurance that he emerged unscathed from the ordeal. However, Baron Dimitry, displaying a father's concern, delves deeper into the motivations behind Roman's daring actions. He points out the inherent dangers and the stark reality that, despite Roman's prowess as an aura swordsman, facing certain challenges alone is fraught with peril. There's an underlying acknowledgement of the vulnerability that even someone with Roman's capabilities can entirely negate. As the conversation unfolds, Baron Dimitry candidly expresses the gravity of the situation. He emphasizes that luck was on Roman's side this time, but the recklessness displayed could have resulted in the loss of his son. It's a stern admonition, devoid of any sense of familial privilege. Baron Dimitry wants Roman to understand the severity of the situation and the potential consequences of such audacious actions. The tone carries a weight that transcends familial bonds. In response, Roman, displaying a resolute demeanor, asserts that he simply did what he felt compelled to do. He maintains that even if given the chance to turn back time, he would make the same decision. There's an unwavering conviction in Roman's words, a steadfast belief in the righteousness of his actions, and an adherence to a personal code that goes beyond the immediate familial context. This stance doesn't sit well with Baron Dimitry, who raises his voice in frustration. He struggles to comprehend why Roman, as the eldest son of the Dimitry family, would choose such a perilous path. Yet, Roman stands firm, asserting that his decision was not guided solely by familial expectations but by a broader sense of responsibility tied to the Dimitry name. Baron Dimitry, perhaps perplexed and exasperated, advises Roman to cease working in the iron mines. From his perspective, this was a decision beyond his understanding. He reiterates that he never asked Roman to undertake such a task and questions the reasoning behind this unconventional choice. Roman, however, counters with an explanation that unveils a deeper understanding of Dimitri's reality. He contends that to truly comprehend the essence of Dimitry, one must venture beyond the realm of the blacksmith's workshop. While acknowledging the family's renown in blacksmithing, Roman emphasizes that the majority of the local populace earns their livelihoods in the iron mines. Thus, his decision to work in the mines was a deliberate effort to bridge the gap between reputation and the lived experiences of the people. Intrigued by this revelation, Baron Dimitry probes further, seeking to understand the insights Roman gained from toiling in the iron mines. Roman, in response, paints a vivid picture of the hardships faced by the workers. He highlights the genuine concern his father exhibits for the treatment and safety of the workers. In the realm of the iron mines, Baron Dimitry commands respect even from the toiling workers. However, despite the concerted efforts to ensure safety, the specter of risk remains an ever-present reality. The workers live with the constant uncertainty of when the earth might tremble, causing the mine to collapse. Baron Dimitry, in the aftermath of such incidents, acknowledges the inherent dangers, emphasizing the challenging truth that preparedness alone cannot completely avert. Roman, ever resourceful, proposes a solution to mitigate the pervasive risks: the use of magical artifacts. These enchanted items, Roman suggests, can fortify the safety of the mind. Baron Dimitry, while acknowledging their potential, questions the practicality, pointing to the considerable cost associated with implementing such measures. Roman, undeterred by the financial implications, stresses the potential benefits that extend beyond mere safety measures. In presenting his case, Roman introduces the concept of opportunity cost, emphasizing that while the upfront investment in magical artifacts may be substantial, the subsequent increases in iron ore production could far outweigh these initial expenses. He envisions a scenario where not only does safety improve, but the development of undiscovered mines is no longer hindered. It's a strategic proposal that seeks to turn an expenditure into an investment with long-term gains. Moreover, Roman advocates for a proactive approach to safety by establishing a dedicated team. This team, he suggests, could work tirelessly to reduce risks and improve overall safety measures. He then proposes utilizing a portion of the increased profits for the welfare of the workers, creating a holistic approach that not only safeguards lives but also enhances the well-being of those contributing to Dimitri's prosperity. Baron Dimitry, initially skeptical, finds himself intrigued by Roman's comprehensive approach. He acknowledges Roman's thoughtful considerations and sees the potential for a paradigm shift in the way the mines are managed. Encouraged by Roman's insights, Baron Dimitry seeks more concrete details, asking Roman about the financial investment required and the supporting evidence for such a venture. It's a pivotal moment where familial concerns intersect with economic and social considerations, reflecting the intricate balance required in managing a domain like Dimitry. Meanwhile, the narrative shifts to the broader Miram world, a realm marked by the dichotomy of the weak and the strong. In this intricate web of power dynamics, two groups stand out for their prowess in information gathering: Jaebang Goa and Halmoon. Jaebang Goa, through beggars scattered across the world, listens to people's stories to collect information. On the other hand, Halmoon focuses on socially vulnerable groups, leveraging their connections to gather valuable insights. In a strategic move, Roman opted to immerse himself in the iron mines rather than the blacksmith's trade. His decision was motivated by a broader ambition to grasp vital information from the Northeast region. Armed with his father's financial backing and a robust workforce, Roman envisioned establishing Halmoon's information-gathering dominance in their world. However, Roman remained cognizant that this initiative needed amplification. While Halmoon's influence would be formidable in the Northeast, Roman recognized the necessity of expanding beyond these regional confines. The quest for information demanded a continent-wide perspective. Realizing the limitations of his current team in handling this monumental task professionally, Roman concluded that he needed someone adept at collecting and organizing information. Furthermore, he aimed to forge stronger connections with the upper echelons of Dimitry to bolster these efforts. The narrative then transitioned to Dimitri's training ground, where Chris, a seasoned figure, gathered the soldiers for an unexpected announcement. He revealed Roman's gift: instruction in the use of mana and swordsmanship. The soldiers, initially taken aback by this surprising development, soon learned of its significance. Chris dispelled any skepticism surrounding the mana method, emphasizing its intrinsic value beyond mere market speculation. Lucas, a soldier with initial doubts, anticipated a trivial instruction from Roman, expecting to be told to roll on the market floor for a treasure. However, Chris unveiled the mana method's name, Azura, denoting the ghost of the battlefield in a distant foreign language. This revelation elevated the soldiers' perception of the training from mere market fodder to a potent and meaningful discipline. As the soldiers began to engage with the Azura method, Lucas, initially skeptical, experienced a remarkable transformation. In just a few days, he felt a heightened sensitivity, perceiving the wind on his skin with newfound acuity. The Azura sword method, consisting of 108 ways to engage an enemy, emerged as a comprehensive and powerful technique. Lucas found himself in a state of disbelief, grappling with the mystery that was Roman Dimitry. The question echoing in his mind was, who is Roman Dimitry? As Lucas pondered this, he considered the unique skills possessed by Roman, the Azura and the Azura sword. If Lucas were in a similar situation, holding such exclusive abilities, he decided he would guard this knowledge as an absolute secret, not only from his fellow soldiers but even from his blood relatives. Lucas, having experienced the loss of all his wealth, understood the hardships that life could inflict. Amidst the disturbances and challenges that had characterized his existence, The training with the Azura method emerged as a source of happiness and empowerment. It was in this state of contemplation and personal growth that Lucas found himself. The narrative then shifted to Roman's office, where Lucas mustered the courage to share a profound decision. Instead of joining the Information Guild, Lucas expressed his desire to align himself with Master Roman. Roman pondered the notion that rejection was an unacceptable outcome, drawing from Lucas's vast experience among seasoned mercenaries with extensive networks, having weathered tests and undergone various life-altering changes. In Roman's perspective, Lucas stood out as the right individual for the task. Lucas, in turn, conveyed to Roman that if he were in charge of the Information Guild, he would have to part ways with Roman. During the war with Barco, Lucas had sworn to dedicate his life to safeguarding Roman. He implored Roman not to send him elsewhere. Despite Roman's recognition of Lucas's acting prowess, he couldn't help but question Lucas about the origins of his proficiency in the aura skill and the Azura sword. In response, Lucas admitted his ignorance, prompting Roman to remind him of the gifts bestowed as tokens of loyalty. Curious, Roman inquired about Lucas's perception of him. Roman clarified that he didn't seek blind loyalty. Rather, it was the inherent cost of following Roman onto the battlefield and risking one's life. Eager to explore the depths of loyalty, Roman questioned what Lucas believed he would offer to someone deserving more than Roman soldiers. Lucas, taken aback, wondered if there existed anything beyond the aura method. Resolute, he pledged to follow Roman's orders and vowed to establish the finest information guild on the continent. Recognizing Lucas's quick and logical mind, Roman appointed him as the head of the Halmon Information Guild. The scene then shifted to the Iron Mines, where miners enthusiastically welcomed Roman upon his visit. Grateful for saving a miner's son, Roman received expressions of deep gratitude. The worker pledged his life to Roman's service if needed in the future. Roman expressed appreciation and anticipated future cooperation. The public sentiment toward Dimitry turned in Roman's favor from that day on, creating an atmosphere that greatly irked Baron Romero. A month had swiftly passed since the clash with Barco, and now, gathered within the halls of Dimitri's house, its members convened for a pivotal meeting. The atmosphere was thick with the weight of recent victories as an old man, presumably an esteemed member of the council, addressed the assembly. House Barco, the once mighty adversary, now lay in ruins. The old man, with a voice that carried the wisdom of time, proclaimed that no force in the northeast could rival Dimitry. Even those who had once sided with Barco were now expressing a desire to ally themselves with the prevailing power of Dimitry. The tides had turned, and the old man recounted the developments to all those present. However, the news took a darker turn as the old man shifted the focus to a delicate matter. Baron Dimitry had previously ordered a rejection of negotiations with forces aligned with Barco, given their overt hostility. The old man sought guidance from Baron Dimitry on how to handle these former adversaries. In response, Baron Dimitry, a figure of authority and strength, expressed a sentiment that rejected the notion of generosity in this context. Joining forces with those who had inflicted unforgettable wounds upon Dimitry would not be an act of magnanimity, but rather one of arrogance. Baron Dimitry sternly instructed the old man to never negotiate with these entities, vowing to teach them the consequences of opposing Dimitry. With this matter settled, Baron Dimitry deftly transitioned the discussion to Jonathan, who brought forth a strategic perspective on the recent conflict. Jonathan highlighted the variables introduced by Barco, specifically the borrowing of external powers. He emphasized that had Dimitry and Barco clashed directly, the threat to Dimitry would have been immense. Variables such as Flare and Homeros were cited, and Jonathan proposed an expansion of Dimitri's military forces to counter such unforeseen threats. Additionally, he advocated for the acquisition of magic weapons to bolster Dimitri's defenses. Baron Dimitry, recognizing the importance of military strength in ensuring security, concurred with Jonathan's proposals. The safety of Dimitry lay in its ability to adapt and respond to evolving challenges. The discussion then shifted to the financial aspect of fortifying Dimitri's military capabilities. Despite the significant financial investment in installing artifacts throughout mining shafts, Baron Dimitry reassured the assembly that Dimitry was financially stable, thanks to the contributions of young Master Roman. The young master had proven instrumental in ensuring the economic prosperity of Dimitry. The installation of artifacts had not only secured the mining operations, but had also led to a remarkable 30% increase in iron ore output within a short period. The old man, drawing from his knowledge and foresight, predicted a promising future for Dimitry. He asserted that, at the current growth rate, A 100% increase in output could be expected in the near future. Baron Dimitry, ever vigilant about the financial aspect, sought specific details about the losses incurred through the installation of artifacts. The person addressing Baron Dimitry conveyed that the financial situation was under control, thanks to increased earnings. Baron Dimitry silently acknowledged the accuracy of Roman's judgment. Roman, by laboring in the iron mine himself, gained first-hand insight into the challenges and ingeniously devised solutions. This practical experience caused a perceptible shift in people's opinions of him, marking a turning point in their perceptions. Jonathan, ever astute, broached the delicate topic of succession with Baron Dimitry. Baron Dimitry acknowledged that the wheels of succession had already been set in motion. Jonathan elaborated on the decision made 3 years ago when Baron Dimitry chose young Master Rodwell as the heir apparent. At that time, Roman's actions and temperament didn't seem suited to such a pivotal role. However, circumstances had transformed dramatically since then. The war against Barkan, concerns over the safety of the iron mine, and Roman's prowess as a swordsman altered the equation. Jonathan asserted that Roman's current actions showcased the characteristics of a potential ruler. Others around the table concurred with Jonathan's assessment, signaling a collective acknowledgement of Roman's evolving stature. Intriguingly, the old man suggested an impartial competition between Roman and Rodwell for the position of successor, even though no official announcement had been made. This proposal injected a ripple of tension into the usually tranquil atmosphere of Dimitri's deliberations. Baron Dimitry found himself contemplating the merits of such a competition, weighing Roman's rapid rise against Rodwell's long-standing responsibilities as a potential successor. Baron Dimitry, cognizant of the weightiness of the decision, chose to observe the situation for the time being. The scene transitioned to Baron Dimitri's office after the meeting, where he delved into deeper reflections. He recognized that the matter of succession wasn't a solitary decision but required the agreement of key individuals who held significant sway in Dimitri's power structure. The vassals, whose loyalty and support were crucial, played a pivotal role in the decision-making process. Their allegiance could sway the trajectory of the succession contest. The Iron Mine Master, a figure overseeing a crucial economic aspect of Dimitry, was another key player. Baron Dimitry needed assurance that the economic backbone of the house remained intact. Lastly, there was Hendrik, the master blacksmith, whose expertise and influence in matters of weaponry and strategy were indispensable. Baron Dimitry understood that any decision regarding succession would be incomplete without Hendrik's approval and support. Baron Dimitry summoned Hans, seeking his opinion on whether young Master Roman was suited to be the successor of House Dimitry. As Hans entered the room, Baron Dimitry cut to the chase, prompting Hans to share his insights. Hans revealed that if he had been asked the same question 3 months ago, his answer would have been a resounding no. However, a perceptible change had taken place in the demeanor of the current young Master Roman. Hans, who had been closely observing Roman, attested that he had grown into a man now fitting for the role of successor. Intrigued, Baron Dimitry probed further, asking Hans to elaborate on this transformation. Hans painted a vivid picture of Roman's commitment to understanding the people of Dimitry. Rather than leading from a distance, Roman had humbled himself by toiling in the iron mine. He sought to grasp the intricacies of the miners' lives, facing the harsh reality of Dimitry head-on. According to Hans, the current young Master Roman displayed a genuine concern for the responsibilities that came with bearing the Dimitry name. Satisfied with Hans' perspective, Baron Dimitry dismissed him to consider the valuable insights he had gained. The next visitor summoned into the sanctum of Baron Dimitri's office was Jacob, the Iron Master. A pressing matter demanded Baron Dimitri's attention, the collapse incident in the iron mine. Jacob entered, accompanied by someone who had been present at the scene, Morkan. As Morkan nervously introduced himself, Baron Dimitri's keen mind stirred, recognizing the name from somewhere in the annals of Dimitri's affairs. Cutting to the chase, Baron Dimitry directed Morkan to recount the details of the fateful day when the iron mine shaft collapsed. Morkan, with a palpable sense of trepidation, began narrating the incident that unfolded just a week after young Master Roman had commenced his work in the mine. The collapse trapped a worker underground, and a tense debate ensued among the miners on how to proceed. Fearing further collapse and strictly adhering to safety protocols outlined in the manual, some were hesitant to take immediate action. In the midst of this uncertainty, young Master Roman emerged as a beacon of decisiveness. Unfazed by the potential risks, he declared that he possessed the strength to rescue the trapped worker. Against the backdrop of dissenting opinions, Roman defied caution and headed straight to the site of the incident. In a daring display of courage and competence, he successfully extricated the trapped worker from the perilous situation. Morkan confessed that, initially, he hadn't held a favorable impression of young Master Roman. However, witnessing Roman's bravery and leadership during the crisis had reshaped his perception. In the quiet contemplation that followed, Morkan found himself reflecting on the perceived foolishness of his initial doubts. The incident, where young Master Roman took charge and declared his responsibility to address the problems of the people as the eldest son of House Dimitry, had left an indelible impression on Morkan. It wasn't just a matter of Roman's will, it was an embodiment of a commitment larger than himself. If Baron Dimitry were to inquire about Morkan's assessment of young Master Roman, Morkan would unreservedly declare Roman a successor worthy of trust and wholehearted allegiance. Baron Dimitry absorbed Morkan's perspective, finding it resonating with the unanimous endorsement of Roman from others. Yet, the weighty decision of selecting a successor still eluded Baron Dimitry. The critical judgment, forged in the heart of the smithy, lingered as an unresolved question. The scene transitioned to the lively smithy shops, where a worker sought guidance from Hendrik. Numerous items, requested for repair in the name of young Master Roman, presented a dilemma. The worker, uncertain of how to proceed, turned to Hendrik for direction. Contemplating the query, Hendrik, with a sense of personal reluctance, advised the worker to accept the equipment. Behind this decision lay a hint of remorse, stirred by Jacob's accounts of the iron mine incident and a newfound appreciation for young Master Roman. As the equipment arrived, the workers were astonished by the extent of wear and tear on the items. A worker marveled at the dedication of the soldiers who had trained diligently, resulting in the worn-out state of their gear. In this sea of battered equipment, Hendrik's attention was drawn to a specific sword, and its appearance left him astounded. This particular sword boasted a remarkably smooth blade edge, a testament to precision and balance. The grip, meticulously wrapped, showcased an artistic craftsmanship that transcended the ordinary. Hendrik, a seasoned blacksmith of the renowned land of Dimitry, couldn't help but acknowledge the exceptional quality of this sword. It stood as a masterpiece, a rarity even in a realm known for its skilled blacksmiths. Hendrik's curiosity deepened as he wondered about the origins of this extraordinary piece. The sword's mana sensitivity, an aspect that caught him by surprise, hinted at its potential impact, especially among aura swordsmen. Hendrik contemplated the far-reaching implications of a sword possessing such extraordinary qualities without the infusion of mana. Despite his pride in being recognized as the best blacksmith on the continent for forging ironworks, Hendrik found himself humbled and in awe of the craftsmanship displayed in young Master Roman's sword. Enhancing mana sensitivity was a whole different challenge, thought Hendrik. He decided he needed to personally talk to Roman about the sword. The scene shifted to the moment when all the repaired equipment was handed over to Chris. To Chris's surprise, the repairs were completed much quicker than expected, something that usually took 2 weeks. The worker explained that Master Hendrik was unusually motivated, rallying all the blacksmiths to focus on the job. With a serious expression, Hendrik approached Chris, eager to inquire about Roman. The scene then transitioned to Hendrik questioning Roman about the sword. Hendrik, with a stern look, pressed Roman to reveal everything about it. From Roman's perspective, everything seemed to be going according to plan. He disclosed to Hendrik that he hadn't acquired the sword anywhere else. Surprised, Hendrik asked about the sword's origin, and Roman confidently declared that he himself had crafted the sword. Hendrik's frustration flared as he absorbed Roman's bold claim, and he couldn't hold back his disbelief. He confronted Roman, questioning whether he truly expected Hendrik to believe that he had crafted the intricate sword, the salamander, entirely on his own. In response, Roman stood firm, asserting the truth of his words. The salamander, he declared, was a unique creation, unparalleled on the continent. Roman, determined to prove himself, confidently told Hendrik that he would show him the reality of his craftsmanship. He believed that only through his unconventional methods could Hendrik, the family's main blacksmith, truly understand and accept the authenticity of his work. The scene transitioned as both of them entered the bustling blacksmith shop. In a direct and candid manner, Roman shared the story behind the salamander and his forging endeavors. He recounted how, while preparing for the impending war against Barco, he felt the need for a sword he could entrust with his life. Driven by this necessity, Roman faced the searing flames of the furnace, tirelessly hammering the steel until the process became almost meditative. Surprisingly, the blacksmith shop transformed into a sanctuary for Roman during those intense moments. Looking at Hendrik, Roman believed that the seasoned blacksmith could understand the profound emotions tied to the act of forging. Roman acknowledged that, soon, he would have to assume the duty of defense, and that realization fueled his dedication to creating a new sword, one to replace the venerable salamander. With a determined expression, Roman began to prepare for the forging process, removing his shirt as he got ready to craft the new blade. Hendrik, witnessing this, assumed Roman was disregarding safety precautions and attempting to forge without the necessary protective gear. He concluded that Roman lacked the fundamental knowledge of blacksmithing, a sentiment that colored his expectations. However, to Hendrik's astonishment, as Roman commenced hammering the blade, a shocking revelation unfolded. The iron handling standard, as Hendrik had come to know it, shifted before his eyes. It became apparent that the handling of iron varied between this world and the world of Murim. In this world, people grappled with the complexities of mana control, investing time and effort into perfecting the capabilities of their swords. Conversely, those from Murim prioritized the smooth flow of chi, leading to the creation of swords that enhance chi intensity. Roman, having experienced the dual worlds and their distinct approaches, showcased a mastery that transcended the conventional standards of blacksmithing. Hendrik, watching Roman forge the blade with an extraordinary finesse, realized that Roman's skills were unconventional but undeniably effective. Hendrik stood in awe, grappling with the incredulity of the scene before him. Roman, once doubted and questioned, now exhibited a masterful prowess in the craft of blacksmithing. The way Roman handled steel, the speed of his striking, and the symphony of hammer meeting steel all seemed to harmonize perfectly. It was a display that brought Hendrik's mind to the prime days of Baron Roman Dimitry, a time when the family's legacy was forged with unyielding strength. In the hushed moments following this revelation, Hendrik couldn't deny the authenticity of Roman's craftsmanship. Blood, he thought, couldn't be deceived. The echoes of the blacksmith's hammer, reminiscent of Baron Romero's heyday, resonated in Hendrik's ears. It was a moment of realization that transcended skepticism, and after a pause, Hendrik, with genuine humility, conceded to Roman. He acknowledged that Roman was indeed the skilled artisan behind the remarkable sword, the salamander. Sincere in his newfound understanding, Hendrik offered Roman an apology for ever doubting his capabilities. In response, a smile graced Roman's face as he graciously accepted Hendrik's admission. To further demonstrate his sincerity, Roman made an unexpected offer. He would gift the salamander to Hendrik. The seasoned blacksmith was taken aback by this gesture of generosity. Roman explained that he was in the process of forging a new sword and, recalling the swords Hendrik had crafted for him in the past, he wished for Hendrik to accept the salamander as a token of gratitude. It was a moment that spoke volumes about the evolution of their relationship, from doubt to respect, and from skepticism to acknowledgement. The narrative then delved into a memory from 3 years prior, a time when Hendrik vehemently opposed the notion of Roman succeeding Baron Dimitry. In a heated exchange, Hendrik expressed his concerns to the Baron, asserting that Roman's reputation among the people was far from favorable. Describing Roman as a fool, Hendrik proposed an alternative successor, Rodwell, Baron Dimitri's second son, who had dedicated himself to the art of blacksmithing and showcased his skills in the capital. Returning to the present, the passage of 3 years had wrought changes in Roman, evident not only in his blacksmithing prowess but also in the eyes of those who once doubted him. Baron Dimitry, while acknowledging Roman's transformation, harbored a lingering concern. He feared that Hendrik might not wholeheartedly endorse Roman as the rightful successor, despite the evident growth and capabilities displayed by the young blacksmith. However, much to Baron Dimitri's astonishment and relief, Hendrik not only acknowledged Roman's qualifications but also expressed a belief that Roman surpassed any other candidate for the heir to House Dimitry. The revelation left the Baron in a state of shock, prompting him to seek confirmation from Hendrik. The seasoned blacksmith, his conviction unwavering, assured Baron Dimitry that he would never lie about such matters. In Hendrik's view, Roman had been putting in relentless effort, working tirelessly behind the scenes, investing sweat and tears into his craft when no one was there to witness it. Initially, Hendrik harbored a belief that, due to his reservations about Roman, he had intentionally provided subpar weapons when Baron Dimitry instructed him to supply Roman with some. However, Roman's stark remark, comparing the inferior products to murder, compelled Hendrik to reconsider his actions. Upon deeper contemplation, Hendrik began to recognize the inherent value in Roman's work. He acknowledged that Roman's insights and contributions were undeniably benefiting House Dimitry. Hendrik had not merely heard about Roman's dedication, he had personally observed Roman in the blacksmith shop, witnessing the young artisan immersed in his work, facing the relentless heat of the furnace with unwavering determination. This shared experience as fellow blacksmiths forged an unspoken connection between Hendrik and Roman. To demonstrate Roman's true capabilities, Hendrik presented Baron Dimitry with a sword crafted entirely by Roman's hands. Hendrik's confidence in the weapon's quality was palpable, as he believed that even a single glance at the sword would reveal its exceptional value to the discerning eyes of the Baron. Witnessing the craftsmanship, Baron Dimitry was genuinely surprised, pondering in amazement how Roman had managed to create such an extraordinary weapon. Hendrik, in his role as the master of blacksmiths, took the opportunity to suggest that perhaps it was time to reconsider the decision made 3 years ago. The acknowledgement of Roman's skills and the tangible evidence of his craftsmanship had the potential to reshape the perceptions and decisions regarding Roman's role within House Dimitry. As Hendrik exited the scene, the focus shifted to Baron Dimitry, who turned his attention to a letter retrieved from his drawer. The letter bore news from Baron Dimity's second son, Rodwell. According to the letter, Rodwell had recently achieved an S rank at the Royal Academy in the capital city of Cairo. Rodwell expressed his intention to forego theoretical classes, opting instead to gain practical experience as a commanding officer in the field. He pledged to graduate with the highest honors, a promise that would make the House of Romero Dimitry proud. Contemplating the contents of the letter, Baron Dimitry gazed up at the sky, perhaps searching for clarity in the expanse above. He marveled at the talents possessed by both Rodwell and Roman. Despite Rodwell's reputation as a prodigious talent, Baron Dimitry acknowledged that Roman's current abilities surpassed even those of his highly accomplished son. The realization dawned that Roman's exceptional talent had the potential not only to shine within the kingdom of Cairo but to resonate throughout the entire continent. Baron Dimitry had a clear vision for the future. He believed that once Rodwell graduated from the academy, Roman would step into his role in military defense. Following this transition, Baron Dimitry intended to declare the Battle of Succession, a significant event that would shape the destiny of House Dimitry. The anticipation of these pivotal moments hung in the air. The scene then shifted to a few days later, where Willis, a priest in Valhalla, found himself in Dimitry. A high-ranking judge accompanied him as they entered the domain of the noble house. Baron Dimitry took the opportunity to meet with Willis, extending a warm welcome and introducing himself. Willis, having heard rumors about Roman Dimitry's extraordinary feat of defeating Homer, sought confirmation by meeting Roman in person. The unprecedented nature of this achievement raised questions about whether Roman's accomplishments should be reflected in the rankings. Baron Dimitry, regretfully, informed Willis that Roman had been dedicating his time to the blacksmith's forge for several days. Recognizing the significance of Willis's inquiry, Baron Dimitry suggested that Willis take the day to rest and arrange a meeting with Roman on the following day. He also encouraged Willis to explore Dimitry during his stay, inviting him to witness the unique aspects of their estate. Accepting the Baron's suggestion, Willis followed Hans, a guide appointed for this purpose. Hans took pride in explaining the grandeur of the Dimitry family, boasting of their possession of the largest iron mine in the Kingdom of Cairo and the production of the finest types of iron. He highlighted the role of iron in the construction of the castle's interiors, emphasizing its structural and aesthetic significance. As they strolled through the estate, the rhythmic sounds of soldiers practicing reached their ears. Intrigued, Willis inquired if he could observe the training for a brief period. Hans, accommodating and eager to showcase the military prowess of House Dimitry, agreed. They approached the training ground, where Kevin and Pucky, 2 soldiers, engaged in a practice match. The sight left Willis astonished. Both soldiers exhibited a remarkable ability. They could use aura, a manifestation of energy that added a unique dimension to their combat skills. Willis, a witness to this unexpected display of power, was taken aback by the revelation. The use of aura set these soldiers apart, elevating their training and combat capabilities to a level that surpassed conventional expectations. As Willis absorbed the scene, contemplating the significance of soldiers possessing aura abilities, he began to grasp the exceptional nature of House Dimitry. In the ranks of the 30 men recruited by Roman as his soldiers, not a single one possessed the coveted skills of an aura swordsman. The dynamics within this group took an unexpected turn when Roman, one day, casually mentioned to Pucky that he appeared to be born with a martial physique. At that moment, the cryptic nature of Roman's words left everyone puzzled. However, the mystery unfolded within a remarkably short span of less than a month when Pucky successfully manifested aura, a phenomenon that defied expectations. This pivotal event marked a turning point in the soldiers' approach to their training. Faced with the newfound challenge presented by aura manifestation, A collective determination emerged among them to surpass this hurdle. The soldiers, now fueled by a heightened sense of purpose, embarked on a journey to not only strengthen their combat abilities but also to push their own limits, even at the risk of their own lives. The transformation was evident in a practice match between two of Roman's soldiers, Pucky and Kevin. Both fighters displayed a level of skill and finesse that resembled seasoned Aura swordsmen. This unexpected display caught the attention of Willis, a priest in Valhalla, who found himself utterly shocked by the prowess exhibited on the training grounds. Willis, unable to comprehend the depth of this sudden transformation, wondered if all the soldiers shared a common swordsmanship style, marveling at their proficiency. To him, observing these soldiers from the remote region of Dimitry felt akin to witnessing a miniature version of the powerful Valhalla Empire. The stark contrast between the soldiers' capabilities and the perception of Dimitry as a countryside family puzzled Willis, prompting him to question when and how Dimitry had acquired such extraordinary strength. Accompanied by another judge who shared in his astonishment, Willis speculated that these might be members of the famed Dimitry Knights, a force associated with Baron Romero. However, Hans, providing a surprising clarification, revealed that these soldiers were not part of the Dimitry Knights. Instead, they were identified as young Master Roman's personal soldiers, a distinction that further intensified Willis's sense of shock. Willis, struggling to reconcile the image of Aura swordsmen as mere soldiers, sought clarification on whether they were recruited through substantial financial incentives or perhaps as apprentice knights. Hans, equally taken aback by Willis's inquiries, unveiled the extraordinary backgrounds of Kevin and Pucky. Kevin, once a commoner, and Pucky, a C-rank mercenary, had only recently become Aura swordsmen under the guidance and teachings of young Master Roman. The revelation highlighted Roman's exceptional eye for talent and his ability to cultivate strength in those under his charge. Hans, in his explanation, emphasized the significance of Roman as the successor of the Dimitry family. He portrayed Roman not just as a martial figure, but as a beacon of inspiration, capable of recognizing and nurturing talent to an exceptional degree. To Hans, Roman was not merely a successor but a blessing to the Dimitry legacy. Willis, still grappling with the unfolding revelations, questioned the true identity and capabilities of Roman Dimitry. The anticipation hung thick in the air as Willis awaited the long-awaited meeting with Roman. The next day had finally arrived. Willis, seated at a table with his thoughts, couldn't help but wonder about Roman, a figure he saw as a mysterious entity, a hidden dragon yet to reveal the true extent of his capabilities. In Willis' mind, the question lingered: had Roman earned his place through genuine skill, or was he merely a hero forged through a string of past successes? As the door swung open, signaling Roman's entrance, Willis's mind was consumed by speculation. The atmosphere shifted as Roman made his way into the room with an undaunting gait. Willis couldn't help but notice Roman's eyes, naturally pear-shaped downward, revealing a certain quiet confidence. To Willis's surprise, Roman wore an adequately relaxed expression, seemingly at ease with the world. It struck Willis that Roman was a man accustomed to the life of the strong. As Roman approached and introduced himself, taking a seat, Willis seized the opportunity to delve into the rumors surrounding Roman's prowess. The question loomed in the air: had Roman truly defeated Homeros in a warrior battle? Roman's response was succinct yet affirmative. Willis, however, felt a need to impress upon Roman the gravity of his accomplishment. Homeros, Willis explained, wasn't just any warrior. He was ranked 49th and was expected to ascend even higher, being a 4-star contender. Yet, at the age of 25, Roman had vanquished him. In Willis's eyes, Roman's triumph transcended mere victory. It painted him as a genius, possibly the greatest in the history of Cairo. The weight of the achievement seemed lost on Roman, who Willis believed hadn't fully grasped the significance of his own actions. To Willis, defeating someone of Homeros's caliber at such a young age was nothing short of extraordinary. Roman, however, dismissed Willis's admiration with a confident nonchalance. He asserted that Willis was beating around the bush, attributing his victory to logical impossibilities. Roman, with a sense of certainty, suggested cutting to the chase. Willis, taken aback by Roman's directness, decided to elucidate the ranking procedure before confirming the truth. In the intricate world of ranking battles, Willis explained, there existed both official and unofficial battles. Official battles required defeating an opponent in the presence of a Valhalla Temple observer after obtaining permission. The results were immediately reflected in the rankings, and Roman, in such cases, would be provided with an ID to verify his newfound rank. However, Willis continued, In unofficial battles where a ranker was defeated abruptly, the vacated spot led to a reshuffling of the existing rankings after a year. Importantly, Roman couldn't claim the rank of the defeated opponent, even if victorious in an unofficial battle. The prospect of Roman securing the lowest spot on the ranking through the verification of his qualifications filled the room with anticipation. A triumphant smile graced Roman's face as he contemplated the possibility of attaining rank 100 by proving his strength in an unofficial battle. Willis, the guide through this intricate process, reminded Roman that the Valhalla Temple relied on first-hand confirmation, emphasizing their belief in what they could see with their own eyes. To validate the winner's qualification in an unofficial battle, Willis produced an aura gauge, a tool that would serve as the arbiter of Roman's eligibility. Willis explained the simplicity of the verification process, underscoring that if Roman met the criteria set by Willis using the aura gauge, he would be considered qualified and awarded the lowest rank. Unlike official matches, where an ID verified one's rank immediately, unofficial battles underwent a more deliberate confirmation process. Valhalla took its time, recognizing that those occupying rank 100 became tempting prey for ambitious challengers. Intrigued by the motivations behind becoming a ranker, Roman probed Willis for insight. Willis, with a passion for elevating Roman's reputation as a swordsman, spoke of the desire to have Roman's name resonate globally, even if there were no explicit rewards involved. He posed a question to Roman, asking whether enduring such peril for the sake of fame wasn't a worthy pursuit. Roman, his smile undeterred, proposed an alternative strategy, defeating a higher-ranked opponent in an official battle. Willis, momentarily taken aback, conceded that official battles were the ultimate proving grounds but explained the procedural complexities involved in initiating them. The geographical constraints of the northeastern region of Cairo further complicated matters. Willis revealed the absence of rankers in that area, rendering the arrangement of an official ranking battle an impossibility. Roman, recognizing the challenge posed by the lack of suitable opponents in the region, prepared himself for the forthcoming test. As Roman readied himself, Willis detailed the mechanics of the test. The aura gauge, a seemingly simple device, held the key to determining Roman's rank. Infusing mana into the gauge would trigger a color change, providing a visual representation of Roman's prowess. Willis elucidated the color code: red for a 1-star ranking, orange for 2 stars, yellow for 3 stars, and green for 4 stars and above. The expectations were set high, considering Roman's previous feat of defeating a formidable 4-star aura swordsman. For Roman to qualify, he needed to display a minimum of a 3-star yellow on the aura gauge. Understanding the requirements, Roman confidently approached the device, ready to showcase his prowess. In his contemplation, Roman noted the stark contrast between this world and the Murim. Here, mana played a pivotal role, and tools like the aura gauge were used to assess a martial artist's skills. Intrigued, Roman pondered the nature of mages in this technologically advanced realm. Were they akin to the sorcerers of the Murim, or had they transcended into the realm of superhumans reaching the status of gods? The power of magic, prevalent in this world, was something Roman couldn't afford to overlook. As Willis gave the signal to begin, Roman recognized the distinct differences in the logics of the two worlds. Wondering about the outcome if he infused mana using the methods of this particular world, Roman couldn't resist a smirk. He saw it as an opportunity to test the boundaries of his abilities and the extent of this world's magical influence. With a sense of determination, Roman initiated the test. Pouring mana into the aura gauge, a transformative energy enveloped him, manifesting as a vibrant purple aura. The aura extended beyond Roman, covering the surrounding space. The unexpected display of potent energy left Willis visibly shocked. As Roman continued to pour his mana into the aura gauge, the room bore witness to a spectacle that defied expectations. Willis, serving as the arbiter of this unconventional test, found himself in a state of shock as the gauge exhibited a swift transition from orange to yellow. Such rapid changes were far from the norm, especially considering the customary 5-minute measurement process. Even for a skilled 4-star aura swordsman like Roman, this deviation from the expected left Willis stunned. Roman, perceptive of the limitations posed by the methods of this world, decided to explore the techniques of the Murim, a realm that had nurtured his formidable skills. Initiating the infusion of mana once again, Roman succeeded in turning the gauge to green. However, the triumphant moment was short-lived as the aura gauge, a revered item crafted by the continent's greatest minds, unexpectedly broke. This turn of events left Willis in a perplexed state, grappling with the implications of the shattered gauge. Willis elucidated the significance of the aura gauge, an item meticulously designed for flawless assessments. Crafted by channeling the mana of a sixth-star swordsman into its core, the gauge boasted unparalleled durability. Its color spectrum ranged up to green, symbolizing the pinnacle of achievement. Even if subjected to mana exceeding its threshold, the aura gauge was anticipated to function without complications. The unforeseen breakage shattered these expectations. In Roman's inquiry about a defective gauge, Willis, caught off guard, struggled to provide a definitive answer. Recollecting the moment before the gauge's abrupt demise, Willis confirmed that it had indeed emitted a radiant green light. This revelation prompted a re-evaluation of Roman's abilities in Willis's mind. No longer seen as a hidden dragon waiting to ascend, Roman emerged as a fully matured monster, a realization that Willis found hard to fathom. The revelation carried profound implications. Roman, a swordsman with the potential to reach a six-star rank, posed a significant threat to the established order. Willis envisioned the repercussions not only within the Kingdom of Cairo but across the expansive continent of the Salamander. The mere presence of a warrior of Roman's caliber had the potential to overturn the existing hierarchy and reshape the landscape of rankings. As the weight of this revelation settled, Willis acknowledged the uniqueness of the situation. The broken aura gauge presented a first-time occurrence, preventing Willis from making hasty judgments. With a sense of responsibility, he assured Roman that the results would be communicated soon, recognizing the gravity of the moment. As Willis excused himself from the room, a sense of urgency enveloped him. The encounter with Roman Dimitry had sparked a realization there was much more to discover about this enigmatic figure. Shifting the scene to Willis's office, a perplexed expression etched across his face, he grappled with the complexities surrounding Roman's identity. Immersed in the task at hand, Willis delved into the historical accounts of Roman Dimitry. The records painted a vivid picture of Roman's life before the age of 25, revealing a profound transformation. The subjugation of the Blood Fang and the war against Barco were chapters that showcased Roman's remarkable evolution. What stood out to Willis was the extent of this change, a metamorphosis that seemed almost implausible. The strategic finesse with which Roman navigated challenges spoke volumes about his character. Willis found himself questioning the nature of such a radical transformation. Roman's ability to handle affairs with precision and determination was a testament to his unwavering resolve. In the face of peril, he displayed nerves of steel, risking his life to achieve his objectives. Willis marveled not only at Roman's monstrous power but also at the intellect that accompanied it. The aura gauge, intended to measure Roman's prowess, was now a broken relic in Willis's hands. Confirmed was the absence of abnormalities. The only plausible reason for its unexpected breakage was the overwhelming power it had been subjected to. Pondering this revelation, Willis stood up with a sense of urgency. It was imperative to report this anomaly immediately. However, before he could act, a magic call interrupted his thoughts. The voice on the other end hailed from the superior main branch of Valhalla. In a conversation that would alter the course of events, Willis conveyed the newfound information about Roman Dimitry. The decision was made. Roman was to be elevated to the status of a recruitment target. The Valhalla Empire, Willis learned, was not merely a collection of combat-driven savages. They were strategic thinkers, cognizant of the need to act cunningly as their empire's status rose. Their knowledge of utilizing traditions, such as the ranking system, to outmaneuver other nations showcased a level of sophistication that transcended brute strength. Even with their limited numbers, Valhalla possessed the insight to identify those with talent who aspired to rise as rankers. Willis's superior acknowledged the desirability of recruiting Roman Dimitry. The directive was clear: raise Roman's evaluation to tank A and figure out a way to bring him into the fold. However, the superior stressed the utmost importance of confidentiality. Recruiting prospects from other nations required a nuanced approach, one that would seamlessly integrate them into Valhalla without raising suspicions. As Willis absorbed these instructions. In the aftermath of the revelation surrounding Roman Dimitry's ranking, Willis acknowledged the directive from his superior with a measured sense of responsibility. He pledged to convey the news to Dimitry, emphasizing the supposed defect in the aura gauge. As a consequence, Roman Dimitry's classification would be adjusted from a 4-star swordsman to a 3-star, and the matter would be resolved by granting him the unofficial position of rank 100. Willis foresaw the potential repercussions of this adjustment, particularly the stir it might cause within the intricate social fabric of Cairo. As the sun ushered in the next day, Willis's announcement resonated throughout the city, sending shockwaves through the established norms. The youngest ranker had emerged, defying expectations and challenging the status quo. In the heart of Cairo, within the halls of power, the news reached Marquis Benedict, an authoritative figure in the central government. Marquis Benedict, seated in his office, received the report from his subordinate detailing Willis's visit to Dimitry. The confirmation that Roman was indeed a 3-star swordsman and the rumors surrounding his victory over Homeros piqued Marquez's interest. However, doubts lingered as discussions arose about the circumstances of Homeros's defeat. Rumors suggested he might have been caught off guard, unable to exhibit his full 4-star aura. Curiosity piqued, Marquis Benedict inquired about Roman's age, learning that he was a mere 25 years old. The realization that such exceptional swordsmanship skills manifested at such a young age marked Roman as an outstanding prospect, not only in terms of his abilities but also in the potential influence he could wield in the outer regions. The unfolding events prompted Marquis Benedict to delve into the broader geopolitical landscape. He sought information on the movements of other powers, particularly the empires of Kronos and Valhalla. The revelation that these two formidable entities were swiftly making strategic maneuvers raised Marquez's ire. He questioned how these empires could dare to engage with Roman before the central government had the chance to establish its stance. Cairo, at this moment, stood divided into 4 factions. The royal faction, staunchly supporting the king, maintained a stronghold. The aristocratic faction, led by Marquis Benedict himself, wielded influence over the city's political intricacies. Additionally, there were the pro-Kronos and pro-Valhalla factions, each swayed by foreign powers and their own vested interests. Marquis Benedict, perceiving the urgency of the situation, swiftly issued orders to send a representative to Dimitry. The central government couldn't afford to lose Roman to the influences of rival factions. Marquis Benedict's stern directive echoed through the corridors of power. The central government must do whatever it takes to prevent the royal faction from acquiring Roman Dimitry. This decree set in motion a strategic maneuver that would redefine the political landscape within Cairo. The narrative then shifted to the western front of the Kingdom of Cairo, where the borders shared space with the formidable Kronos Empire and the Kingdom of Hector. Here, the harsh reality of external pressures unfolded. Kronos, a continent-spanning superpower and the birthplace of Emperor Alexandro, persistently demanded Cairo's submission. Years of relentless border attacks had taken a toll on Cairo's soldiers, who faced the aggression daily. Simultaneously, citizens within Cairo, swayed by Kronos, applied internal pressure, advocating for surrender. On this tumultuous battlefield, Roman's brother, Rodwell, confronted the stark reality of belonging to a small and vulnerable nation. The unrelenting attacks from external forces on the Western Front meant there was no respite for the soldiers. In the midst of this turmoil, a fellow soldier delivered the news to Rodwell. His brother Roman had ascended to the rank of a ranker. Frustration engulfed Rodwell as he grappled with the notion that Roman, in his opinion, couldn't have achieved a 3-star ranking. Brushing it off as a mere rumor, Rodwell asserted that Roman, the brother he knew, couldn't even fend for himself. The truth, he believed, would inevitably come to light. The narrative then pivoted to Dimitry Palace, where Roman found himself with an unexpected visitor. Seated together, the visitor pledged allegiance to the king of Cairo and disclosed the purpose of their visit, to appoint Roman as a royal knight of the royal family. The objective was clear: to secure Roman Dimitry, heralded as the hidden dragon of the frontier. With this appointment, the 4 factions within Cairo initiated their strategic moves, setting the stage for a complex interplay of power dynamics and political maneuvering. As the factions made their strategic moves, the hidden dragon, Roman Dimitry, stood at the center of this unfolding drama. In the quiet exchange between Roman and the elderly man, the gravity of the proposition hung in the air. The elder elucidated the significance of becoming a royal knight, the pinnacle of honor for a knight, and the unprecedented offer for Roman to sidestep the usual stringent trials by directly swearing allegiance to the majesty. However, Roman, while intrigued, questioned the elderly man about the atypical nature of the proposal. The man clarified that Roman, being the eldest son of the Dimitry family, was considered an exception. With a straightforward offer to accompany him to the capital and pledge allegiance, Roman could promptly join the esteemed ranks of royal knights. In response, Roman, seemingly unswayed, sought to understand if that was the extent of the benefits. He inquired if being granted his own mansion and the elevation of the Dimitry family to a higher title were the best the royal family could offer. The old man, taken aback, seemed surprised by Roman's lack of enthusiasm. Prompted by Roman's apparent reluctance, the elderly man asked if he was declining the extraordinary opportunity presented to him. In response, Roman adopted a serious demeanor, expressing that such a decision was to be expected. As the eldest son of the Dimitry family, Roman asserted that he lacked nothing, raising the question of why he should bother venturing to the capital to become a royal knight. The old man, undeterred, elaborated on the rewards awaiting Roman, the bestowment of his own mansion and an elevated title for the Dimitry family. Yet, Roman, seemingly unimpressed, pushed further, questioning if these were truly the most substantial rewards the royal family could provide. This led to a revealing revelation from Roman. Just 5 days prior, a representative from the prestigious Gregory family had approached him with an enticing offer. In exchange for Roman's oath of allegiance, the Gregory family pledged a mansion in the capital, extensive land, a considerable amount of gold and silver, and even proposed a political marriage that would solidify Roman as a blood relative of the Gregory family. In response to Roman's revelation, the old man appeared shocked and agitated. He sternly warned Roman that he was making a monumental mistake. According to the old man, the emperor's interest in Roman wasn't merely based on his current status, but rather on the potential he held for the future. The position of a royal knight, the old man argued, came with rewards that far exceeded what someone like Roman could envision. And the old man couldn't shake the feeling that the formidable Kronos Empire had already set their intricate machinations into motion. Roman continued, weaving a tale that unfolded over the past few days. 3 sunsets ago, a representative from the Denver family had approached Roman with an unexpected proposition. The envoy spoke of sponsorship, a lifeline thrown into the unpredictable currents of Roman's fate. Then, just last night, Roman met with a member of the Benedict family, and their offer carried an air of unconventionality that set it apart. Not only were the conditions more favorable than those presented by other families, but they were threefold. However, amidst these tempting offers, Roman dropped a bombshell on the old man. Next month, he planned to make Dimitry, presumably a crucial ally, self-sufficient. The old man believes it's the end of the road. He urges Roman to consider joining the royal faction, claiming the others are traitors aiming to destroy the entire kingdom. The knight commander of the royal knights, Cairo's top swordsman, is credited with quelling the rebellion and maintaining control. However, the royal family struggles with state affairs due to blocked information channels. The old man acknowledges the challenges in persuading nobles in the small country of Cairo. He can only promise Roman a position as a royal knight. Respectfully, he implores Roman to lend his strength to the majesty. Roman, drawing a parallel to his own situation as the 12th son of the Heavenly Demon, finds the previous proposals unappealing. He won't outright reject them, but won't accept either. The old man finds hope as Roman refrains from discarding the proposals. Roman asks the old man to leave for the day, expressing that he will wait for the day Roman pledges allegiance to the majesty. With 4 proposals and 4 refusals, Roman has no intention of aligning with any force. Anticipating hostility, he decides to buy time by keeping options open with all 4 factions.